All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning back in. We have clipped the video separately, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to start moving that to YouTube right away. Because Quarantos and Michael were being very, very very, very racist. They were being very racist, and we can't have that. They were being pretty blatantly racist. So we're going to go ahead and we're moving the VOD over right now. We're going to delete it. I was not being racist. I want to make that very clear. I stand against racism. I thought a lot of and this is why I said at the beginning, I don't necessarily agree with the statements that were being made. I think Carantos is a character. I think he's funny. I do think he's good faith in a lot of ways. He can take a joke. He can take it on the chin. That said, I don't agree with everything that he said. I also don't agree. Same exact thing to Michael, that he wasn't being as good faith to me, but he was dealing with Carantos in, I guess, I'm not sure what kind of manner, but I don't co-sign any of the racial statements that were made. I want to distance myself from that for just so Twitch knows and you all know. I'm of the belief that race simply does not matter. It's something that shouldn't matter. We should treat people as individuals. We are all individuals, and we all have rights. So, wanted to make that crystal clear. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump on into Prime's debate, and we're going to go ahead. This one's going to be a little bit less spicy, I'm sure.
You see with a murderous psychopath that is dumb enough to have a name like communism will win. But I'm on Rumble tonight, baby, so I can just talk all the shit that I want, and I don't have to worry about it.
I mean, where is the state that represents libertarianism? I can think of 5 countries off the top of my head that are led by the Communist Party, yet unusually, there's absolutely no mass support for libertarianism, except for stupid motherfuckers that are just
terminally right. I swear I didn't see communism or ANCAPs on the topic list. I don't know how we got here.
I would like to, you know what? I would like to posit a theory
country led by libertarian ideology. Just one country with a massive people.
I think America.
Millions of people.
I would like to. Yeah, hold on 1 second. 1 second. No one's going to tell you to shut the fuck up. If you keep talking,
I can just fucking say whatever the fuck I want. All right, goddamn it.
Yeah, no, of course.
Are you afraid of curse words? Can I not?
Bitches. Damn it! I wanted to tell that guy that I think that they existed in Russia, but they all got killed for being kulaks.
Jesus. Oh, did he leave?
What?
Well, he's not. I don't think he was part of the panel. I don't think
he was in an open VC. He's not on the panel.
Thank God.
No, what happened, guys?
No,
I'm on Rumble, so I get to talk.
They already started doing the ANCAP versus communism stuff. Like it married like 30 seconds.
ANCAP versus dude. The dude's name is Communism Will Win. It is literally no different than finding an actual Nazi. If someone says, I like communism, you should treat them the same way as someone that said Hitler was based and we should have genocided all the Jews. Like, that is the exact same statement.
Yeah.
And the same goes for socialism. If someone says, I'm a socialist, right? Like Prime Kais, right? Like Prime Kais is just as evil a piece of shit as any Nazi that could ever exist, because he openly supports ideologies that lead towards the genocide of millions of people. Right.
But it's
so
not,
I mean, like,
it's not genocide though. It's killing people for thought crimes. It's different.
Right. You're right. You're right. It's not ethnic genocide, except for all those places where it was ethnic genocide.
Right. Except for those ones.
Right. Except for those ones. But that wasn't real communism. God damn it.
All right. Normal conversation. What's the best movie y'all seen recently?
I saw Mario.
Best movie?
Thought it was solid.
Mario, I've heard so many mixed things. I've heard some people say like, "Oh, Mario was like perfect because it was just like the plot wasn't important. It was just like for people who love the game." And then
Yeah, it's a video game movie. It's for people who love the game.
No, like if you're really cynical about it, you can get all pissy about all the fucking member berries because they basically have like if it was in a Mario game, it was shown in the movie at some point. But if you just walk into it like, oh, imagine I'm 5 years old and the movie's fucking great.
Knock at the Cabin's the best movie I've seen in a long time. We saw it like a month ago.
Okay, that Knock at the Cabin was good, but it started out like, oh, this is gonna be really interesting, and then it like, I felt like they did way too, they spoon fed people a little bit too much, and there was like the end wasn't interesting.
Wow.
I thought it was great.
HBO's, sorry to distract, but HBO's Barry is fucking excellent. I love it.
Isn't it like the last season?
I don't know if it's the last season. I would be surprised if it goes on for another season, though, because it seems like all of the narratives are coming to a head. So it doesn't seem like they're
Yeah, Barry season 4 is the last. I just googled it.
Nice.
I never watched any of it, but
it's fucking excellent. It's like dramedy, tragedy, hyper violence, like weird, like sitcom comedy humor. It's fucking great.
What is it?
Barry. So basically,
Barry's 10 out of 10.
Yeah. So just a hitman who tries to become normal and human, but he fucking can't.
Because he's not.
John Wick 4 was a really good time.
Which one?
The only thing I know about that show,
John Wick 4.
Nice.
The only thing I know about that show is that he did an interview and apparently like he had never really fired a gun before.
You can tell it. You can tell particularly in the early seasons.
Wow.
Yeah. Is Counterpoints' screen froze for everybody else?
Yeah, I'm fixing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've
cool.
fired a gun before.
But no,
I don't look like I would have.
But no, he's never fired a gun before. He'd never fired a gun before, and apparently, like he did it for like the first time while acting. You know what I mean? Like he had done some test runs or whatever, but for the first time while acting, he was trying to be like tough or something. And apparently, the director was just like, "Come here," and like showed him the footage, and apparently he was like, like he was just like he had like this. He was like, "You can't do this," like, and he was like, "My bad. I'd never done this before."
No, there's some really like awkward. I broke it down a while ago, but HBO copyright struck me, so I'm gonna do it again and appeal it on fair use on a different channel. But there's some movement that is just like glaringly not great from like a tactical perspective, but everything else is so good I don't care.
I think that because I like movies, I think at least until like these like random platforms get monetized and stuff like that, I think I'm gonna like do watches of movies on like Kick and Rumble. Just watch throughs of like movies that I wanted to see for a while. Well, I mean, or stuff that I either already seen or feel like rewatching.
Well, reaction and breakdown content is just in like a really weird spot right now where you're kind of at the mercy of the companies. But then if you appealed on fair use, half the time they're not going to sue you for it because they're not going to waste their time on a fucking.
Because they know it's fair use.
Well, I don't even want to do fair use.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to watch.
Yeah, you don't even want to do the appeals process.
I specifically want to steal content.
Yeah.
You can't. Hold on, pause. You can't steal a copy of something. All right, IP laws are bullshit.
I'll find a way.
It's impossible to steal content.
I agree. We're on the same
How
page.
do you get away with it on YouTube? If I'm streaming, I streamed some music that people sent in to have me watch, and YouTube just shut off my stream and gave me a strike.
Yeah.
So how do you get around that?
You have to appeal it.
You can appeal, send a counter notification, and also sometimes you just have to wait 90 days. If there's
but if you appeal, it goes back to the party, right? And then the other party can choose to basically let it go or keep it. If they keep it, right, then essentially what happens is you're now ready to go to court. Right, like you're saying, I'm ready to go to court for this.
But so the cool thing, I don't know about the live stream one, but I know for like the pre-recorded ones, the person who hit you with the copyright strike, they have 10 business days to show YouTube that they're taking you to court, or else your video is reinstated. And there's there's no megacorp that is that fast, and there's probably few megacorps that give that much of a shit about you making $31 off of a fucking review or breakdown.
So I have
you'd make more money off of reporting them taking you to court.
Yeah. No,
I have a video where, like, as part of a meme, I had Ice JJ Fish playing, but I also had like other visuals, right? And it was just funny. And when going through that process, one of the things they can do is just split monetization is another thing that they'll offer you sometimes. And it's like, whatever, fuck it, have half my money, asshole. Like, I don't care. You're going to get all 4 cents off of my video that gets sent to 95% of the views are from my own subscribers because YouTube refuses to put any of our videos in the algorithm.
I'm going to grab
have my 4 cents.
So, like, the thing that I've been saying for a long time is that the YouTube appeal system, I mean, is obviously heavily skewed to corporations or just plain anyone who makes a strike, right? And that's because of like YouTube's past experiences with like Viacom. Viacom scared the living shit out of them. That's why they created the Content ID system in the first place. And the only way that it will become fair for creators, right, even putting us on an even keel, is if YouTube becomes scared of us. That means there's got to be a class action lawsuit, a massive one, to show like the loss of earnings.
You don't need all that. You just need to move to Rumble and get the fuck off of that shit platform.
Sure,
I am tonight. I'm on Rumble tonight.
The exact same
you should check it out.
If they were having,
you should have a YouTube. We should need a YouTube class action strike, and something big, something to drag it out, something that YouTube loses money on, and then they'll figure out a system that isn't so goddamn lopsided. And then they'll take it seriously when they say that there are some people who abuse your system because they don't really give a shit about that now. Right? As long as they're not going to get sued at the end of the day, it's fine. Go ahead.
Obviously, I was memeing about the Rumble thing because I'm on Rumble tonight and I'm trying to pimp it. And I got banned.
Were you streaming?
I got banned on. I got banned on Twitter, so I couldn't put it out on Twitter because I called a groomer a fucking groomer. So whatever. I'll take that 12 hours. You know what I mean? Fuck groomers. But anyways, I'm mostly memeing, but at the same time, right? Like, Neil Mohan is fucking connected with the State Department through his wife. If you think a class action lawsuit is going to do anything other than have these mega corporations being in trouble with losing money from mega corporations by you, the people who, and by the way, are deeply connected with the State Department, are going to do anything other than beg Congress to give them legislation to protect them from that, that's hilarious. No, the class action lawsuit's not going to do a goddamn thing except impose more regulation from the state that stops you from doing that in the future. Or a judge will just strike it down because they're scared.
They would land on the other side where they would basically make reaction and breakdown content like not really usable. They would side with the corporations.
I like
if you look at SCOTUS's, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, at least the concept of the split rev model, like I feel like there's a way that this sounds like really cool, actually. Like if you just opened up the platform and said, like, whenever you were like uploading your video, if you could just attach like every bit of like, I'm watching this music video or I'm playing this song, and then like I don't know about 50-50, but like if you could say like 10% or 20% if this makes anything goes towards this company, I think that so many people would rather be in favor of that.
I think that's the future.
I think especially with a bunch of like YouTube like music reactors where like half of their content gets struck down, you know what I mean, like being able to keep those videos up and have constant, because they'll make a lot of YouTube music creators will like, reaction channels, right? Like breakdown, especially like the hip hop people, right? That are like, because you get a lot more views on that content because someone wants to hear you break down the bars and like hear exactly like what each thing is. Dude, like a third of their content at least never gets seen and gets struck down. I almost guarantee if like they just gave 20% of their revenue to the artists, but were able to have regular uploads constantly without their shit getting struck down, they'd be more than happy to take that.
Or even the ones who still do it, but they have to do like skips and cuts every like 7 seconds. never like trying to like beat the system. Yeah, I think it would just be so much better to just like
it would be less editing work for them to just be able to be like listen to a minute of the song, break down however it is that they do, and some of the revenue goes the other. They would be much happier. The thing is, though, is that like we don't need. The thing is, like Prime Guys, like when you were saying like a class action lawsuit. If you read the cert of denial, there's two different cert of denials from Clarence Thomas, right? From SCOTUS, where he talks about Section 230 and why we don't need Section 230 reform. What we need is we need a good case to go to SCOTUS, because the lower courts, in his opinion, and I think the conservatives agree as well, are improperly implementing Section 230. They're not following Section 230, and that you absolutely should be able to sue YouTube and Twitch, etc., for example, like if you didn't violate TOS, but they like got rid of you anyways, right? That like this is a form of fraud. And like every judge that gets a case like this just throws it out or dismisses it or says it doesn't have standing. And I mean, like what we really like, so maybe we need a class action because you wanted to go to SCOTUS. What we really need is just a good case to go to SCOTUS so that SCOTUS can solidify how Section 230 should be done. Because like the law is already there. The problem is people are suing and then judges just throw them out.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we wanted to rise through the judicial system, and we wanted to. I mean, like, so you're right in terms of like we need SCOTUS to just make a decision, like so that we can move forward with this. But also, I think it's about a monetary threat. Like the threat is real with Viacom. If Viacom or a company likes it goes after YouTube, yeah, they're terrified of that, right? But there is no fear on the other side, zero.
Well, that's. I mean, I think alternative tech will likely create that fear because it's not an individual fear. And I mean, I was partly memeing about Rumble, but I'm also being serious about Rumble, which is that like when the censorship and the problems become so excessive, and there are other platforms that begin to grow in a way that, like, I mean, they just signed Gideon, right, for an exclusivity deal. Like they're, you know, when if they grow large enough, then there is going to be a legitimate fear. Not that creators will band together for a lawsuit, but that viewers and creators will simply be done with their shit because there's another place to make money that doesn't treat them as poorly.
And I hear you, but like that would require things to get so bad, right? Like for most people, I get for the conservatives, they have their reasons.
For the conservatives and libertarians that do politics, but for like normies that are doing music react channels.
For the vast majority of them, they don't have to worry about these things. It's not that big of a deal. It happens every so often. They fight the strike, or they don't fight the strike, but most of the time, like it's cool, right? So like with YouTube being like part of like the infrastructure of the internet, maybe there could be a day that we change, we move over, but like it's very doubtful. Like it would have to be some sort of systemic collapse, or like YouTube utterly loses its mind, and the policies are just so draconian that the normies, as you said, like decide to move over. And until then, which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon, I think we're stuck with that platform.
And the other thing is like YouTube, as large as it is, still isn't oversaturated. Like they're like, I mean, it's difficult as anything else, but there's a legitimate like chance for someone, actually not even legitimate, there's somebody who's making their first YouTube video today that in a, you know, like in 6 months is gonna have like 200,000 subscribers, and like you know, there's certain platforms like
not in politics,
possibly
not in right wing or libertarian politics.
No, but no, I'm just saying. Well, I don't know. I don't.
Left wing politics is hard as well. I mean, like politics in general, we know they had the algorithm deprioritizes us. That's just
it'll push you towards like late night shows or CNN, even if people are watching your shit. I understand that. It's obviously far more egregious for right wing and libertarians and also, let's be honest, for like hardcore leftists, right? Anybody that simply doesn't fit the rainbow neoliberal agenda. right?
I
Like
was about to say,
anybody that
if
isn't,
you're fringe for sure, like that's like
yeah,
you're not going to be popularized.
But I
for sure,
think that
for
like
sure.
there's a like the types of platforms like there's I mean like I said even the platform we're on right now I think a lot of people could argue is maybe has too difficult of a level of entry and is possibly oversaturated, which is why we're seeing like other streaming
You're talking
platforms
about
pop up.
Twitch?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Twitch is oversaturated. I think the problem with Twitch is kind of it's twofold. Number one, they have an incredibly stupid ad system. Their ads, the way that they do their ads is just really, really, really dumb compared to other places, right? They're trying to constantly get ad revenue and they won't put you in the algorithm unless you're constantly running ads, which pushes people away from the content. They need to much more focus on banner ads, and even more so, their ads push them towards censorship because for the love of them, it is 2023 and Twitch is not Amazon has not figured out to use targeted ads yet. And so what certain people, right? Certain, individuals like advertisers, they know that if they buy ad space on Twitch, that whatever is on Twitch, their ads will be connected to, right? Which is a problem when you're talking about politics or you're talking about the prostitutes that get promulgated so much on Twitch, right? The OnlyFans girls, right? Like a lot of ad people don't want to give them appropriate money because they know that their ads will be right before a prostitute or a communist or some hardcore libertarian or like they know that's a thing instead of targeted ads where you have a Minecraft video shouldn't be an ad on my fucking channel. It's stupid, right? Like it just doesn't match the content. That's number one. Number two, their system is still set up in a massive snowball effect. It's incredibly difficult for small creators on Twitch to get seen at all. There is an algorithm for discovery. I've been taken out of it because we're censored on it, right? Like we can have like 60 viewers and still not have a single first time chatter because we're not populated on Just Chatting and we're not in the algorithm because, we're blacklisted on Twitch. But even for normal people that are sitting at like 10 viewers, they simply can't get seen. Right.
Well, that's a creator issue, which I think is absolutely relevant. But I'm saying even from like a consumer issue, I just think the platform is like it has a gateway to entry. Like, oh, okay, how do I set this up? It just like it looks ugly to like transition from video to video. Like YouTube feels really clean, really easy to go to like the next video to keep watching. With like Twitch is like the chat looks kind of weird at how small it is, but you want to engage with it, like getting to it. I don't know.
That's true.
It's not a really easy.
It's also the ad problem.
Yeah.
That's also an ad problem too, because YouTube understands if you watch an ad, it puts a timer on your account for how long before they force you to watch an ad. So if you hop into a video, you don't like it after 30 seconds, and then you hop into another video, you're not stuck in another ad, right? Like you go straight into it without ads because there's a timer on your account. Like Twitch still doesn't have that. So if you watch a creator that you're not sub to, you don't like it, and then you hop in another channel, you get hit with another fucking ad for pre-roll, and then you end up living their channel before ever viewing their content, and then just going back to the big creator like Asmongold or something that you already know you're going to enjoy their content. And so it further pushes that snowball effect between like the large and the small creator because the discovery is hurt by the way that they do their ad. Like Twitch is just horrible with the way that they've done their ads. Like they need just one suit to come in there and be like, you guys are all retarded. We're redoing ads. Like we're doing targeting ads. We're putting timers on people's accounts. It's not difficult. Like they just haven't done it because and it creates a worse snowball.
Okay. All right. So everyone's here. So we'll get started. And now people can hear me again. I don't know. My mic has just been, I don't know. Streamlabs is just, does not like my audio input. And now it just decides, randomly we're going to stop it. We're just going to stop working. So sorry about that. Again, it was working at the start of the stream and then all of a sudden not working. All right. Anyway, thanks all for being here. We have a great group of guests here. This is every roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to introduce all these people, but if you've enjoyed the content, consider following, hitting that follow button, or subscribing to the channel. It does a lot, helps a lot, and thanks a lot. All right, so we'll go to our friend Lactoid, how are you, friend?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Another week, another hopeful dollar.
Yeah, well, Prime, thank you for having me on. Looking forward to these topics. I thought these topics are pretty in vogue. So I just got off of a pretty heated reparations debate. So this hopefully is going to be a little bit more relaxed, um, which, I mean, anything is going to be more relaxed than that. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, who were you debating?
It was me and Corantos versus Michael. And somebody from Ados,
Michael.
which
Okay.
yeah,
A person. Okay, all right, two people. All right, fair enough. But that sounds like a lot of fun.
it was something. It was very nothing for me, but
perfect match for Corantos.
There was no racism for me, but there was a lot of racism being said by other people.
Oh, you're surprised by that?
Fair enough. Well, thanks, and I'm glad that you're here. Next, we go to our friend Scott, back with us. Scott, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. Tonight we're live on Rumble, but normally we're on Twitch Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, as well as YouTube. You can find all of our YouTube content on Rumble as well. That would be rumble.com/C/Fabian Liberty Live. Because apparently on Rumble you need to have a channel of your channel in order to use emotes, because you can't just be on your channel. You have to make a channel for your channel. It's really fucking weird. So we had to launch it. Whatever. Rumble has issues sometimes, but the live streaming discovery is pretty good. So we're seeing if we can do some stuff over there. But you can follow me everywhere. You can follow me on Twitter as well. But I'm currently suspended because I called a groomer. That how that goes. You gotta go into Twitter jail for 12 hours, when you call out commies. That's just how that works. Because, whatever. They love to abuse mass flagging and reporting. But nevertheless, I'll be back there in 12 hours if you want to see based people, libertarians that call out commies and call out groomers. For as long as I'm there, anyways.
Good luck with your Rumble experiment. I hope it turns out well for you.
There you go. Fair enough.
We have our friend Bam, who doesn't always make it to our Monday shows, but I was really excited when he said yes. How are you, friend?
Doing great. Coming to you live from my house. Nowhere else. I'm just here and I'm chilling. I think I don't know. I always think it's crazy that when people talk about like getting banned on Twitter. I feel like I don't know. It feels difficult to me. Like I've never heard of someone getting banned on Twitter and not went back and looked at it and feel like, yeah, you probably deserve that. But I don't know the context, like I said. But yeah,
I just said nice straw man groomer. That's it. That's the tweet in question.
Oh, the whole context.
Literally, that's it.
I believe it.
That's the whole context. Okay. That I was saying Maj Touré was bad for what he said, but people are being hilarious saying the Drag Queen Story Hour is just reading books. Okay. Didn't say anything bad or attack anyone specifically.
I got you.
Oh boy.
Sorry for interrupting your intro, but you be calling me out and shit. I mean, fuck
off. You're right. I did. Took a shot.
Okay. Well, great. Thanks for that. Let's move on to our friend Elder Drazzy, brand new here, but I met them on someone else's channel. I'm blanking now. Oh yeah, Waterkai. I was on Waterkai's channel, and we had a great time there. So I invited them in. How are you, Elder?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you a lot for inviting me. This is super cool to be here. I don't usually say this about myself, but since it's kind of relevant, I am. So I stream about a lot of different things, but professionally, I'm a surveillance expert. I've helped like police go over footage for to help like find a murderer before. I've done some of the largest school districts in my state for actually setting up their surveillance or like upgrading them. That's a big part of like my knowledge pool. So I'm happy to actually get to use that tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Corey. Always happy to have Corey, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. How are you doing?
I'm doing the same as when everyone else
That's
asks
true.
me that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got to go through the motions, right? But yeah, always super grateful to be here. And if it wasn't obvious, Scott is streaming on Rumble. I think they've mentioned that like 50 times by now. But I'm also happy to see that Scott is supporting a Canadian company, Rumble, where free speech is dead, according to Jordan Peterson, who falls for fake articles on Twitter, where also Twitter is now the bastion of free speech, except in the case of the 12-hour suspension on Scott. But yeah, super grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into the topics. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I cover science and research. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, thank you so much.
One of your better intros, Corey. Nice work there. Okay. Next, we have like a row of all-stars here. Sorry, my friend Counterpoints. Counterpoints, thanks for being here. We usually have you on like the last week of a month, but you weren't able to make it. But I'm so happy that you were able to make it today, May Day. How are you, friend?
I'm doing beautifully. So the reason why I'm available on time is because my second son, is due any moment now. So, basically in the next couple of days, I'll be welcoming my second child. So I'm on paternity leave. So I'll be able to stream and argue with you folks for the next 60 days or so, hopefully making up for that revenue. So of course, give all of your money to Prime Kai. And then if you have any money left over, then come give it to me for welcoming my child into the world. But no, I identify as center right. I got a lot of right wing sympathies. I'm a statist though, so that makes me a communist in Scott's and some other right wing folks' eyeballs. So basically just a centrist. And then I'm a former law enforcement officer, former Marine, and
But you're my summer.
And I'm doing pretty good on Warhammer 40K YouTube. So basically, I've been breaking down all the Warhammer animations. We're up to 40,000 subs, and we're doing good metrics. So basically break down things you love that don't get shot down by the algorithmic gods, and they will reward you as long as you don't challenge the status quo. So my advice to people at home is, don't argue about things that are important. Argue about stupid things that give you money.
Okay, Connor. A fantastic lesson for your upcoming son. This is a good answer. I am really excited for you, and blessings to you and your family. And you can't let us know when it actually happens.
I'll be back next week with a child cradled into my chest as I paint Warhammer miniatures and yell at people.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's exposing them to toxic fumes to start them off with. All right, let's move on to our friend Joe. Joe, MVP, calling that for a reason. Joe Lewis, how are you, friend?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Been pretty well. I'm very excited for the upcoming season for the Philadelphia Bulldogs. I knew Ben would like that one. It was a good day for Philadelphia sports this weekend. And hopefully it's going to be a good next couple of days for just Philadelphia sports generally. So you have me in a very precarious position. There's a Sixers game going on right now, and it's close. So, but I figured I'd take some time and watch the game and argue with some folks. So yeah, either way, it's been good.
Well, thanks so much for making time for us. Seriously, most people, GSU Gambit I'm talking about, would fuck off when there's the sports game going on. So thank you for sticking around with us. And who the fuck are the Bulldogs? I don't know what.
I mean, it's just it's a meme, but basically, like the Eagles drafted two of the best linemen in the entire draft in a row. When people basically, and maybe Bam can elaborate on this if we want to fuck around, but basically like the Eagles got away with draft murder, so they shouldn't have. So it worked out. I mean, I'm not complaining, but a lot of people are very upset, especially Cowboys fans. But they can hold that.
So it's just a nickname for the Eagles.
No, it's Georgia Bulldogs is a football team, and University of Georgia. They won the national championship the last 2 years in a row. Their defense is like legendarily good. I'm not even a Georgia fan, but I have to admit it. Their defense is legendarily good, and the Eagles have racked up on like a lot of that talent.
All right, fair enough. Got it. Thank you. Yeah. Last but not least, our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie is here. How are you, friend?
Doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Okay, shortest one of all, as always. Let's move on to the topics. All right, and I hope you guys like these ones. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is being heavily criticized due to a recent tweet. The message was in response to the latest tragic shooting in his state, in which 5 people were killed by a gunman. Abbott referred to the victims as illegal immigrants, which critics say dehumanizes them. This follows similar criticism of Republicans/conservatives for using the term China virus during the COVID pandemic. But both these terms are an accurate description of their subjects. Why shouldn't proponents use them? Is this a case of liberals denying reality for the sake of political correctness, or is this, empathetically, I wrote this, shaping language, especially when dealing with the marginalized? Not too much to ask. All right. Wouldn't be a stream if I didn't struggle with like reading my own fucking topics. All right, so it was a tragic story, you know, and I think most of you have heard it already. Is that a gunman, like a guy talks to his neighbor, says, "Hey man, just like stop like shooting your gun, because we got a baby asleep here. So if you could just like knock that off, like that'd be really cool." And then he just like murders a family, the gunman, and now he's on the run. And Greg Abbott offering a prize, right? Like a prize for assisting with his capture, $50,000, cause the victims illegal immigrants, which all kinds of feelings about that. So I just want to explore: is that fair? Are we making a big deal out of nothing? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah. So the concern with the term illegal immigrant generally, I think, is language policing. I thought China virus was fine, and I think the term illegal immigrant, which is the most accurate term for people who immigrated here illegally, is also fine, right? Undocumented immigrant doesn't actually make as much sense. It could mean somebody who is here legally but then lost their documentation. Illegal immigrant is a perfectly fine term. There are laws on how to immigrate to the US, and these people broke those laws. In talking about those laws, it makes sense to use the term illegal immigrant. That all being said, and looking at this specific tweet, this specific snafu, I don't really know what the purpose was in outlining that they're anything other than victims here. I don't really see how their legal status is actually relevant to the fact that they were murdered. So it does kind of come across a little bit as tone deaf, and it seems to emphasize the wrong thing. This isn't like a conversation about illegal immigration, which I think is perfectly fine to use the term illegal immigrant, but it's about 5 people who were murdered. So I think victim is probably a better term.
Fair enough. And just one thing I forgot to correct, because I learned this after I wrote this. But apparently one of the victims had legal status. So just
permanent resident.
Yeah, permanent residence. Yeah. Okay. Scott.
Yeah. So I read this statement and I was trying to understand the outrage, because the statement is, I mean, you can read the statement yourself. The statement is very much saying we're offering a $50,000 reward. We want to do everything we possibly can to stop this insane murderer. And so it's really confusing because it's all of the right things that anyone could ever expect from him, just the wrong word. The word is the only thing offensive here to the left. And when you look at the comments on the Twitter post, it is full of thousands of outraged people. How dare you say this? And it's really interesting. The way I see it, I can only see it as one of 2 reasons why this is. Number one is it shows the insane cultish mindset of individuals that have fallen into left-wing ideology, where it has nothing to do with policy. It has nothing to do with pragmatism. It even has nothing to do with consequentialist philosophy that supposedly undergirds many of their arguments and their argumentation. Instead, what it is histrionics and rage directed at someone not using the right words. The person has identified themselves as not one of them, and therefore they are enraged. Everything is an emotional argument for not having the right ideas and not having the right philosophy. And by using words that are common to the right, you have proven that you are an enemy no matter what you do. Until you adopt their cultish ideology, you are the enemy and you're a terrible person, even if you're like saving puppies from burning buildings. The other thing that I look at this, the other way that I look at this is I wonder, I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing this out there, if much of this rage is simply a manufactured distraction from the fact that this case supports and shows exactly why common sense gun control is an insanely stupid idea. Here you have, presumably, the individual that we believe is the main suspect, someone that was deported in March of 2009, deported again in September of 2009, deported again in January of 2012, deported again in July of 2016, and has a DUI conviction in Montgomery County in 2012. And yet they had a firearm that they likely illegally obtained because it's almost impossible to think that they went through a background check, which is mandated in Texas as well as every other state in the United States of America. And the individual who is a victim, whose wife and child died, was unarmed and was someone that was an illegal immigrant, unable to have access to a firearm like they should have, and ran out the back window, unable to defend their family. If that person had been armed against someone, it's very likely that he may have been able to save his family, or at the very least save one of the people that was killed, as the women were shielding other children with their bodies. So I wonder if this is merely a distraction from the fact that more people need to be armed, including immigrants, illegal or not, and we're just outraged over histrionics. I can't tell which one it is. Be interesting to see what other people have. But nevertheless, this is a complete nothing burger. The idea that he said this in what seems to be an empathetic statement, that he just didn't use the right words that the left demands.
Okay. Thank you for that. Bam.
Okay, yeah. Like it's pretty obvious that it's pretty obvious that the reason he used this context, uses working context. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but at least subliminally, it's like it's supposed to like matter less. Like he doesn't care that much about the situation. Like if anything, the reward for his capture is so he doesn't hurt any true Americans. Like because if you look at one tweet above, just we're talking about like, oh, he's just saying what's correct. Like the one tweet above is joined families of fallen peace officers last night for an evening in remembrance of their loved ones. Like there's so much more thought into his word. There's so much more empathy given. Like Greg Abbott himself and any Republican, conservative, whatever, if we decide to call like ex-service members or police officers, if we just said, oh yeah, the dudes who beat up black people, or oh, the dudes that get drunk on Fridays, like some of them are dead, it's whatever, you would say like, oh, okay, that seems effed up and contextually rude, and you're supposed to respect Americans, whatever. So I don't understand this argument of like, oh, he just used the wrong word. It's not about the word, it's about the emotion he was trying to detach from the situation.
Drazi.
What Bam just said was really good. I agree with a lot of that. When somebody dies, we usually report it using their most prominent title. Sometimes it'd be like "father gunned down tonight," or "officer," or a judge. To say illegal immigrants or illegal immigrant is, I don't even need to take the context of the person who said it's history and their politics into account to know that there seems to be a deliberate moving away from what would be the norm in a situation like this. There is no reason to call somebody that unless you're trying to dehumanize them in some way. I actually foresaw a kind of response like Scott's, and I thought to myself when I was thinking about this topic, imagine if somebody shot up a gay club and somebody said, we're going to do everything that we can to catch the person who brutally and savagely murdered these and then used a slur for gay people. So I'm going to offer $1 million reward for the capture of this person. Nobody would ever make the claim like, well, he just used the wrong words. I know that the word is offensive to some people, but like he's doing everything that like more than anybody else is doing to try to catch this person. To incentivize the capture. We would never say like, well, he just used the wrong words. And I think that it is extremely demoralizing to call somebody who was murdered. I think they were men, or it was a man that got murdered. And then, so like, I just don't understand why we wouldn't use any other title unless we want to express some kind of bigotry in doing so.
Thank you so much, Corey.
Yeah, I'll be brief because pretty much I agree with a lot of the sentiments that Bam just outlined, and also pretty much use the terminology that Lactoid brought up, which is like, yeah, it's just like tone deaf. Do I think like this is the most like important issue of our time? No, but at the end of the day, I have no problem admitting that language matters, in my mind, and that to answer the prompt specifically, is empathically shaping language, especially when dealing with the marginalized, not too much to ask? I would say the answer is no. To pretty much reiterate, empathically shaping language is important when dealing with marginalized groups, or I would say when dealing with anybody, with any person. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. And counter.
Yeah, so I think this is kind of histrionic or whatever. Like obviously the most important thing is that this person is captured or killed, and when I'm talking about the criminal, basically. And also I think that if people were smart, they would just accept the premise that this was like an illegal immigrant family and then use that as a passionate launch for, well, despite having questionable immigration status, they still reach out to law enforcement, and they knew that they were risking it, and it was obviously a serious situation, and law enforcement didn't take the situation serious enough. As a result, these people are dead. They didn't have access to firearms, like Scott said, where they're treated as second-class citizens and all that kind of shit. So basically, rather than using the verbiage as a battering ram against your political opponents, I would just meet them where they're descriptively at, accept the premise, but then bring up all the more interesting facts of the case, where being a quote unquote illegal immigrant does kind of set you as a second class citizen, and are second class citizens deserving of dignity and respect and human rights and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that would be a lot more, if I was a progressive, that would be my angle, not mincing words over the term. End of rant.
Okay, thank you so much. And sorry, audience, some weird noises came from my computer just now. But you might have. Could you repeat that last part? Because my audience might not have heard the last part. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All I was saying is I would absolutely change tactics on this. I wouldn't use illegal immigrant as the thing to complain about. I would use the label of illegal immigrant to start describing all of the challenges that these people would have faced. For instance, like Scott saying that they wouldn't have been able to arm themselves, or they would have been less likely to report things to police. That's what I would talk about rather than the label.
Okay, thank you. All right, and again, sorry, audience, with my computer doing fun stuff. All right, let's go to our friend Joe Lewis.
Yeah, this is just kind of a really simple example of why indexicals matter. And indexicals is just the idea that it's just a thing that points to something. So, like, index is a sign that points to something. So, when Governor Abbott uses the word illegal immigrant, that is pointing to a bunch of different meanings. And those meanings can be social, those meanings can be political, those meanings can be apolitical. It can just mean a bunch of different things. So for the people who are upset, they're upset because of what the word illegal immigrant is pointing to and how they interpret the language in the context of Governor Abbott saying it. And if we take that to be true, then we can probably have a conversation of like, okay, what are better words that we can use to point to potentially caring for these individuals? That's why it's probably best, in my opinion, to just stick to victim, especially considering, from what I'm remembering correctly, that the immigration status of these individuals wasn't even disclosed to the public yet. And I still don't think it is. I know the one individual came out and declared that they're a permanent resident through like Twitter, but other than that, I don't think that was even made public yet. So if again, like this, it's on the onus of Greg Abbott to contextualize that, but he's not. It's just Twitter. But I think in the long run, like, yeah, we should probably pay attention to the words that we use for individuals in tragedy and not, because that can allocate different types of care. Like just saying illegal immigrant in a political context can like allocate different types of care, no different than any other indexical. But I'm not Greg Abbott, so that's his job to sort of contextualize that if he feels the need to. He probably won't, but I mean, that's all I got.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Doobie.
I think that it's totally reasonable to describe these people as illegal immigrants because they are, right? And I think that the kind of hubbub over people not using the correct PC term it's like Scott said. It's kind of like histrionics, right? It's just kind of silly. You're not using the right words. You're not using our newspeak, so you're bad. I think it's also interesting, as a sidebar, that the guy who murdered these people had apparently been deported like 5 or 6 times, right? So maybe it's actually the fault of the progressives who stood in front of Trump's border wall and kept that from being built that are responsible for these people being murdered. Just something to think about.
It's just something inflammatory. Okay, over to the panel.
Something to think about.
Just food for thought.
I just wanted to say one thing. So some people said, and it didn't even dawn on me until I saw it. Some people were saying, well, we treat them like second-class citizens, but
they are.
They're not even
Yeah,
citizens.
well, they're not.
Yeah, they're not even citizens, right? So like, of course, we're not even going to treat them like second-class citizens because, of course, they're not going to have like all the rights and responsibilities of a U.S. citizen. They're not citizens at all.
And I feel like some people were saying, giving the argument of like, or to counterpoint your argument of like, oh yeah, let's just take this and talk about the problems. Like, oh, they're illegal immigrants, so like whatever argument you make, like the response is going to be, yeah, that's why they shouldn't be here. They would have been safe if they weren't in the country to begin with. Like it's which I mean, people are.
Well, I mean, you're pulling an argument unsaid that you're presuming. Right. Like I do want to point one thing out. The interesting thing is that maybe people aren't noticing is that almost all of these high profile politicians, governors, presidents, senators, even congressmen and women, if you prefer, because you don't understand the English language. Even all of these people, they have interns run their account. So the fact that a weird word was said probably actually proves that empathy was here. Because Greg Abbott himself felt it necessary to go to his Twitter and tweet it out himself. Because if a fucking 19-year-old immigrant wrote this shit, I'm sorry, 19-year-old intern wrote this shit, you know that they probably wouldn't have said that. Like if it was a social media like person or PR person that put out this statement, right? It would come off as like cold and calculated, much the same, but they wouldn't use the wrong terms because they would know better. What this shows is that Greg Abbott himself felt like there's a fucking manhunt. We better get this motherfucker that murdered people in my state, and like felt the need to take to Twitter. Now, it could be that he's doing it reflexively because he feels like he needs to be on the ground or something, but it does show that he's actively involved in the situation and trying to do something about this from one domain or another. And so you might actually use it as proof of empathy, not a lack of empathy.
Well, yeah,
I'm kind of confused because it says illegal immigrant in the press release as well. So the language of the tweet matches the language of the press release. So I don't know what.
I mean, yeah, I mean the press release is there, but I mean he presumably wrote it. I mean, like he's probably taking an active hand in this. Like I don't think an intern on social media would use the term illegal immigrant. I just don't.
I don't think tweeting is a sign of empathy. Also, when somebody dies, is there any time that's more important?
You better say hashtag thoughts and prayers.
What?
I don't pray, and on these panels, I certainly don't think. I just think that when somebody dies, what you say about them isn't for that person; it's for the people that cared about them that are still alive. So if you want to think about the people that cared about the victims, to see them boiled down to just being an illegal immigrant, whereas, as I said before, the status quo, and I think Bam said too, is to give their most prominent title that's like personal to them, like usually like job title or say father, something father of two, to then take it and to use a term that is frequently used to discredit or separate people in some way. It is extremely unsensitive to the people that are alive who just lost somebody very important to them. And I don't think it's unreasonable. I think it is a very, very common expectation to be sensitive around the death of somebody, especially if the death is something really bad, like being murdered. It's not like he just died.
This is victim like a PC term. Is that like new?
No, this is utter cope, and I'll prove it to you right now. I guarantee you right? If a white person was to, let's say, oh, I don't know, shoot a black family today, right now, while we're on this panel, the entire media would say white man murders 5 black people. And yet you would not have any issue with the media reporting the race as an identifier of that person. You would not.
They would.
Like,
They do it all the time.
Now.
They do it all the time.
None of these lefties, there would not be
Fabian,
thousands of lefties being like, how dare you call these people black? They're father. They are. It would be conservatives that would be like, why are you reporting the race of this individual?
No,
okay, but this boils down to what Joe was saying, though, of like indices. Like you're basically conveying like additional meanings. So when you're saying like white person guns down black face, like let's just use the church example. You're pointing out to say something. You're basically saying that there's enough bigotry in this country that a racially motivated attack took these people out, and that's a problem we need to solve. So then what we're really talking about, if we're accepting like the indices argument, is whether or not illegal immigration is a valid indice in this situation in which a murder occurred. And I think that like Doobie and I are saying yes, because like the immigration status of people who are both committing crimes
it's
and
important to the context of the crime
is important to the thing. So you can assume bad faith if you want, that he's just trying to say like, don't even give a shit about these people because they're not even citizens. Who gives a fuck if these people are murdered? You can read that into it if you want, but my read would basically be like, flip that on its fucking head and then have the conversation that they're doing the indice to.
Sure, but we can recognize that like it would be the onus of Abbott to point to why that matters. Like, why does calling them illegal immigrants matter? No different than why would you call somebody white in a shooting matters. Like, these things matter in terms of like not only the care that, like I said in my statement, the care that people have towards the situation within the resources that are allocated towards that. Like,
yeah,
I think
so
it's reasonable to believe
if Abbott was being honest, I think he would say like, yeah, like I care that these people were murdered, but I think that this is indicative of the fact that we have an uncontrolled border that allows criminals and victims into our society that technically we're not responsible for. If he was being honest.
So before I want to go to Lactoid. Before that, I just gotta like reply to Scott what you said before, talking about like a 19-year-old intern or like maybe an experienced PR person, wouldn't have written that. I disagree with you here. So I think that the people that the people that Greg Abbott would hire, the people in his orbit are people that share his thoughts. Right, like even the vendors he uses will oftentimes like share thoughts. Will be conservatives who will be steeped within conservative media and will accept your framing of these things. Right, like the framing that you Counterpoints and Doobie and all these guys are saying. So I don't think, I absolutely think that if he had been someone else, and I don't know exactly who wrote the tweet.
Neither of us know. What I'm saying is that if it's somebody's job to avoid fiascos on Twitter, right? They're probably less likely to use, because like I think we can all agree that like it was probably stupid for him to say illegal immigrant, right? The difference is whether or not this is like him trying to like this like how dare you, as opposed to like, you know, dude, maybe a better word.
And beyond that, and beyond that, there's also like there's also
Prime.
Okay,
ask a question. Like, so
yeah, go ahead.
Why is it stupid then? Like you just like when in your
because it's going to cause the left to freak out because the left can't handle reality. So it's stupid to do that because you have to talk. The same reason it's stupid for Joe Biden to say that, to call every right winger a MAGA extremist, right? Like to the left, it's perfectly fine to say that, but it's dumb for a president to say something that is likely going to be divisive to half the country. And I think it's probably somewhat smart to recognize that even though that might not be how he means it, or that's not some malice or something, and in fact, he's trying to catch this person and solve this problem and get justice for those families, as he stated, it's going to piss off a bunch of lefties like you that are race and immigration obsessed.
I don't give a fuck about what Greg Abbott says about some people who died. Like, I'm sorry if that surprises you, but like I just take issue with the idea that like, yeah, like I don't understand why you think it's stupid, because you're saying it's stupid because the left is going to be outraged. But I think respectively, Greg Abbott doesn't give a fuck about the left and what Democrats think. If he did, he would appeal to them more overtly. So like, that's my
No,
argument. I don't think Greg Abbott gives
no,
a shit about the left.
that's
and
silly.
Democrats.
That's silly to think that a politician, right? Like the country is not
It's Texas.
50-50. No, the country's not a purple state. The country's not
Purple?
50-50, right? Like, well, I mean, it is. I mean, Texas has been getting pretty close in a lot of elections.
All right.
Now, the country's not 50-50. People aren't just like enemy lines drawn. I'm either a Democrat or Republican and I'm unspeakable. Most of the people, right, sit somewhere in the middle and they lean one way or the other. And you run the risk as a politician of if you piss off one side, of pissing off people in the middle that you could have gotten towards your side, et cetera, et cetera. Politicians obviously care what people think about them. They're all a bunch of fucking narcissists, and that's their whole job, is to care what people think about them.
Again, respectfully, I don't think Greg Abbott cares if he loses some centrists and lefties. Like, I
completely agree with you there. Let's go to our friend Lactoid, who's next.
That's so silly.
Lactoid.
Okay.
I wanted to because I was thinking Scott brought up a good point with where you look up news stories, specifically news stories, they will emphasize, even if there's no evidence of like a hate crime or evidence of like a race-based motivation, they will emphasize the perpetrator as being white if they're white, and the victim as being black if they're black. So I mean, there's
not
that.
If it's a hate crime on Asians
but
in
not
New
if
York
it's
City.
not if it's the other way around. That's true. But one of the things that I think is interesting too is I'm trying to like consider, for other crimes, do people do this? And I mean, I just Googled it, and I mean, I just intuitively, I thought this was, it made sense to me. I mean, I've seen news stories that say things like, drug dealer killed, or, members of drug ring killed in like shooting. And, they do emphasize the fact like they're part, like they have committed this crime, and that, maybe they're trying to draw some connection as to, by being part of this, they're not safe. They're engaging in some kind of lifestyle that's unsafe, which is ultimately the reason for their murder. But if this was just a news story, I think it would make sense to include the fact that they're illegal immigrants. But Scott, I'm just just help me.
Like
help
a
me
statement from the governor.
Yeah, help me
maybe.
understand. Like, so there's a difference here between like a news statement saying, "Hey, they're illegal," just so you know. Okay, informative. But like a governor saying, "Our hearts are with these dear illegal immigrants." It's like, it just kind of comes across as weird. Like when you're giving some kind of like sympathy, why are you emphasizing the fact that they were illegal immigrants, drug dealers, any kind of
doesn't that highlight
they're brown, so white people don't need to freak out if they're living in the suburbs. Okay, if you're in the suburbs and you're white and you're making more than $50,000 a year, you don't need to be worried about your neighbor murdering you, because these people were brown and they were in the wrong side of town and they had a shady immigration status. So white people, do not freak out. You are not in danger. Keep paying your taxes. Keep working your jobs.
Doobie, quick response if you want. But then I want Scott to be able to answer that question. I guess
I think the way that I've read it was a little different. Right? It wasn't that these people are like illegal immigrants, so you don't need to worry about it. It was, hey, despite the fact that these people are illegal immigrants, I'm going to put up $50,000, and we're going to do everything we can to find this guy that killed them. Right. So
yeah, I mean, that's basically what I was going to say too. I mean, and not only that, he put the fugitive on the top 10 wanted list in Texas.
So white people, even though the victims are brown, we are going to pretend that we care for the next 60 seconds. That way the progressives don't sweat our ass about not caring about brown lives.
But you forgot, the governor doesn't care what progressives think in any way, shape, or form. So we're not allowed to say that.
Listen, we're going to pretend to care. To care for the next month, okay? And then by that time, the news story will be blown over.
You can still appeal to other conservatives or those who are right-leaning by being, generally speaking, they're the tough on crime sort of political beliefs of just to whether that's their actual intentions. I don't know, but I think you can.
Well, that's why he's doing both.
Yeah, of you can frame it to potentially, I don't know, maybe piss off a certain demographic, while also at the same time fulfilling your obligation for the optics towards your own political group of we're tough on crime. We're gonna get them because we want to keep you safe.
Especially
legally, he did
every 4 of his tweets is related to immigration. Clearly, that's his priority. That's what he talks about. He talks about the issues of immigration, so he's gonna bring it up whenever it's contextually relevant. I think that people are being. Or maybe people say that no one's made this point, so I'm not even gonna make that stretch. But I believe that just even if you wanted to picture it in the worst possible circumstances, just like earlier when we were describing white guy shoots black people, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that anyone uses words like uses that descriptive information, like it's not irrelevant. They're saying it because they're trying to convey feelings, regardless of if you think that's
Right.
like positive or negative. So I don't understand why, like earlier, it felt like we were just saying that he just happened to describe them as illegal immigrants, and that was just a piece of like he was just trying to be descriptively accurate. No, he was
because
it seemed like he was trying to convey something.
Yeah, so it's one of two things. Either he's like a thoughtless idiot who immigration is on the brain, so it just was like a Freudian slip, or it's Corey's point that it's actually like a 10,000 IQ Giga Chad move where he's like, hey, like illegal immigration is important to me, but we're going to pursue, and these guys shouldn't have been here, but we're also going to pursue the criminal because I'm tough on crime. So he's literally sending out like a dual virtue signal to conservatives simultaneously.
I mean, or it's both. Like, or he's the governor of Texas, and immigration is a topic that is constantly discussed, right? And from a conservative point of view, that is just the language that he uses to describe illegal immigrants, as opposed to like the Zapatos that are like all permanent residents, right? And he feels that there is some nature to this. I don't know how fucking Greg Abbott feels. None of us do, right? All we have is this tweet. What I do know is the idea that we're focusing so hard, and the whole topic is upon the usage of a word that is normal in the lexicon of the right and abnormal and seen as offensive in the lexicon of the left. Right?
No, but this is contextually abnormal.
The whole
it's not about like again, the term is not about the word itself. It's contextually weird. Like contextually, this is very unique. Like the norm for this situation for Des, Lactoid said it first, and like like victim is the norm for this situation. It wasn't like he was just following the status quo, and we're asking for like a new, more PC term.
It's not, because one is a tweet, right, where he's telling people follow hashtag Operation Lone Star, and he's being matter of fact. When he's speaking, giving a speech, he says, quote, "Our hearts go out to the families and loved ones of the 5 victims that were taken in this senseless act of violence. I continue working with state and local officials to ensure that we have all available resources to respond to this horrific crime. I thank the men and women in law enforcement who are tirelessly working to ensure this criminal is caught and brought to justice." So when he's giving a statement,
can you read the first paragraph, or do you want me to read it?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's one is a statement, one is the quote. I'm reading the quote. That's the important distinction. Do you think you have me on a do you think you have me on a gotcha?
No.
The non-quote is Governor Greg Abbott today announced a $50,000 reward for a Texas Department of Public Safety DPS top 10 fugitive who is in the country illegally and killed 5 illegal immigrants in a shooting Friday night in Cleveland, Texas. So the matter of fact, factual way that it's described is illegal immigrant, which may or may not pertain to how he deals with it, what funds are used in it, what departments he may need to get out. Like ICE was the one that was putting out information on Francisco or Pereza, right? Like ICE is involved. Why? Because he's an illegal immigrant, right? And then when he's speaking as a quote to the people, there is a dissonance, because it's but it's not, because there's two separate situations. Yes, there's a clash between them, because what I'm saying is there is a statement that is cold and matter of fact that says, here are the details. Follow these details, and then there are statements in a speech.
That's what I'm saying. You're acting like it's descriptive for the sake of being descriptive. He would have. This is the last thing I'm gonna say.
I can explain it, because like maybe you're not understanding. Like I think why people are taking issue with what you're saying. So yes, there's a matter of fact statement that isn't his quote, but then in the tweet itself, he says, "I've announced a $50K reward for info of the criminal who killed 5 illegal immigrants Friday." So if we can reasonably believe that, like, it's Greg Abbott tweeting that, that's the dissonance. In one context, he's not using it. In this context, he is. That's
the dissonance. The dissonance is that the word is a descriptive word. I
gotta move on.
And you guys are freaking out over the word.
I gotta move on. So we gotta go to Doobie, Corey, and then Lactoid. I think your hand up. All right.
I'm just kind of curious. So, like, do you guys also think it was offensive for the killer to be called an illegal immigrant? Like, is that something that should also been left out of the reporting?
Scott thinks it's the
Probably,
same.
yeah.
Apparently.
Why the fuck does he leave it out of the reporting for the fucking perpetrator?
Well, when he said
why is that?
He disproved what I
Because we're
said
okay
by
with shaming
saying that
them.
I would care if they called the murderer in a situation white. When I was appealing to empathy for the victim, so obviously to Scott, it's exactly the same. I was just preaching for
I wasn't
sensitivity and
asking.
consideration
I
for
wasn't
the
asking
victims.
Scott. So Elder. Should we? Is it also offensive to call the killer an illegal immigrant?
I think that's when the context of the person saying it matters in the context of how you're saying it. Like if
What?
it's included, it's probably fine. But
What if he's just factually an illegal immigrant who's been
yeah,
deported 4 or 5 times?
I'm fine with
think
saying
it
that.
can.
I
I
don't
think
believe
it
that
can.
great
I think
argument.
I think that it can be okay. I'm not the biggest fan of the term, but if somebody wants to call a killer that, somebody who's deserving of like some kind of condemnation, I'm a lot more comfortable with that.
Wait,
Dude,
hold on.
this
Calling
is-
You
the
think
this
you
is-
think
victim
you
this
think?
is
crime
insane.
that.
Wait, hold on.
This
You
is
think the term
insane.
itself is condemnation? So if someone is just here illegally, they are.
I think it is
factually an
often
illegal immigrant.
used to condemn.
What?
I think it is often used
Okay, Doobie's about
to
to put us in
condemn
a
people.
rabbit hole.
Whether
Yeah.
I don't think it's like baked into the term itself, but it is frequently used to condemn people.
Yeah, if
or say
people
something
feel
like
shame
that.
about
Yeah.
being here illegally and
Let's
breaking
let
our
Doobie
laws,
go
maybe they
because
should.
it's sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're saying, hey, it's used to condemn people, well, if they're here illegally breaking our laws, maybe they should be condemned in some way. That's fine, right? They should be condemned for that action. But if we're talking about the status of a person who's here in the country illegally, I don't see what the issue is with just saying, hey, this person is an illegal immigrant. They're here. Their status here is illegal. They're not supposed to be here.
Why didn't we
Less,
mention
I
that
take
they were
less
left or
issue if it's
right-handed?
if
Why
it's
didn't we
This
mention
isn't-
that?
murderer.
That's not relevant to the conversation.
It's not relevant. That's the point. It's not relevant
Wait,
to
hold
the
on, but
conversation.
hold on,
You
but
said
their
that
immigration
racially.
status and
Absolutely
the immigration
relevant.
status
It's not.
of the
It's
guy
not
who murdered
relevant
them
when
is relevant.
It doesn't relevant when a bullet hits you. It doesn't like the stat. Like I'm sorry, that's just not relevant.
When
to
you're
the-
state,
It's relevant
to
if you want to
bullet
get rid of
piercing a
them.
hold on, hold
8-year-old.
on. No, I gotta deal with this. So there's this fucking thing that's happened in the past 20 years and it's driving me fucking crazy. A state is charged with the protection of its people. It's the sole reason why it exists. And citizens enter a pseudo-voluntary contract in order to engage with the state
Pseudo.
and for the state. Yeah, pseudo. In order for the state to render
Appreciate it.
certain services. So when you have people who immigrate into the area who do not like render responsibilities and who commit crimes and who are not engaging in the social contract, that is absolutely fucking relevant to how we pursue immigration and criminal law.
But that's not how the
100%
United States works.
I'm
People,
so
you
confused.
do have rights
That's how
outside.
states work.
No, you have rights outside of a citizen. You have a right to not be murdered. That's like it would be one thing
Oh,
if
you
it was
don't?
like if it was okay
Yes,
to
you
murder
do.
non-citizens.
Do you? Is
Yes.
that lactoid
Yes.
as a lawyer, is that right practiced outside of the borders of the United States
Yes.
frequently?
Well, let me tell you, as a lawyer, in the United States, even if you're not a citizen, you have the right to not be murdered. You cannot be murdered just
Based.
because you are not a citizen.
Hot
You
take.
can't vote.
You
You
think-
can't vote, but you don't get murdered. Okay.
Okay, do you think outside of the borders of the United States, it's frequently the fact that there's nation states who cannot render the social contract that I just described? And so if you say that there's a right to life outside of the border of the United States, you can say that, but there's actually no enforcement mechanism in many parts of the world.
So outside of the borders of the United States is a very different issue. And there's a couple court cases that actually deal with this, right? So outside of the U.S., this is part of the reason why we have Guantanamo Bay. There's little to no rights that actually apply to non-nationals, right? But as long as you're within the borders of the U.S., even if you're not a citizen, you do have some rights. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
So,
If I improperly articulated that, I'm not trying to say that not second class citizens, but illegal immigrants should be able to be gunned down in the fucking street. I'm just saying that it's pertinent to the conversation of fucking, rights and responsibilities.
We're gonna go to Correlactoid and Bam, but before that, I just had to say something to Drazi. Like, I'm really surprised about your answer to Doobie previously. To like, maybe it's okay to use illegal immigrants, considering what you had said previously, right? Like you said that illegal immigrant is used as like a slur, right? That you compared it specifically to that, and so why would we allow? Imagine, just let's flip this around. A black guy like murders a few white people, right? Like he goes to town on the local libertarians. And like he was referred to as the N-word in there. I mean, he's a killer. He's definitely a killer.
Mhm.
But like we'll use the N-word.
Sure.
There. Like, wouldn't that be a problem?
Okay, so I would have the exact same answer. Say I don't like the phrase. Or in this case, I don't like the word. But if we're describing somebody who murdered somebody, I have more understanding in this situation than if it was the victim.
No.
That's what I said to him.
But this isn't someone random, right? This is, and even then, I don't feel the same way. But fair enough.
Yeah,
but even in this context, this is an official declaration, right? Like a Twitter message and a press statement, official declarations by the government. Are you saying that?
Sure.
And that
no.
Okay. Here's the reward for this N-word.
Yeah. So
because there's a difference in how those phrases are used and the impact they would have, for sure.
The problem is that when you say that, right, then you are forcing upon the conservative the opposite opinion, which is that when a conservative uses the word illegal immigrant to be descriptive, and then you're like, well, you can use it to attack the shooter, but you can't use it for the families. What you're saying is I'm forcing you to recognize that this is an insult. If the conservative views the word simply as description of their immigration status, and it's pertinent to mention that, then there should be no reason why the conservatives should use that for the shooter versus why the conservatives should use that for the families, because it is a description of their immigration status that helps describe the context of what situation they may or may not be in, both legally, their protections from the law, whether or not they could have guns, why they might have been in the neighborhood they were in, et cetera, et cetera.
But I came at this from empathy for. I said that there should be a level of decency and sensitivity to the people that are related or cared about that person. That's what I care about, and that's why that matters. If we're talking about a murderer, we don't care about their family like that.
Corey Lactoid Bam.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll answer. I'm pretty much going to springboard off of what was just covered and answer the question that to be posed of like I'm pretty much on the opposite end of Elderdrazi, where it's like, yeah, I would be consistent. Just as I'm not a fan of referring to the victims as illegal immigrants, I'm also not a fan of referring to the perpetrator as an illegal immigrant. I would be consistent across the board, and also, so
I said I wasn't a fan. I didn't say we should.
But I think
I said it's more understandable. That's it.
I think you used the word understandable.
It's more, yeah.
Like, sure, I can cognitively understand it.
Only because you view it as a slur. It's only more understandable if you think it's a slur, and that's how he thinks.
Let Corey handle it. Corey, please.
So I would guess maybe I would pose the question to you, Doobie, like, you just, the way I understood how you framed it, of like, well, they're just using, accurate language. So then presumably, if let's say you replaced illegal immigrant with like, let's catch the perpetrator who has like made these decaying bodies or corpses. Technically true, and maybe scientifically accurate. You'd have no issues with that. I'm just like, hey, they're just now decaying corpses. So let's go get them.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be like offended by it. I would think it's stupid, right? I think it's like you probably shouldn't say things. It would be insensitive, basically. I don't think it's insensitive to point out that somebody's an illegal immigrant.
Well, I think that is the disc. I do think it's insensitive. Just as like whatever, if let's say a doctor is coming in to break some news that a loved one passed away, I would not refer to them as like, well, yeah, the person you care about is now a decaying corpse. Probably not technically true. Okay, they are now no longer alive and they're decaying, and they're a decaying body. But probably.
Well, your illegal immigrant mom has passed away.
Yeah, but language matters.
No more anchor babies, unfortunately.
Or it's like we now have 5 dead bipeds. Technically true.
This is insane. They are not the same thing. Elderdrazi tried to make it about gay slur, and now you're talking about decaying corpses. Neither of these things are descriptions that are relevant to legal context.
How is it relevant to the victims? How is it relevant to the context of the victims? Please, can you articulate that?
It's not just the victims. The Twitter statement is not just going to the victims. It's going out to the public at large about what's going on, and their immigration status is relevant. Relevant to like what resources get used. It's relevant to what resources get used.
Okay, so
it might be relevant to the political context.
I would want to
answer that. Don't let them just say stuff. What does that mean?
So as in that might be where the disconnect is of like.
So ICE is involved in this case. ICE would not be involved if these people were illegal.
Let Corey finish his point, please, Corey.
Yeah. So like, I will try to give you space, Scott, to address what I'm about to say. But like, so I can take your point that maybe it alludes to the resources that'll be allocated from the state in terms of capturing whatever the perpetrator. But I think Lactoid brought up something that's important of like, whether Greg Abbott has the intention or not, I don't know. But presumably one would hope that, a political figure in this position, they would want to be sympathetic to the families of these victims, regardless of their status. And so, like, why use that language in the first place? If at least if you have any intention to be sympathetic at all whatsoever.
Wasn't that kind of the point of the tweet, though? So I mean, because there's like a really like good talking point on the left where they say the Republicans don't care about illegal immigrants. They can die, they can die out in the desert, they can be raped, nobody gives a fuck. But when the governor of Texas puts up a $50,000 reward, talks about this on his Twitter, says he's devoting all the resources of the state to it. He does all these things that we typically think are good, right? Typically show that he does care about these people. But he mentions that they're illegal immigrants, which to me indicates that he's going to do this despite the fact that they're illegal immigrants, because he cares about them as human beings. It's still he's like harming them in some way. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not saying he's harming. So I can understand that as a public message, but so I would try to maybe as best you can put yourself in the mindset of the families or like the loved ones of these people. Do you actually think these people, the loved ones who are of these victims, would actually like
also
appreciate
illegal and probably won't be deported, by the way, when they probably should?
Yeah,
be,
but that's not answering my question in terms of like what happens legally or whatnot. I'm just talking about what type of subjective state do you think would be induced of like, hey, your victims are illegal immigrants, or we're going to refer to them as illegal immigrants in some public messaging.
But
do you
so
think...
they're illegal immigrants, and what? What's the other part of that? I put up $50,000 of my own money, and I'm devoting all the resources of the state to that.
That's straight out of his pocket.
Yeah. Do you actually think that makes them feel better? Like, oh yeah, well yeah, we will label them as illegal immigrants, but hey,
maybe they were worried. Maybe they were worried that because they're illegal immigrants, the state wouldn't give a fuck about them. Right.
Okay,
now he says, "Hey, we know that you're illegals. We know that you're illegals, and we're going to put up the money anyway, and we're going to devote all of our resources."
I'll address it. I'll address it. Going back to my sort of zoomed in scenario of like a physician who's trying to convey the message that their loved one has passed away, and say, "Hey, your loved one is now a decaying corpse, but here's $50,000. Do you think that would alleviate their suffering and pain in that moment?"
These are not the
same. You're disanalogous. You're talking about a doctor trying to be empathetic, speaking specifically to a family, as opposed to a public statement about what you're doing.
That is my main message, and that's in the prompt of empathically shaping language.
I'll change it. I'll give you an analogous situation. Let's assume everything about this is the same, but they live in Section 8 housing, and they're American citizens, but they're poor people. And he says, poor people. And then everyone would you be like mad, upset? Like, why does how much money they have matter? Well, it matters because he's showing, as Doobie is saying, that like, just because these people are poor people on food stamps doesn't mean that I'm not putting up a $50,000 reward because I think these senseless crimes happen in our community and we should stop them.
Sure,
you wouldn't be mad.
Even dealing with that for like 2 seconds.
Actually,
let's imagine that they let's just accept. Or like hypothetically, if he doesn't give a F about anyone, he literally couldn't care less. He would spit on their graves. Would the solution be to not put up a reward and find the illegal immigrant who's a murderer?
So if he doesn't give a fuck what the left believes at all, right? Presumably he doesn't give a fuck what the left believes, as some have said here, right? And then at the same time. Was it just you? I can remember if it was other people.
Just me.
Just me. Okay, so he doesn't give a fuck what the left. I think Prime did as well. He doesn't give a fuck about what the left says, and then he has no fucks about these people in any way, shape, or form. Right? Then the tweet would read. Eyes out, everyone. One of these fucking wall hoppers is out on the loose. We're gonna make sure we get everybody we can to bring this criminal to justice. Who gives a fuck about the family? But I don't want this brown motherfucker in our country anymore. It would say
we're deporting the family tomorrow. And we're deporting the family.
But what I'm saying is,
hashtag no Mexicans, no problems. Like
it
would say wild shit.
So the point is
but he doesn't.
No, but no, I'm just saying you prove that like y'all keep making this argument like, oh, he wouldn't have gave the $50,000. But like the reality is, even if he doesn't give a f about these people, the exact same line of like actions would happen. You would need to put out some money and try to find this person.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. This is a political move one way or the other.
On the loose.
Yeah, you wouldn't need to mention the family at all.
This is obviously a political move one way or the other. Like he doesn't have to do that, but he did. That doesn't mean that he cares. I don't think politicians give a fuck about anybody.
He just says
Let's go.
50,000 words.
He literally does.
Let's go to Lactoid, and then bam, your turn after.
It's in the tweet. He says the victims and the family of this horrific crime.
Lactoid.
To answer Doobie's question, I 100% think it'd be fine to point out the immigration status of the perpetrator, because especially from Abbott's position, right? The position is, well, we have illegal immigrants that are committing murder, right? And we got a problem with this. Here's an example of the problem. That makes sense, right? It fits into the overall scheme of what they're looking for. When it comes to defining the victims as illegal immigrants, I don't see that same motivation. Generally, the problem that people have, like at least the perceived problem people have with illegal immigrants, is that they're committing crime, not that they're coming here and just becoming victims of crime. It doesn't seem to be on the top of most people's agendas. I think that if he was really trying to get at, and it could have just been a bumbled response, which is normal, but if he was trying to get at the point, which I think is like the only charitable, like the ultra charitable way of reading what he said, which is like, hey, even though they're illegal immigrants, we still care enough to investigate. If this is the case, I feel like he really could have phrased it better, in the sense of like, you start with one tweet in which you identifies them as victims, right? And then another statement, right? You say, hey, look, there's been, we have ICE on this. Not only is ICE investigating this because the perpetrator is an illegal immigrant, but also the victims here were illegal immigrants. And, this just shows how ICE responds to protect all people within the borders of Texas, blah, blah, blah. There's just like better ways.
Maybe he should put in an application to be his PR person.
Well, somebody probably.
Yeah,
could.
right.
I mean,
He's not Obama. He's not
somebody
with his fucking words.
So, well, somebody probably. Well, he's a politician, so I mean, he should be expected to be a little bit more eloquent with his words than your average person. Because how it reads right now, it is a little bit like jagged, right? It definitely does. It's kind of a jarring, like, what? Why was that in there? Like, I'm reading it, and I'm not like. I still think it's like the best. It's the best term. But like still, like, this is weird that there's this assumption that conservatives don't care about illegal immigrants. In fact, one of the most popular videos that Project Veritas has done right before they lost James O'Keefe was looking at how illegal immigrants were abused because of the Biden administration's deep need to move illegal immigrants as quickly as possible, and how these individuals were being trafficked and how abused they were. It's one of the most popular Project Veritas videos, which is obviously right-leaning, and them looking at the failures of the Biden administration in not taking care of these people, and how horrible it is that these kids are treated so poorly by this system. This idea that the conservatives' default position is not giving a fuck about illegal immigrants is a weird and old assumption that I don't think is actually true. It is just as plausible that you can use the term illegal immigrant, which is descriptive about how someone is, and still have both empathy for their situation because of their status as an illegal immigrant. It's descriptive, but like it's also descriptive in the same way of like, let's say some 15-year-old gets killed, and like let's say Abbott was like, yeah, our hearts go with the families of the 15-year-old drug dealer who was killed today. It's like, well, hold on a minute. Why'd you throw in that he was a drug dealer?
Okay, but I think we already answered the question, though. We already answered the question, though. I think he's either thoughtless or, like Corey was saying, it's like vice and virtue signaling simultaneously.
Right. But what I'm saying is it comes across as bumbled in the sense of if you were trying to appeal to like everything, there's just, and as a politician, you should be better at this. It's a better way of doing it than coming across like he does. And at the very least, you have to acknowledge that, even if you think his intentions were in the right place.
Let's go to Bab them, Joe.
I think that like the fact that there was an 8-year-old involved, like a child, I just imagine like if this would, and again, this is me projecting. I can't prove this at all. If the 8-year-old was trans or if the shooter was a drag queen, I feel like that would have like now we would have been a lot more things that he felt contextually relevant to mention. Like the idea of like they were imagining Greg Abbott like. I think Counterpoints is being super honest, super fair. I think Lactoid being super honest, super fair, Corey, etc. But like, I think Doobie and Scott's point of like, oh, he's like a robot that's just happening to drop like descriptive realities of the situation. There's no deeper meaning here. Word like
I'm
human
barely
beings don't
saying
use-
anything different than Lactoid. I already said I think it was stupid.
I think you guys have pretty significant differences, or you wouldn't be going back and forth the way you would, unless you can articulate what the similarities are.
Yeah, I agree. It's stupid. But not because I think that it shows some malice. I think it's stupid because the left believes that it's a bad naughty
what
word.
I'm pushing back again. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that he just happened to use a descriptive word, and this is the one that came out. You're saying that there's no intention to the words that a governor.
I don't think Scott said that.
You're the one without evidence, assuming that this must be attributed to some level of malice, right?
Again,
I'm saying
I didn't even say
conservatives use this terminology all the time descriptively.
Anybody but you
so-
use the word malice. Just FYI.
Yeah.
So Bam, is your position that is your belief that Scott's position is that the governor just kind of sat down and robotically typed out a description of what happened and that's it? Like there was no thought put into the tweet at all?
Yeah,
you really think that's what Scott's
I believe that
saying?
Scott's position is that no, he didn't use that word intentionally. He just happened to. He wanted to be more clear in describing. He just wanted to describe things properly. If he would have knew the weather that day, maybe he would have threw that in there.
And if you're saying that you know what his intention is, you're full of shit, right? Like neither of us know what his intention is for using that exact description.
But then you just described our intentions
is,
as malice, though, or that we are intending to assign malice.
Again, I'm not saying again. I'm saying that he wrote it.
What are you talking about? What you're Black BAM is saying that just because you're not using the exact word malice when you're saying that this points to some negative aspect where he shouldn't have done this. That this was a specific political move. What I'm saying is none of us fucking know why he did it. But the idea that we should assume that it was done for negative reasons is silly, or assume that this proves some lack of empathy is also silly.
Reasons, I'm saying it's intentional.
Do you think he's unaware of the kind of way that people are going to take it?
All action is done by all human action is rational actors doing intentions based off.
See, that's not how I'm using intentional. I'm saying that he's trying to convey a particular emotion to the people that read it. He's not just trying to describe a situation.
You don't know that.
He's using. Okay, then that's what we're disagreeing with. I'm saying I do believe that. I do think I know. I do think that he was being intentional with his wording. I can't say 100%, but I believe that strongly. That like there's a reason why he picked the word illegal immigrant. Like
it's bad either way.
It wasn't casual.
If he didn't have the intentionality, then he's speaking like way too carelessly. Then he's speaking very carelessly about people who are murdered. And if he did have the intentionality, you would then have to say, in order for there to be like nothing negative to it whatsoever, is that he has to be unaware of how people are going to take that.
Oh, and
if that's the case, like that'd be very impressive for a Texas governor.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say, just to answer Doobie's question, like honestly, like I think that if the shooter, like naming it with the shooter, I think that's relevant because it can hold legal relevance. Like if you have a position related to guns or related,
you can't have your cake and eat it too. It can't be relevant to the victim, but not relevant to the shooter or vice versa.
But it literally can. It can literally be relevant to the shooter status.
To both.
But it's not relevant to the like. The only way it would be.
If there were white people, who were killed, like from this country, and like, would you not think it's weird to say, okay, an illegal immigrant killed these 5 citizens? Right, we don't have statements like that. We say citizens. We'll just say victims.
We do when it's white people, to be honest.
If it was reversed, if it was reversed, right, all of a sudden context would change. If it was a white guy that wrote a manifesto, right, that then went into a Walmart and killed 5 illegal immigrants, people would be upset, but they would be less upset because they would think that the language was signifying, from the conservative point of view, some form of hate motivated crime, and they would be more concerned with attacking that and less concerned with attacking the motivation behind the usage of the term illegal immigrant.
No,
This
but I'm
is
saying,
all
word
games.
you're saying that there's no relevance to like there's significance to the victims. I'm disagreeing with that because it changes nothing on how we handle it legally. If there was a legal distinction, like on how matters are handled,
It has been proven that it matters because ICE is involved. If they were not illegal immigrants, ICE would not be involved in this investigation.
I don't know if that's true.
So
because the shooter was.
ICE is the one that put out the statement of who they think the suspect is and
Correct,
made public the records
suspect.
of the deportation of the suspect.
I don't think ICE is relevant to the victims.
Yeah,
I know
I want to meet
the
before we
victims.
lose it. I want to
How is
meet
that
before we lose
possible?
it. Could you imagine if, like, in the United States, we started doing like the fucking the news stories where it's like, brown immigrant stabs 5 white blue-eyed blonde-haired.
We already do that.
Citizens.
We do that whenever a white person kills a black or brown person. That's what the headline looks like.
That's exactly what we do. We just don't do it for white people or Asians.
No, but I'm just saying, wouldn't it be fucking funny if we did that shit for fucking white people, where we're like, school teacher, Sunday school teacher, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fucking, it'd be absolutely.
To be fair, we did that with the Tennessee shooter with the trans situation. Every media outlet, because if it bleeds, it leads, was like, trans person shoots up innocent little baby white children in Christian school, right? Like, we did do that. If it bleeds, it leads. Like, that occurred on the other side.
Let's go to Joe.
They didn't, but the races of the shooter and the victims were the same. That's why they did.
Lord have
if it was a black trans person, they would have said.
They also would not.
When the paint doesn't work, we pick a different color.
Might be right. I don't
know. Oh Lord have mercy. Yeah, I've said it earlier. Like, things point to stuff. Like, for instance, like I'll humor like Factoid a little bit because we haven't fought in a bit, but I don't think we're really in disagreement on this topic. Like, here's a headline, right? Massachusetts woman charged with killing her kids. Do you think like that points to something?
Postpartum, it's her kids.
What if I said Massachusetts woman charged with killing her kids was a devoted mother and nurse? Does that point to something?
I would question how devoted of a mother she was. I don't know why.
That's a headline.
Casey Anthony over here.
That's a headline.
Yeah, that's a pretty ridiculous headline. Yeah.
Right. So why is it ridiculous?
Because she's not a devoted mother as she killed her children.
So sure,
because it's objectively not true. That's why it's ridiculous.
Well, the fact that she's a nurse.
Illegal immigrant is objectively true.
Headline: Pacifist violently assaults man.
Right.
Hold on.
So the idea that she is a devoted mother is trying to point to something that's inconsistent with the action of the rest of the headline. Like, I feel like that's like, again, like the problem here, where the fact that like the word illegal immigrant is used to describe the victims, that's pointing to something. That's pointing to care. That's pointing to potential allocation of resource. You keep saying no, but you disagree as you keep talking.
It's like I just proved it wrong. Like, the reason devoted is absurd is because it is objectively not true that she's not a fully devoted mother because she killed her children. What is objectively true is that they are indeed illegal immigrants. Now, whether or not you believe that's relevant, whether or not you believe that's stupid for him to say, because he should have realized the political shitstorm he was stepping in by saying that, is very different from whether or not it's absurd, because the absurdity is in the first statement is that it doesn't match reality, and in the second statement it does match reality.
Yeah,
they are illegal immigrants.
So then presumably, Scott,
not one of them.
You would take no issue with the decayed corpse aspect either. Like,
can I finish my thought, or are we done doing it? No, it's fine. I understand some people really like to talk. Like, the point is that illegal immigrant points to something. Like, do you disagree with that, Scott? Do you disagree that the word illegal immigrant to describe someone points to something, like ideas, meanings?
All words point to something.
Fantastic. So what do you think illegal immigrant points to when it's being used to describe a victim?
Their immigration status.
Why does that matter for a victim of a crime?
It can matter for a whole multitude of victims of
walk me through like I'm retarded. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Well, like I already stated, like for one, right, the Garcia, right, who lost his son and wife, was unable to legally obtain a firearm and was forced to run out of the back window. If he had not been an illegal immigrant and instead immigrated legally or was in his home country, I don't know what may or may not have occurred in that situation, right? But his immigration status changes his ability to have a firearm to protect his home from this individual.
A lot of illegal immigrants can get guns regardless of their immigration status.
Well, so, yeah, the shooter illegally. In this case did illegally.
So you think a victim couldn't? You think that individuals who were victims of this crime couldn't get a firearm because of their immigration status?
Probably not if they're not like full on.
Not if they didn't want to break fucking crimes. No, they couldn't because they were legally barred from doing so. So it's basically pointing out that they are like innocent victims of the situation
Connor,
who are being predated on.
You're a former cop. You know,
it's more difficult.
No, hold on,
everyone just knows how to go into a corner and buy.
No, I want to hear Joe's point because I think Joe, I want to hear your point because I think I have a counter argument.
It's difficult. It's difficult, but not impossible. That is my point.
Okay, but Joe, I would counterpoint to you that there are shitloads of illegal immigrants who what they're trying to do is they're trying to come to this country and they're trying to keep a low profile.
Sure.
They're trying to break as few laws as possible. They're trying to stay away from law enforcement as much as possible, and they're trying to make themselves as minimal as a threat as possible to everybody. But then what ends up happening in so doing is they become additional victims. So for instance, there are plenty of people, I live in metropolitan Orlando. There are plenty of illegal immigrants who are the victims of crimes, but do not report it because they're afraid of their immigration status. So kind of what I'm saying is, I'll concede like either Abbott was inconsiderate or he was doing a vice virtue signal like Corey kind of pointed out, which I think is just as likely, even on a subconscious level, that he wanted to say, even though these guys are illegal immigrants, we're going to be tough on crime anyways. All the white people don't have to worry because it's just brown people killing each other. Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with him saying that consciously or subconsciously. But I think...
Go for it, What you add?
Yeah, so, sorry, final point is just that I think that progressives oftentimes are like bulls, chasing the red flag, whereas if they targeted the matador's knees, they would do better. Where I think that the argument, instead of being about a fucking word that, conservatives are going to use just to piss you off, the argument should be about like this, like a victim perpetrator dynamic that is enforced by our currently fucked up system.
So you're basically saying instead of essentially, it sounds like to me you're saying that they should, I guess whatever we believe progressives to be, should say that, hey, illegal immigrant points to a bunch of other things that are important and relevant to the situation, and we should focus on those things that it points to.
Yeah, and if you were pro-gun like Scott or whatever, then you should say like it's fucked up that people immigrate to this country and they're treated as less than citizens, so they don't have the right to defend themselves de facto. And also they have poor relationships with law enforcement because they're afraid of being punished for their immigration status, even when they're reporting serious crime. We need to come up with a better system for this. And of course, the conservatives will argue, well, don't let these people in the fucking country. And the progressives will argue, well, we need to, they're here anyway, so we need to come up with a better system. And I think that's a more efficacious political argument.
Yeah, and I just kind of think that we wouldn't be here if he just said victim. I think that kind of goes without saying, but yeah.
Yep.
I think that you guys, even you saying that, I'm trying to think of and I know you gave a couple examples, but I was trying to walk down that rabbit hole of how these conversations would go appealing to this situation. Okay. One, and this is me assuming it's politics. I don't see Greg Abbott personally as a big advocate for illegal immigrants being able to having gun rights. So I don't know if that was a. And
I agree. I agree because basically what's going to happen is conservative politicians and anti-immigrant conservatives are going to say, get fucked. That's going to be like 90% of the response. But at the same time, I think you can appeal to hypocrisy for like libertarian right-wingers such as Scott, where it's like, is the Constitution natural rights or is it just like a piece of paper that is the government extending us privileges that they can revoke at any point? And that actually does appeal to a decent chunk of the conservative voting base, where you could say like, what the fuck does their immigration status have to do with their right to
I
self-defense?
want to let Doobie go ahead.
Kind of like a sidebar question, I guess. Do you think that these people should be deported now that we know that they're in here illegally?
They
The
have
victims? What?
Who are you
Victims,
asking?
victims, and their family.
They
Like
have-
they're like
illegal
a, they're like a
immigrants.
dozen. They had a dozen people in that house, right?
Oh, the
They're
victims got
protected.
deported
all of
already.
them. All
Who
of
are you asking?
all of them are illegal. All of you. Do you think that they should be deported?
All of them are not illegal.
No.
At least one has proven that she was a permanent resident.
Yeah, at least one. The rest should they be deported?
We can't really speculate whether they should or should not because
If they are here illegally, should they be deported?
Well, I'm not in
Probably
favor.
not.
Should they even have to go through the
Personal
proceeding?
politics. I'm not in
Probably
favor
not.
of deporting people who haven't committed crimes.
Isn't it
Yeah.
a crime to be here illegally?
I
No.
mean, we have precedent in Uvalde where like, I mean, are we just going to forget about that, or I don't know? I mean, I guess it's a
For what?
spicy hypothetical. They had
No, what's the
immunity from
precedent?
they had immunity from deportation because they were victims of a mass shooting.
But should they? Maybe during the court
I would
proceedings.
say so.
but after
Yes,
that,
yes,
shouldn't
they
be
should.
deported?
Yes, they should. What the fuck?
Why?
Because
Wait,
there's
why
a
though?
difference in politics. What are
Okay.
you talking about? There's an opinion.
Michael,
I
you
don't.
want that or?
Yeah,
I
well,
can-
I'm asking why the difference of opinion. So if someone's like a victim of a crime on U.S. soil and they're here illegally, should they just get like automatic like immunity from deportation? Like, is that your position, or is it specifically when someone's been shot?
For sure, if they haven't done anything outside of coming to the country, yeah.
So if you're
So,
here illegally
Doobie, I think-
and you're a victim of a crime, you get immunity from deportation.
Well, I think regardless if you're committed the crime or not.
Doobie, I think the
terrifying
reason
precedent.
the
think
reason
it's reasonable to
right, the
use
reason-
that information to deport people. Like that's
Yeah,
probably
so-
where like
So Doobie, it's twofold, right? The reason that you would want individuals that are the victims
Lord have mercy.
of like of like really bad crimes to have immunity is number one, you don't want to instill so much fear in that population for not coming forward to stopping crimes because, broken windows theory kind of like situation here. If they know that coming forward about a crime, no matter the severity of the crime, means that they get deported, then you put yourself in a position where entire communities will hide some of the most egregious and horrible crimes from law enforcement, and it will lead to more disorder. The second thing is when you're considering deporting someone, right? The state, in your belief, likely doesn't have any responsibility for that person that broke the law and came in here. But I think most people believe that the state, and I'm an anarchist, so fuck the state and fuck deportation. But nevertheless, most people believe that the state has some duty to ensure that they can go back home. And so, like, if your wife and your child were just murdered, like your ability to like just be upended from like whatever remaining financial roots and shit you have to go back to your country, like what if it's your husband especially, is like a really difficult thing. So I would say that those are probably the two main arguments. Me
Right. So this
personally,
is-
I wouldn't deport anybody.
So this is, I guess, what led to the last question I asked, right? So, like, is a position just that if someone is here illegally and they're a victim of a serious crime, they get like automatic immunity from deportation because they reported this crime?
Yeah, I want to address this a little bit because this is a very tough question, right? Because there's on one hand, I think immigration laws are problematic, right? But that said, right, there's the other part of me which is, we have these laws, and it does seem weird to me that just because you were the victim of something that you should just be able to, I don't know, skirt those laws. So I'm like an analogy you can think of is like, let's say, they go to the funeral, and as part of coping with this, they get like absolutely blitz drunk, and then one of them gets behind the wheel and is like driving down the road, and they get pulled over.
Mhm.
Should we put them in jail for the fact they just got arrested for driving drunk? Well, some people would say, "Hey, look, I understand this was a bad thing to happen to you, but you can't drive drunk. That's the law, right? So we're going to arrest you." Doobie's question here is, why don't we just do that exact same thing with like illegal immigration, considering the fact that it is a law? And I think this is one of those really uncomfortable moments where our personal morality, as I think we saw with like weed laws, a lot of us, or immigration laws, our personal morality doesn't actually align with the law. And so while we're a lot more comfortable with like drunk driving, this is just something that it just feels like pretty heartless. So like on a moral level, I would want to change the law, but just from I guess
To what?
I don't know, change the law so we're not like deporting
Let everybody
people who
in.
I
aren't
mean, the
committing
language
crimes.
the language could be. I think what you're knocking out,
Put the
Actor, is the
last bit
language
like-
of something like the information that is found within this crime cannot be used against victims of said crime. So, like, for instance, if you are a victim of a mass shooting and the police has to interrogate a family, they can't use that information to then deport you. Is that what you're trying to say?
What if
there's-
someone's
Or
been
that's
mugged?
one variation of that. what
Right.
that
There's
could be.
there's that, but the issue is that like let's say they pull this person over 5 years from now. Oh, you're
Sure.
an illegal immigrant. Like that's where it gets like a little bit dicey. It does feel weird to like use the fact, well, hey, we know you're illegal now because you reported the fact there was a mass murder.
Right.
I mean, I don't know actually if there is like an exception here.
Well, they
there
do,
must be
like,
because they're not deporting
yeah. So
them as
like,
far as I know.
so at Uvalde, they did not have. Well, they did have Border Patrol present. The guidance, and again, like someone can like look this up for further context because it's kind of like it's been a while. But like they were not going to act out on sort of like deportation and stuff like that because that was an agitation within the Uvalde community of even coming forward of talking about the situation, talking and collaborating with law enforcement.
And so here's my question to
was an issue.
Doobie. Like Doobie, police officers and law enforcement generally have discretion to enforce laws where it makes sense for like their overall scheme of law enforcement and to like further the public interest. Do you think that deporting some people who just had their family murdered like furthers the public interest if it does lead to this chilling effect where people don't want to report mass murderers anymore?
Yeah, I think so. I think that having a zero tolerance policy on illegal immigration in our country would lead to less gang crime, less gang violence, less innocent people like these people being murdered. The guy who killed them, by the way, was illegal, and he'd been deported like 4 or 5 times. So I feel like this kind of lax position on illegal immigration is leading to murders, not just of these people, but of other people. And yeah, maybe it sounds mean, it sounds cruel, but I think you need to be cruel now, in the short term, to long term save lives.
I think
No,
two
no,
situations.
the problem here.
Lactoid,
No, the problem here.
So something
The problem here.
Fabian,
the
you
pro-
talk
the pro-
so much in this topic. You've talked so much in this topic. I didn't talk at
Go
all.
ahead. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
So like something that I hear in Doobie's answer, and I think Lacto might push back to this with the chilling effect, is that essentially you could argue that if you know somebody's immigration status, you could, if you wanted to, commit acts of violence on them and know that because
Sex
the chilling
trafficking.
effect, because you know this chilling effect might exist, then you might just be able to get away with these crimes. So it's possible that groups could target people based on their immigration status.
Absolutely.
It
That
is,
already
it is
happened.
the number one
already.
way. It is the number one way that people are sex trafficked. Is they bring them to a country where they're an illegal immigrant, right? And they use the fact that they will be deported and that they'll have to go through this system and the fear of that as a means of trafficking those people. It happens all of the time. The issue here is that you are recognizing that there is a disconnect. The idea that like if we crack down more, this will stop crime is like in some regards maybe, but it also has the equal and opposite effect, which is that it further incentivizes the black market for coyotes. It further incentivizes people to hide from enforcement. It increases sex trafficking. It increases profit for the cartels and coyotes. There's no right answer here except a natural law one, and that one requires like the dissolution of the state. But if you wanted a compromise, what you would have instead is that when people come into contact with law enforcement, you do not give them carte blanche. What you do is you make it legally required, but also able for NGOs and places like that to be able to sponsor immigrants financially so that they're responsible, so that they're not on any government services or anything like that. And if they do go into those government services, the NGO is the one that's financially responsible for those payments, et cetera, so that people aren't starving. They're not avoiding law enforcement, but it is a voluntary situation where their citizenship is sponsored by nonprofit organizations. Like that would be the compromise where we could actually make sure that all of these people are recorded. We're not needlessly getting rid of these people, but they're also not a burden to the state.
Doobie, what if we did this? Doobie, real quick. What if we did this? Where, because I'm looking at like trying to like min max this for the to get your interests, in reducing crime. But then also, I think that if your interests are in reducing crime, which I think is a good interest, I think it's actually not conducive to do this policy because let's say I was a serial killer and I knew that any illegal immigrant who reported me, they're getting deported. Well, I know exactly what communities I'm targeting now because fuck, you can't report me, right? I'm basically immune. So what if
Jeffrey Dahmer with homosexuals?
Wait, can I please
but at the
respond to
same
this,
time, though, at the same time, if we like, well, if we pull you over for doing a crime, right? Because we want to discourage people from doing crimes, right? If we pull you over for doing a crime or we stop you for doing a crime, then you get deported, right? So now we're having like a strong stick for if you do anything wrong and a strong carrot if you report something wrong. Doesn't this like reduce crime? I think this empirically reduces crime, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I don't think so. I think that first off, having these kind of lax standards on illegal immigration encourages more illegal immigration. I think the reason that sanctuary cities exist and attract illegal immigrants is because they know that they can go there and not get deported. So this leads to more of these people going through the coyotes, coming over the fucking border legally, which leads to more drug trafficking, more sex trafficking, more gang violence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're perpetuating the problem. I think that it's true that illegal immigrants might be targeted. Sure. Okay. That already happens. Absolutely. But whether you're being sex trafficked or targeted by a serial killer, if it's on you to decide, hey, is it more important that I stay in this country illegally, or do I want to stay a sex slave? Right? Do I stay a sex slave or please, do I stay a sex slave or get deported? Do I get murdered or get deported? I think that's just on the individual, right?
No,
if they decided to come to the country, illegally and put themselves in that position, then fuck, it's on them, right? And hopefully they get caught before that happens so that they can get deported peacefully. Okay.
Okay. Let me give you. I want to give you a quick reductio. Do you think it should be legal? Why even if you want to reduce illegal immigration? Why even have laws against committing crime against illegal immigrants then, Doobie?
I don't want to normalize crime in my society. Crime against whether it's like against a citizen or an illegal. I don't think it's okay to murder people.
Your understanding of the situation. Your understanding of the situation is based. I'll be very quick. Your understanding of the situation is based upon a presumption that these illegal immigrants are like aware of the situation. When you and I both know that most lefties still believe in dumb myths like kids in cages. Like even regular American citizens who think they're politically intelligent and read the news don't know shit about the immigration system. And yet some 16-year-old with a coyote, like their fears of deportation often are way, way worse than the actual process itself is because they don't know. So they'll continue to be sexually exploited because they don't know.
Maybe that's on them. If before they decide to come into a country illegally, they should look up what the process is if they get deported. If they don't do that, then fuck, it's on them. They shouldn't have. They should.
Yeah, they'll go to the local library in Guatemala and like research immigration law on the internet.
Or just don't go into a country illegally. Holy shit! Don't do that. That's a bad thing to do. And if you do it, I hope you get punished severely. So you don't.
Bam.
So let's convert this to like, well, two things. One, I think that like some level of I think we understand that education generally leads to better outcomes, and uneducated populations have.
It's not our responsibility to educate people in other countries.
Just let me say that. Uneducated populations have a propensity for violence, a propensity for poverty and crime. So, like for example, it's a big reason why schools don't really push questions related to the immigration status of the children that go into the school, because like finding out that like, oh, this little girl, the 6-year-old that's going to the school is illegal, or maybe her parents are illegal. Like, we don't want to disincentivize those children from getting an education. Like,
well, they're probably anchor babies, so it'd be fine for them to be at the school.
Maybe if they figure out their parents.
Under current law,
again, but let's just move it to. This is an example that actually got me. It didn't get me in trouble because I don't give a f with anybody else. Thanks, but like it's, I had a lot of pushback actually from the left generally, because I held a similar position related to Kyle Rittenhouse whenever that story was going on. When there was issues related to the specifics of the legality of the gun he had. Like my perspective was, okay, I don't know, like I know some people are saying that like actually was completely legal, but my position was it actually wasn't even super relevant to me because he used it what I would consider properly, like
Or the state
what we
lines thing, right?
Okay, you just brought something up that made me super curious.
No,
about-
wait, just let me finish it because I'm like
Okay, finish
I
it,
think
finish
that
it.
I think that it would have I think that like the idea of like, oh, okay, even if he used the gun 100% correctly to protect what I consider defending his life, that would be weird to like arrest him because he like technically wasn't supposed to have it if he used it in a way someone legally like would have.
True.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm not going to respond to that because I don't care anymore. Okay, I have something way more
So
interesting.
you're not going to engage?
No, not with that. No, not with that. No, not with that. I'm going to leave it alone.
It's
Okay,
super
you win whatever.
relevant. It's
You win whatever point that was. I don't care. Really quickly. So on the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, whenever they spoke about the victims, quote unquote, and that altercation, right? The people who were shot, people tend to call them one of the guys a pedophile because he was a convicted pedophile. Other people called the other guy like a domestic abuser, like a girlfriend beater, whatever the fuck, because he'd been convicted of that. Like, do you guys think it was wrong for people to point out the fact that one of the guys murdered was a pedophile who'd molested a child?
Wait,
I don't know-
whoa. They were
governor
not
reported
victims.
that.
He was not murdered. Okay, they were the perpetrators.
Okay.
That's
I
why it's
said killed.
important.
I said
Yeah,
killed. Okay.
huge
You
difference
said
there.
murderer. You know, it would be
I said
like
killed.
calling the murderer illegal immigrant.
Okay, I
Like,
get it.
that's
I get
the
it. I agree.
comparison.
They should have been shot. I get it. Okay, was it
Okay.
wrong to call the guy a pedophile?
No, then we can call them pedophiles. If they're the aggressor, they are,
Yeah,
kind of-
but it's not really relevant to the story, right? He wasn't molesting a child currently when it happened.
trying to.
These other
Wait, did
the
the
other people
governor
said
say
that
this, or was it like a random dude
no?
on
I'm asking you.
Twitter?
I'm asking you guys. So when other people describe the situation, they said, "Oh yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse shot a pedophile." Is that a good thing to do or a bad thing to do?
Yeah, I think that would have been super inappropriate if it was like a political official said that.
Bad
Like,
thing to
okay,
do.
but
versus like a random
I gotta
dude
go.
on
I gotta
Twitter.
go pee. I'll be right back. All pedophiles deserve lead sandwiches.
Like again, like it just, I'm not even saying you have
a
to
little
call
bit
him a
bigoted,
victim,
but okay.
but I'm just saying that like if like because that depends on your position, like the aggressor. But I'm saying that like I don't think that you could have made a strong argument in favor. Like it literally was. You literally couldn't find a relevance in it. But that doesn't mean that a random dude on Twitter can't bring up that context. I just don't think that like any like the police should come out and say that.
No. Wait, Doobie. I think
So-
bringing up
so
the criminal
Trump-
background of like the offender, I think is relevant to like establish like this person's probably not a good person, right? You have
He's
somebody-
molested a kid
Yeah,
before,
you have
so
somebody
he
who
should have been
just
killed.
got out of like a mental
Yeah, a year later.
hospital because like he violently anally raped like children. Like this guy is obviously like a danger, and
Where's the line, hon?
And he's
Where's the
chasing
line here?
after a kid. You have a,
What
like
if
a
he-
pedophile
yeah,
He's no angel.
attacking a
He's
child.
no angel, Prime.
Yeah.
He's no angel. This is the exact kind of thing that
He's
happens.
attacking a
right?
child.
Oh, this black
You've
guy
got
did
a
something.
pedophile
Look, he
attacking
had
a
like 10
child.
speeding tickets in the last year.
Okay, yeah, and if he was speeding again, it'd be relevant to bring up. Hey,
It-
speeder who has
if he
35
wasn't-
tickets.
Okay, so if he was an arsonist, you would say the same thing.
Yes, if he had
Okay.
like 8
If
counts
he,
of arson.
if he
before,
was no, if he was a shoplifter, right? Like he had been like picked up for shoplifting previously,
Yes.
like a few years ago. And you would say Kyle Rittenhouse, like in an official capacity or media capacity, you would say Kyle Rittenhouse killed a shoplifter.
here's a great example, right? Drunk driving, right? They will literally put in the fucking news line, 8th time drunk driver hits and kills somebody.
Yeah, that's
right? That's relevant.
because we're talking about drunk driving.
But if that
Yeah, and a
drunk driver,
pedophile was like,
but if that drunk
was
driver
trying to
But
attack
if
a
that drunk
child.
driver has
You don't think that's
shoplifted a
relevant?
year prior, had shoplifting in his criminal record
He's
like a year
attacking a
prior.
minor.
Would it be relevant? Would it be relevant to bring that up when the story was about his drunk driving? Say, hey, this drunk driver has a shoplifting conviction a year ago. Like, should they call him a shoplifting?
This is one to one. A pedophile is attacking a minor. That's what they do.
Right. But I asked
In fact,
you about
arson is
arsonist.
highly correlated with rape, so
I
the arson would
asked
even
you
be
about,
relevant.
I asked you about arsonist, right?
Yeah,
and you
sure.
said and it has nothing to do with
Highly
anything.
correlated
And
with
you
rape.
said yes, that's fine, right? You just said just bring in the fact that these people aren't angels, as Doobie said, right? Like and that's fine. And then I knock it down to shoplifting, and then you avoid that and go back to the pedophile thing.
No.
So
if
a
it was
shoplifter-
shoplifting, if you arrested somebody and they were like, oh, this person like is accused of like stealing $38,000 worth from a store. Oh, and they also have 13
No.
charges. Hold
No,
on. They also have
this is
13
irrelevant.
charges of shoplifting in the past. That would be relevant to bring up because this indicates this person has a history of doing this thing.
Huh? Doing what thing?
Shoplifting.
No. I said Kyle within the title. Kyle Rittenhouse kills a shoplifter.
Oh, I don't know
Like,
how
would you-
relevant that is.
Okay, that's
yeah.
what I was going for. An arsonist, yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
but
maybe
the
you
fact he
misunderstood
was
me.
has a history of attacking minors, that's relevant when he was attacking a minor.
I mean, that's
right?
that's a stretch, I think.
I don't think that's a stretch at all. He
How?
obviously
I mean,
has
do
no
you think he
respect
knew
for
that Kyle?
minors.
You think he knew that Kyle Rittenhouse was a minor?
He obviously has
17
no
to
respect for
18.
the bodily autonomy of minors.
Hold on. If it was okay, oh boy, hopefully I don't get myself in trouble for this one.
We can move on.
Not
if you
over
want.
here on Rumble.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough.
Where are you streaming again?
But if
He was found not guilty. I don't know why
Rumble.
this is even a.
if it was a statutory situation, right? With some 17-year-old girl, you think that would be this indicates a person who is, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm not even gonna go there.
I think
I'm not
hold
gonna-
on. Actually, I think I have something that is actually a really poignant thing. All of you should
Probably
watch
not good.
Anthony Jeselnik, right? Anthony
Cringe.
Jeselnik has a wonderful bit about the fact that the day of the Boston Marathon, he tweeted out, sometimes there are some lines that shouldn't be crossed, and today it was the finish line. And people were really, 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 really mad at him for that offensive tweet because they were saying the victims of the Boston Marathon bombing were reading this tweet. And he stated, no, because victims have victim shit to do. Victims are busy worrying about their family. They're worried about burial recommendations. They're not on social media out here grabbing all of the, trying to find out what famous people are tweeting about it. And the thing is that when we put out statements, we're not worried about victims, and the left are pretending to be offended on behalf of victims that may or may not even have read this. And if they did, they shouldn't be fucking on Twitter when they're looking at mass shooting shit.
If I call your mama a
This is-
crack whore
this
at
is
a
shit.
funeral just because you don't read
This
it
is
in,
shit.
doesn't mean
This
the
is shit
disrespect ain't
for the
there.
general public. This is a statement for the general public. And I'm sick of a bunch of white silver spoon socialist fucking
Racist, but
pussies getting mad on behalf of victims that may or may not be upset or mad, but I don't give a fuck if they're upset about a statement that's factual from the governor. I just don't care.
I
Like,
want
fuck
to-
off. This is a
I
bunch
want
of
to address-
lefties mad about a word being used.
That is an inaccurate. First of all, I know that's from Anthony Jeselnik's Netflix special, Thoughts and Prayers, and the specific context in that bit is like he's tweeting in real time. He even goes to the bit of like, yeah, I'm looking for like tragic news stories to like come up with this, very clever tweet that is, very edgy, as opposed to like, this is like somewhat of a prepared statement that is trying to like report information. Like that's not an analogous situation at all.
There is an analogous
He's
situation.
also a
which is that
comedian.
victims got victim shit to do, and Governor Greg Abbott is out here putting out public statements that are factual. And all these people that are offended are not victims. They're just left-wingers being like, how dare you say things that are offensive to the immigrant population?
Then you would agree then that pretty much like that's essentially like the position. Like Greg Abbott had no intention of conveying any sort of sympathy, not to the victims, because the victims, I agree, you can't give sympathy to the victims, but to their families, as in there was no intention on Greg Abbott to sympathize with the loved ones or the people that care about the victims.
I don't know what his intention was. Why would I agree with such an asinine thing? I'm not Governor Greg Abbott.
Okay, then you would agree just at a surface level, there doesn't appear to be sympathy conveyed in the messaging coming from Greg Abbott.
I mean, there appears to be from some angles and from not others. I don't know what his intention is.
I think that's a good, great answer.
All right, so we're going to move on. I would like to argue on this specific point, but we've already run out of time. I'll say this one last thing. Over the last few days, I've been like completely like incommunicado. I had personal stuff to do, and I was away from my computer for like 3 or 4 days, which is like unfucking believable.
Is that phrase for the illegal immigrants?
Canceled ABE again too. How sad.
Yeah, I did cancel that. But yeah,
Cried.
I was away from my computer, and I remember thinking as I was like, I didn't plan to be away that long. It just turned out to be the case. I was thinking, you know what?
What's her name, Prime? You can tell us. It's okay.
I was thinking that by the time I get back online, there'll probably be another major mass shooting. And there was, right? Like it was, I just knew. It was like, there'll be another one.
So you wish for it. This is
another, Yeah, indeed.
Right?
That's
But
what.
did
That's my.
you? But did you shoot in the face, on the back? Like you want to talk about? You want to go to the
Wow.
claws?
Okay. All right. Well, moving on, friends.
You get it? It's a cum joke. It's a cum joke. You know?
Prime's reaction's pretty revealing too. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Guys, thank you all for being here. To the people here and the people in the audience, who like Redolent Thought. Hey, Redolent Thought, thank you for the 23 months. And before for Digital Bean for gifting us up to Lime Omadi. Yeah, but guys, thank you for trying to help out the channel there. Digital Bean, fuck, you gave 6 subs, and I didn't even see that. I'm sorry, man. I was too Solace, Solace maybe, well, El Solace, whatever. We've talked before. Thank you for getting that 5 subs as well. It's a big help, guys. I sorry I didn't catch that. I hope you guys are still here and are receiving my love and appreciation. Thank you for helping out the channel, guys. That's how we power this community, is by your help. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. That's the way we do this, right? So, or resubbing, as Redolent Thought did. And it's almost, Redolent Thought, almost 2 years. Thank you for being around. Okay, El Solace, and I said your name wrong again. I do really apologize, and you're actually supporting the community. I really want to get it right. I apologize. Okay, so let's go on to our next topic. Oh yeah, hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. And follow my man Scott on Rumble, okay? Right, because I hear from the grapevine, right, whispers in the dark that he might be there. So check him out.
Maybe, just maybe. Maybe at rumble.com
Important Canada.
/C / Fabian Liberty Live. Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so let's go to topic 2. Steven Crowder has announced that he is in divorce proceedings with his wife. He has been criticized for bemoaning her ability to independently decide to get a divorce and for comments directed at her that are perceived to be misogynistic. Furthermore, a video leaked shows him berating his spouse for not performing quote-unquote wifely duties. Steven Crowder has been incredibly influential in the Red Pill community. Is his behavior the ultimate example of why this ideology is a dead end? Does it show that MRA desire for more rights for husbands is simply a cover for controlling women? Is this the inevitable outcome of the modern anti-feminist movement that sprung up in the digital age? So I'm imagining most of you out there in the audience are aware of this. But yeah, Steven Crowder announced his divorce. Like that divorce announcements is very interesting. He's doing it. I mean, he wants to protect the kids. It's very important, guys. In case you didn't know, he's doing it to protect the kids. And then there's this separate video that doesn't look great, right? Like, as a person who has been taken out of context, in relation to women, like I don't want to jump on a bandwagon when I don't know the full context, but man, I don't look great. I don't look great. So I want you guys to explore this topic in terms of like, if everything is as it seems in face value, right? Assuming that, because we obviously have very limited information, but looking at it from face value, is this the inevitable outcome of people who follow that sort of ideology, the red pill ideology? All right, sorry for our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I agree with the responsible take that the video does not show anything near enough to categorize Steven Crowder as an abuser or even a dick. Although I disagree with marriage being a legal institution generally, I don't think it's actually that horrific of an opinion to want to remove no-fault divorce. It is a contract, arguably one of the most important contracts of your life, and currently in the US, we treat it as an absolute joke. 50% of all marriages end in divorce, despite the fact that you are apparently promising yourself for life. There is nothing wrong with assuming that your partner fulfill duties they have agreed to, whether it be wifely duties, husbandly duties, or non-binary duties. None of the definitive evidence indicates that Steven Crowder is a bad actor, and we can't say that until we see more. It's a 3-minute clip, okay? You take a 3-minute clip from anybody's marriage, you can make anybody look evil. All right, that is just the factual reality of the situation. As to the MRA question, MRAs, or men's rights activism here, can be done two ways. There is the incel crowd, which I call sexual communists, who use the MRA movement as a vehicle to complain about the fact that women won't give them sex. Then I think there are real MRAs. So I think an example of this would be Jordan Peterson from a few years ago, that focus on issues affecting men, and they try to boost men's self-respect and confidence by educating them on the fact that they don't need women to have value, but that they themselves can accomplish their own goals to achieve value. I don't find anything wrong with that as long as it's done the correct way. So there is really nothing wrong at all with responsible MRA and anti-feminist content. It's just the incel infiltrators that are damaging the movement.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to friend Scott.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo much of the same sentiment as Lactoid here. I tried to understand from what was publicly available the context going on, which is that Steven Crowder, is getting his affirming elective surgery, right? Or he's actually in pain, right? Then there's also the fact that his wife has GBS, which is you should be treating her much better, right? And
what's GBS? I don't know what that is. Could you tell us?
It's like Garel. It's
Guillain-Barré syndrome.
It's
getting bitchy.
Yeah, sorry, I can.
Or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Guillain-Barré syndrome. Yeah.
So she's particularly vulnerable, and the dog medication thing seems weird here. There's so many variables. The problem is exactly as described. You have a 3-minute out of context video released by one party against another party, right? And people tend to release things that make them look good. And sometimes they even know that they're being recorded. So they might say things that they know will trigger him. Maybe when she said, you're being an abuser, that has been a trigger for him in the past. And she intentionally said it to try and get him to be fucking watch it, which makes him look like this controlling, abusive dick. And then there's this situation with who's picking her up. There's so much here and that it could be. I don't really know that I can have an opinion about it. It doesn't look good. I'll be honest, right? It doesn't look good. But again, you can kind of do that out of anyone's marriage that's falling apart, because obviously their marriage is falling apart because a month later he's filing for divorce, according to her. So I don't know how I feel about that situation specifically. In terms of the red pill, what the fuck does Steven Crowder have to do with red pill? Steven Crowder's never been a red pillar. He's never been an MRA person. He's never been representative of any of the spheres of that ideology. This is literally just leftists going, isn't red pill right wing, all right wing same, right? This right wing guy bad, proof right wing red pill bad. It's hilarious because red pillars are like the incel community, or they're people that get on that they're pickup artists, or they're gym bros. There's very few red pill trad cons that are Christian. And of those, that's an overlap, not a one-to-one situation. They just both happen to be right wing. So your argument is against traditional conservatism and religious conservatism, not the red pill community. And if you feel that you have issues with that, yeah, I do think that there is some outdated things within that culture in terms of the way a woman should be. But I also think that that's a misinterpretation of history and the role of women. Together, they're supposed to work together. And there's a thing, there's a lot there that I think we could pick apart as the panel goes on. But yeah, he has nothing to do with red pill. And it's an out of context video. It's silly.
I disagree with that one part, but we can looking into it later on. Let's go from Bam.
Dang, I'm glad to see y'all also watch Destiny. That's all I heard. I was oh, okay, they watched Destiny because it was like a regurgitation of his.
I had to take first.
I do not fucking watch Destiny, for the record.
Sure. I as far as someone being in a pretty long-term relationship myself, I agree with the fact of not being able to make a judgment call on the totality of the relationship, and who was abusive and who was in wrong, even though I would lean towards it probably being him based off of other things he said and how his views on marriage generally, but I can't prove that. Is what I will say is I think from that moment, I think that he is by his definition, I think failing on what a father, like traditional like man would look like in these relationships. Like I said, I don't think there's anything bad with like the idea of like splitting up labor and what men do, what women do. But I think that Steven Crowder himself, like if this situation didn't happen to him, I think he would. If you describe this situation to him, I think he would describe it as like a failure of a man who's like sitting down while like he's supposed to be protecting his children, protecting his pregnant wife. It just seems like a failure of everything that he advocates to live up to, which I think there's something worthy to talk about there. As far as going black. As far as the
Since the day you were born, baby, black and beautiful.
You're right about that. Came out from the womb to the tomb. As far as like the stuff related to like the red pill, I mean he has had content relating to the concept of red pill. It's not like this modern. I mean it's all part of like I guess it's like the baby that turned into what modern red pill stuff is. But like I think he has like 4 or 5 videos, like even from a quick Google search related to YouTube search related to his account, talking about like, oh, Steven Crowder red pills, such and such. Like, so I think he's at least related to that movement and the concept of men's rights. He talks about things like about family courts and things related to his channel. And I think that there's a lot of good nature, like a lot of good intention from those conversations, but unfortunately, it seems like from everything I've seen, the like research actually points to the opposite of a lot of the things the men rights advocates like say when you look at the data. Because I've even had to move my position on those things, but we'll keep going.
Jazzy.
So these are the things that I know. When that video leaked, everybody who had any political incentive to say anything ever tried to interpret the video to back up their side. If you're a feminist, look at what a fucking asshole he's being. I can't believe he's treating his wife this way. If you're a men's right activist, it's I can't believe that she's making him go through this when he's so close to his surgery. Like, is there any consideration? There is literally not a single conclusion you can draw from that. Everybody who knows me knows me to be a very passive guy, but I have literally screamed at my ex-wife in a parking lot because she's a fucking alcoholic and she was doing insane things. But if you clipped me doing that, you would be like, this is the most abusive piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life. You don't know what led up to that. Nobody does. Before anybody tries to say anything about the video being edited, there's zero evidence of this video being edited. I watched it like 14 times, tracking all the time and everything. That's how Ring cameras are. It's pretty normal. The other insane thing I keep hearing about the dog medicine, my wife has been working in healthcare for animals, specifically dogs, for about 7 years. And I confirmed with her, the only thing a pregnant woman can't handle would be like anesthetic. She's not giving anesthetic to the dogs. If she has, I mean, there are medicines, but if you're wearing gloves, you are fine. There is no reason why any woman wearing gloves can't do anything involving dogs' medications. It just seems like they had a spat and people are losing their fucking minds. And anybody who can latch onto it is going to, because he's a big figure. He doesn't have to be red pilled for you to point to. Like, red pill and conservatives have a lot of overlap in their memberships. So it's really, really easy for people to take it and use it. I think the best thing that we can draw from this is figuring out who are the people that are bad actors that are going to try to take any piece of information to spin it to their advantage, and keep that in mind when you talk to them in the future, that they're just trying to take advantage of any piece of information. They don't really care about the shit that they're talking about.
Okay. Corey.
First of all, I guess I should say sorry for Steven Crowder, as he is Canadian. There are good Canadians like Lactoid, and there are bad Canadians like Steven Crowder. So sorry about that. And I overall agree that you certainly cannot 100% conclusively, make conclusions based off of this, 3-minute-ish video. And I'm certainly not a mental professional in any capacity whatsoever. But, I have actually read the clinical handbook of couple therapy. And depending on the modality, like most approaches to couple therapy, like one of the first things that they want to observe is like how couples fight, and like how they pretty much attempt to resolve conflict. And if that's an example of a conflict, I would say it definitely does not look good for Steven Crowder. And I think people are kind of like, understandably, latching onto certain things. What I would say was what latches out to me, or what stands out to me, in terms of like, why it doesn't look good from my end for Steven Crowder, is because he says something specific at one point. I think he says at one point specifically, like, become worthy, or become a wife worthy. I think that type of phrasing, and he also explicitly says, "I don't love you," or like "I have never loved you," or something to that effect. I think that that type of language, and sort of like questioning your own partner's self-worth or trying to make them feel less than, is generally not really a good sign. Pretty symptomatic and problematic. But I agree, I would overall agree you can't. It's not fully conclusive. And I'll end with I think this kind of relates to what I brought up on last week's panel when we were talking about the height lengthening surgery, and that I would say there's a crisis of insecurity among men. And I also think this encapsulates the red pill movement and encapsulates people like Steven Crowder and many other men. That it's not just exclusive to the right or the red pill movement, but I think these are a lot of the symptoms that are coming from this crisis of masculinity. And I will leave it out, the crisis of insecurity among men. I'll leave it there for now.
Would you say it impacts many men?
I would say the vast majority. I would argue that probably in the red pill movement, like the vast majority, if not all of them, basically insecure. But most people will not even recognize or admit to being insecure.
I'm sorry, that was just a 50 Cent joke.
Yeah, I know exactly what I was thinking. Great, we got that.
You're making a 50 Cent joke to me?
choose your audience. Let's go to our friend Connor.
Nah, I'm with kidology on this. I think you can call a fucking spade a spade. Obviously we all, or at least half of the men here, have admitted to having gamer moments with their significant others, which I think is fine. You obviously use profanity that you shouldn't have. You maybe do an emotional barb that you shouldn't. You get a little bit heated. You talk some shit, et cetera, et cetera. But what I saw was basically a child throwing a fucking tantrum while trying to be authoritative with his partner. And I think that it plays into the ideology of like conservative Americans, where you're trying to be authoritative over your wife rather than having a partnership with your wife, where you're building, like, they have strengths, you have strengths, you move back and forth, you negotiate, and you try to throw up each other's weaknesses. Also, what I would say is Owen Benjamin has this great fucking quote where he basically says, like, pussies and cowards like date women after women after women after women looking for the perfect woman. It takes a special kind of bravery to look a single woman in the eyes and know that she's completely fucking insane and dedicate your life to her. And I agree with that full-throatedly. So if you're a guy, you have an 8-month pregnant woman who doesn't want to stick medicine up a dog's ass, guess what? That's your job. She doesn't want to put on gloves because she's worried that her twins, after a miscarriage that she suffered the year before, she's worried that she's going to get, aspirin on her hands and it's going to cause a miscarriage. Guess what? It's your job to stick fucking medicine up the dog's ass. Basically, the truth is that being in a relationship is sacrificing for another partner. And obviously, you have to negotiate the lines at which you sacrifice. And maybe Steven Crowder got a raw deal where she just wants to be pretty and pump out fucking kids. But guess what? He's a multi-fucking millionaire. I don't know why he can't get a second fucking car and pay a goddamn maid to do his wife's bullshit if she's really that big of a fucking pain in the ass. But we'll, and I'm pretty sure that all of this stuff that I'm talking about could have been negotiated in a different way than what we saw in that video. So I'll be judgmental. I'll just do 2 + 2 = 4. And finally, how this associates to the men's rights activist movement. I feel like what I saw in those 3 minutes is the perfect example of what a MRA person or a red pill person or a tradcon person thinks a relationship should be, where you're trying to influence or assert authority over another human being so they can act the way that you want them to act. But I don't think that's how it works in a liberal or, our society. I think that basically women have the right to tell you to go fuck yourself, and it actually becomes a partnership and a negotiation between two consenting adults where the lines in the relationship are. So if you ever feel like telling your wife or partner, we are at an impasse unless we get some dignity and respect.
Discipline and
Discipline and respect. If you feel like you want to use that line, I think it's a fucking loser. You might want to rethink your rhetoric, and I'll leave it at that.
Joe Lewis.
Oh boy. I think it's very interesting that you have a woman who married this man in Steven Crowder, and I guess didn't think that she would receive the same smoke that he does in his public life as a commentator. Like this is a man who has built an entire brand on talking tough and being conservative. And it feels like to me that she thought that he wouldn't do the same shit to her just because they're married. And I know that might be a hard pill for some people to swallow, but it shouldn't surprise you that the man who built this entire platform and talking tough and not taking shit and like puffing up his chest, like puffed up his chest in front of his wife, his pregnant wife, as a fact of that matter. And on top of that, like when you have a relationship that appears to be built on certain familial duties and your spouse does not or is not articulating those duties or doing those duties, how do you think they're going to react? And that's something that you should probably interrogate before you enter this deep into a relationship. And so like in a lot of ways I want to, and we're probably not ready for it yet because I understand how people might feel, but we have to interrogate women who get married to cozy losers. And I'd love, maybe we could talk about that today, like a culture of marriage that says that you can marry a loser, and if when the going gets tough you divorce him. And like, but like for me generally, like as much as I think that like Steven Crowder is again a person who puffs his chest and talks conservative, like why are we surprised that he talks this way to his partner? I don't think that was articulated here, but it's like water's wet to me. Um, and furthermore, I think like men's rights activists in the manosphere get something correct insofar as we don't hold women accountable for shit, because we have a culture of marriage, we have a culture of patriarchy that says that women are allowed to be irresponsible and unaccountable, no different than men are allowed to be irresponsible and unaccountable. But the difference is when women are irresponsible and unaccountable, we blame them instead of blaming the men. So it's like we gotta like have a better culture of marriage and a better culture of divorce. And maybe we're ready to have that conversation if we see the consequences of not having a good culture of marriage and divorce in the Crowders. Um, but it's complicated and messy, and it's gonna be required looking at women objectively and thinking like, how do we create a culture of marriage and a culture of divorce that makes sure that women don't get married to losers like Steven Crowder?
Doobie.
I actually agree with everything Counterpoint said. I don't think there's any context that could justify speaking to your wife like that, especially not your 8-month pregnant wife. So all these people saying, "Oh, well, it's 3 minutes out of context." Maybe there's some way that she was doing this to piss him off. I think that's kind of ridiculous. Now, personally, I've never screamed at a partner before. I've never spoken down to a partner like that before. I said, if you're a grown adult, right, and you're upset about something, it's best to just walk away, let everybody cool off, and then you address the situation afterwards. That's my way of doing things. So this kind of like tantrum that he was throwing, I think is fucking embarrassing, right? If I were him, I would be humiliated, and I would refuse to show my face anywhere ever again on any public platform, ever, because he should be embarrassed. So I don't know. I think this kind of like, and I think that kind of said exactly, pulled the words out of my mouth, and he said that if you're like the big, strong, authoritative conservative man, and you need to say, "Oh, we're not going to move forward," or we're at an impasse unless you have discipline and respect, or whatever the fuck. If you need to say that, right, there is no discipline or respect in that relationship, right? It's probably just better to just end the relationship and move on. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's disgusting. I think it's obviously abusive, and yeah, I think that's close case from.
Open to the panel.
I think being which I mean, I'm sure there's other people who have been in like pretty long term relationships. I think that like it's real nice to say like, oh, I would never be frustrated with a partner, while they're
That's
pregnant.
not what I said.
No, did I say
He said that
Doobie
he
said this?
personally hasn't cussed out his partner, which, by the way, I called him a pussy for saying that he never cussed out his partner.
I mean, I've never cussed out my
I just
partner.
don't.
I
I
Can
don't
we all
scream at
just
people
call
for getting angry
bullshit
that way.
on that? Like you're
It's not bullshit.
I've
You've
never
been in a
It's not
long-term
bullshit.
committed relationship.
Some people have
You've
emotional
never had
control. That's
in
the
your
problem.
entire
Maybe
life.
Yeah, but you never
You've
met my
never
ex-wife.
fucking lost
I'm a very
that.
easy
I
person to
would
get
love to
along
hear
with.
what Bam was trying to say.
I was about to say,
Holy shit.
I won't even I didn't even push back against that. I've never cussed out my partner. But that's just because I don't know. I just don't do it. It doesn't
don't
mean
know
we
what you're
got
missing.
yelling arguments, but like I date black women, and a B
Well, they're
word comes
racist.
out, and
Okay.
like you might actually die. The same thing.
Yeah, black woman
It's
bad. When
it's different.
I've had that experience, and let me tell you, it is less fun as a white guy when you let it slip.
Yeah, don't do that. But no, but like generally, like I think that there's like, I don't think like the idea of like, oh, okay, we're gonna go through a pregnancy and like when she's in that moment, I'm gonna be, it's whatever you need, baby. Just let me know. I'm here. Yep. Like it sounds good, and you're gonna make an effort to do it, but
True.
like everyone's gonna have points with like, oh my god, like I've done this, I've done like 37 things, and like she's coming at me about this one thing,
Okay.
or if I asked her to do this one, like relationships are tough, and that doesn't again, that's not just
yeah, you can be annoyed about it. Just man the fuck up and do it.
Hold up. No, I want to give a concession to the other side though, because the negotiations of household chores and responsibilities or whatever is huge, and there's still the possibility that Mrs. Crowder or whatever, or Mrs. Former Crowder, literally did nothing. Okay, there's a possibility. There's some women who just like they marry people. They want to be catered on. They're daddy's little princess. They want you to do the same thing, and as a result, like you give them two responsibilities, and they avoid those responsibilities. That is completely possible. And if that's Steven's narrative, I would understand. Like I would understand it. But guess what? If your wife is a fucking princess and you're a multi-millionaire, then he's right. You chose wrong. He was right about that. You chose fucking wrong if you married a fucking princess and you're a multi-millionaire and you want her to fucking
this is so stupid. This is so silly.
I mean,
like,
on this.
like you and I counterpoints are probably the only two people here who have been in a relationship with a pregnant. Is there anybody else here who's been in a relationship? Okay, so three people. So listen, the dynamic clearly changes during that, and it's stressful as fuck, right? Like what that person was able to do, how they acted towards you, how the relationship was, how much sex you're having, all of those things change a little bit. Not for everybody, some things change more than others, but the idea, like when you're like, oh, well, you married this person, yada yada yada, it is perfectly conceivable that you had someone before the pregnancy and before these issues where things were hunky-dory, and then whilst pregnant with two twins during the lockdowns right before your surgery, shit got a little wild. Sorry about breaking up audio.
Tell me you didn't just say, I was about to say, tell me you didn't just say the Owen Benjamin quote back to me.
I don't.
Every woman's fucking crazy. You got to look them into the fucking eyes and ride that shit out.
Joe Lewis. I don't buy it. Like, look, you should probably articulate these type of things before you're put into the pressure cooker like that. And it's very clear that Crowder, it didn't matter to him. So it's like he didn't really articulate what wifely duties mean, and they had an agreement of wifely duties. You don't just throw that out there randomly. And he married someone who didn't want to deliver.
But there's enough evidence here.
He picked
where
wrong. That's my point. My
no,
point is that he
okay.
picked wrong.
And I agree
To be
with you.
clear.
But what I'm saying is, you don't want to perform wifely duties or whatever. And then he talks about how he's willing to do the grocery shopping or whatever. So very clearly that would fall under her responsibility. When it came to the dogs or whatever, he felt like it was reasonable that she would walk the dogs and give them medication. And if she was uncomfortable about the medicine, she would put gloves on. That was the other thing. There was a third responsibility. I forget what it was, but maybe I'm just thinking about the cars. But the car thing, thing is weird to me. It's just like genuinely fucking weird. How do you have millions of dollars in the fucking bank and you're down to one fucking car? And then no.
He
Lacto,
cares about the environment. Huge environmentalist.
Yeah. Huge environmentalist.
Oh,
or alternatively, it's like I'm thinking of that like Dave Ramsey or whatever that guy is, where like he's obsessed with like not drinking Starbucks so you can save fucking money or some shit. But then like if your wife's being a fucking pain in the ass on the fucking back end and you're a multimillionaire and you're paying the logistical consequences of that, that is again a self-imposed fucking consequence. What are you doing?
Their backyard also
Connor,
wasn't hitting on nothing.
Like
Lacroix's fucking losing it. I want to see why he's fucking losing
Yeah,
it.
no, I mean like.
So
like,
I mean, I've heard this a couple times. I've had these,
Okay,
I've
sure.
actually had this discussion before of this
Dang,
idea of
just
like,
cut off
well,
Joe.
one fucking car. So in the video, he tells her to Uber, right? So they have other forms of transportation,
Which is not reasonable.
not reasonable to Uber.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put my pregnant wife with my fucking children, the two most important things in my fucking life, in a fucking cab with somebody with a fucking GED education. Fuck you. Like no.
Well,
She's
Judge
going
Michael?
to the grocery store. What? Are we gonna like build like a bubble around her?
Why couldn't
like, send armed
he take
guards?
you?
I'm gonna
No,
get.
this
yeah,
is
you
so
know what I'm
important.
gonna
Why
do?
couldn't
I'm
he
gonna
take
rent her.
Uber?
No,
I'm gonna rent her a
absolutely.
fucking car.
There are plenty
That's
of
what I'm
there are
gonna
plenty
do.
of reasons why. There are plenty of reasons why maybe. I think he even said like he wanted to have the availability of the car there. I don't know how true this is.
Why couldn't they rent a car?
So if I'm wrong on this, apparently they own multiple homes and there were cars at the other homes. Maybe they just had one car at that home at the time, right? He is rich as fuck. And the other element is like they have one car. Let's say they do have one car. So fucking what? They have one car. It's like a little bit of a logistical challenge. They have incurred this logistical challenge. And
figure it out.
and if she has an Uber, if she has
Let
the
me
ability to
posit
Uber,
something.
if she has the ability to
like-
Uber,
Lord have
like
mercy.
When I look
this
at
is
this,
just like
when
a
I-
bizarre.
Then you
fucking,
don't.
No. Not only is this like this is just a bizarre concept. A. B.
Then-
This concept of well, you chose wrong. Like you should. You
Yes.
should just fucking focus and make the crazy woman super happy or whatever Benjamin quote.
Rude.
That's just I think
You-
ridiculous and something that we would never tell women. Like, oh, he's crazy. Just stay with. No, people leave
I
his
tell my
ass.
wife
Right?
that
That's what people
every
say.
day.
Right.
If
No,
he's
I tell
scaring
my
you,
wife that every
leave his
day.
ass.
Unless
And people
there's
say
a
that.
threat-
I think it's perfectly fair to tell that to young men too. Where if she's crazy, if you don't like the way she's treating you, you can leave her.
You stay.
But the element here that I think is like just mind blowing is what you guys are saying about. Well, you guys should have hashed out how you would behave at your worst beforehand.
Yes.
That's just not how relationships work. That's
Well,
crazy.
maybe if you don't.
Oh,
maybe if you're
let's say
unserious about
like
marrying,
5 years from now, there's a
like-
global pandemic and you're pregnant with my twins, and there's like I might have to get surgery, which by the way wasn't cosmetic surgery. It was actually because his heart was functioning at half capacity,
Yep.
right? But like maybe all this shit's gonna happen. If this happens, how are we gonna behave? How are we gonna overcome our differences if all these things come together? No,
Yep.
that's not the way reality works. Shit
But
comes up.
Lactoid,
That's the way
Lactoid,
it
why do you
really
think?
works. I mean,
Lactoid,
Lactoid,
why wouldn't it have been more?
I wanna be-
simply.
I want to be
Like,
Fire.
Simple
okay, Lactoid.
perspective.
I want to be very specific, if
I'm
I
not gonna
can.
talk the entire panel. Got it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm invoking
cool.
my white privilege. So, okay, Lactoid, real quick. So, I think every person who has been in a significant relationship on this panel, including Joe and including me, I've said some wild shit to my wife, and my wife has said some wild shit to me. That is not what I'm fucking judging here. What I am judging is him trying to assert himself as a hyper masculine figure who needs discipline and respect from his wife when there are very clear like logistical solutions to the fucking situation, and he's being a fucking stick in the mud and he's being a fucking dick when there's obviously solutions right fucking there. And on top of that, here's the thing. If you came at me and you said, this is a CCTV camera of somebody who works 70 hours a week making $8 an hour, he can't afford his fucking bills and he can barely take care of his fucking wife, I would happily concede, like, these are the stresses of the modern working environment. It's a tough world. But if you're a fucking millionaire why the fuck do you have that many of resources if not to offset the logistical fucking demands of everyday life?
Again, we don't know the specifics of why they were in the position where they were. He's told her she can get an Uber. I know you think that's like crazy that someone would get an Uber to go to the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my wife in a
You
car with
should-
an illegal
that's
immigrant.
crazy.
Are you crazy?
No. That's
If you're
that's
concerned about her safety,
Okay.
I just want to write that off.
Very quickly. Then I got to move on.
I just want to write that off. I think that's just a ridiculous concern. But again, right? So there's all sorts of reasons for the logistical challenges, and there's all sorts of stressors that some stressors we know about, and maybe other stressors we don't know about. And on top of all of that, right? If they like entered into a religious marriage where like this was the idea of like the hierarchy within their marriage, and like consistently this wasn't like being adhered to, does she have the right to leave him? Sure. But is he like an asshole for behaving the way he was? Well, he didn't put his hands on her, right? He didn't like trap her in the fucking house. He was just displaying like how frustrated he was with the fact that she wasn't doing what he was telling her to do. I don't think that's crazy.
Okay. All right. So we got to move on. So look, I'm gonna do something I shouldn't do, right, Corey? I'm sorry. Like I'm gonna like your white privilege should supersede everything else. But Joe Lowe's is black, and he threatened me. So Joe, I want to give you a chance. Then we're gonna Corey, Juby, and Drazi.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe this is the conservative in me, but when you marry someone, it's a vow. You're agreeing to, no matter what, figure it out. And that's kind of where I'm at, where barring physical harm or threat of violence, you're in it till one of you dies. And when you go into that agreement, you should take that agreement seriously. You should take that agreement and what happens if we have kids? What happens if I have heart complications? What happens when I'm no longer attractive? What happens if I'm broke? What happens if I'm rich? And you need to walk these through your partner so you know what you're potentially getting into, and constantly and consistently clarifying what that is. A lot of men and a lot of women don't do this. So they walk into the marriage thinking that the marriage is going to be the point that it was at the point that they say I do, and that's not what reality is. Like the external world is going to throw all this shit at you, and you're going to have to figure it out. And that's what
she's divorcing him.
Yeah, that's the culture of divorce. The culture of divorce says when you don't do these things, you're going to get all of it. And that, hey, good for her. But for Steven Crowder, it's a lesson of like, hey, pick better.
What? You just said you're a conservative that believes marriage should be forever, and then you're like, "Good for her,
get that bag, take all this shit." Oh my god!
I did not say marriage
take it seriously.
You enter into an agreement, and you're with it until one of you dies. But also, get that bag, girl.
Joe's better, boy. It's like what the fuck?
What did I say? What did I say? I know Connor knows what I said. I'm curious if you.
Barring physical abuse, you're in it until one of you dies.
Wrong.
When you make that commitment.
Wrong. That's not what I said.
Can you tell us, Joe?
What the fuck are you talking about? What did you say then?
What I said, when you marry someone, that is a vow. It is a vow to figure it out. The only justifiable reason that I see for divorce is a threat of violence to yourself or others, or physical harm. Those are the two bars. Is that
what you added a signifier? But nevertheless, you're still saying good for her.
Do you agree with that idea? Disagree with that idea?
He should have you literally said he should have chose better.
Yeah, he should have chose better.
Okay, for me, that's a mean callback to his own video in which the only mistake that he copped to was the fact that he chose the wrong partner. Okay, so it's a half meme for me because he's basically like apologized or copped to 0% of it, except for he chose the wrong wife, which is his words, not mine.
We can see
that's not true. He said that he said bad things and that he played a role.
We can interrogate Steven Crowder's content and say like, is it reasonable to believe that Steven Crowder, the public figure Steven Crowder, who's been a public-facing figure on the internet for over a decade, could potentially treat his partner the same way that he treats the people that he talks about? And I think that's fair to say that he probably does. And we get an example of that. How far is that? Who knows? Maybe the family will drop the entire Ring video for the past 10 years. But this is where we're at.
Let's go to Corey, and then Doobie, remember whatever you were going to say to Joe, and then Drazi.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to want to address, but obviously don't have the time to address it all. So I'll try to stick to like one main point, or maybe two. Because yeah, I think from my perspective, a lot of people, I think, to what Joe was saying of like, yeah, he picked wrong, or saying he picked wrong, and also to what Connor I think brought up in terms of like, in kind of like a worst case scenario, the wife could have been just like super lazy, a princess that literally did nothing. Like even if Steven Crowder did pick wrong, even if like they just like sat around and literally did nothing, I don't know how that justifies like anything that occurred in the video. Of like, yeah, you can still like, as in, just because let's say the wife was some sort of bad actor, barring whatever physical violence, I don't see how that can justify anything that's observed like in the video. I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of intimate partner violence is like reciprocal. And there's a whole spectrum of intimate partner violence where it's like, well, okay, if I'm shoved, well, then I'm justified in shoving them. But like, just because you are shoved, it doesn't mean you are justified in shoving them back. Or if you're hit, barring self-defense. But this is also one of the reasons why like intimate partner violence is very frequently reciprocal. So like, yeah, I don't see how any of the points that have been brought up like justifies anything that Steven Crowder did in the video. And lastly, to address something that Lactoid brought up, when it comes to like, so I would agree with you. You can't like map out every single step of your lifetime marriage. But there is a concept. I mean, there's multiple reasons why I've read the clinical handbook of couple therapies, because like you can have a pretty good, maybe not perfect, but good understanding of how you resolve conflict in a relationship. And conflict resolution like is a thing. There's a healthy way to go about it, and there are many unhealthy ways to go about it. And how you resolve conflict is something you should know when you step into any long-term relationship or marriage. And I would argue that the vast majority of people don't know how to resolve conflict in a healthy way.
Okay, Corey.
Okay,
As far as
let's
there's a
go.
difference between, I was just gonna engage with what he said.
Yeah, you
Okay, go ahead. Do it.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I think there's a difference between justification and some level of empathizing. Like, there there's no justifiable reason to ever have like a toxic argument, like where you say like really rude things to your partner. It's not justified, but I think human beings that have been in places similar, if not there, can can have some level of understanding. Like, oh, okay, you like they're in it right now. They're late in this pregnancy. She's probably not sleeping well, which he's probably not sleeping well. Like everything, like you can understand what leads people to the position that they got to without saying that it's justified.
Okay, I want to respond to this directly. So I just want I just want y'all to hear me when I say this. I do not give a flying fuck about him saying some wild shit. People say wild shit. Okay. What I care about is the fact that he's trying to do this like big dog, I'm the alpha male, you need to do what
Yeah.
I want you to do, while also whining like a fucking child while having logistical solutions to the problems. So for instance, she's like, tell me what you want. I'll go to the grocery store. I'll get you whatever. Oh, wait. We don't have any grocery shopping today. And his response is like, I need my steakums and my wood pellets. Like Jesus fucking Christ. You're on the verge of arguing so hard that your fucking wife is about to walk out the fucking door because you're pissing her off so much. And you're fucking whining about your steakums and your fucking wood pellets. Like, get the fuck
Well,
out of here.
and Connor, like a thing for me too is that like that's a part of this is recognizing the field of play, where it's like if you don't figure this out and you don't do this as a matter of agreeing upon a vow, a covenant, she will leave you. And do you want that for your future children? Do you want that for your current children? And you need to assess that, at least in my opinion, when you're in these sort of petty conflicts where it's like, is this exchange right now worth her taking half, if not everything? And if you think that's the way to go, play ball.
Well, so I wanna ask something because Lactoid and Scott keep kind of rolling their eyes whenever I fucking say what I'm saying. So for instance, like I just want to hear you kind of say this. Like, do you think that it's reasonable for a multimillionaire, if he needs steaks, that he could use a fucking delivery service like most of us have done in major cities across the entire fucking country during COVID?
To clarify, Connor, did he
Would
really
I-
say steakums?
Yeah.
No, he said something about beef or his
okay.
meat or something.
Yeah,
But, I mean,
it was
same
steak
difference.
with
He like,
pellets.
I think he
for
like
his
wanted to
grill.
barbecue or
He
something.
wanted
Yeah.
to he wanted to grill or something.
Right.
What it looks like to me, because none of us fucking know, and everyone is pretending to like no context makes this acceptable. Whatever. what it looks like to me is that there was an argument before this argument. And he went outside to go smoke a cigar. And the argument was the fact that she gets like that she's not doing any of the shit that she said that she would do. And that he's like, look, I get you're fucking pregnant, but like I got shit too. I'm the one that's busy doing all this stuff. Now, could he get a car? Sure, but not in the middle of this fucking argument. He can't. And so what I see is someone that is like, I know exactly. I don't know this, right? I'm just kind of hypothesizing, right? What when I see the video, first of all, it looks disgusting. It hurts me to see a pregnant woman treated that way. Actually, physically hurts me as someone that's been in situations, but I also understand how messy divorces are because this is in the middle of a divorce, basically. This is right at the end when shit is the worst. And what it looks like to me is he's like, this bitch in his head, right? He's like, this bitch, I know exactly what she's going to do. She's going to take the fucking car. She's going to take her sweet ass time. She's like not being specific about where she's actually going to go. She's going to fuck off for 3 hours. I'm going to be left alone here. And we have an unresolved argument. And he's flexing his shit to be like, no, we're at a fucking impasse. Like, this is a fucking problem. I don't want you disappearing for 3 hours while I'm sitting here with nothing to fucking do, stranded. And you're going to go gallivant and fuck off because you say you need space. But like, we've tried space. We've tried counseling. We've tried this. Like, it's time to fucking fix this. And then he flexes some alpha male bullshit, whatever, because he's at the end of his fucking rope. And yeah, is he being a bitch about it? Sure. But that's what it looks like to me. And I don't know if that's reasonable or not reasonable. I don't know if that's right or wrong.
I'm okay as long as you admit that he looked like he was being like a fucking bitch about it. I will concede that I do not know all of the logistical factors that I am fucking.
I'll give you this.
If you admit that he was being kind of fucking whiny in that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you this. My mother and stepfather, right, went through a terrible divorce. And this was after like 27 years, right? My stepfather was basically my dad from when I was a little kid. And it took me a long time, and my mother took a long time, to realize that he was a narcissistic abuser and that I was living with someone with covert vulnerable NPD that would manipulate my mother into beating me just so that he could be the hero that saved me from the beating so that his own narcissistic supply would be fed by that. Like, it was not a good situation. And even still, he, and maybe this is a fault of my own or whatever, he basically stole one of my vehicles, but it was at his house, right? And he sold it in the middle of this really, really messy divorce. And I remember calling him and being like, shit happens in divorce. Fucking get it. I've seen both you and my mother insane. Like, I'm not mad about $500. I want my stepdad back. And like, wow. I've seen these things plenty of times, and he's gone. Fuck him. But 27 years, and he's like, whatever. I can't get narcissistic supply from you, and my game, so we're out. But even still, I recognize in that instance that really fucked up shit and really evil shit. People things that you would never expect to see from yourself comes from those situations. You will do things that right now you'll be like, there's no excuse. I would never do that in a million years. And then you'll find yourself when the person you love the most is telling you they don't love you anymore, and you have children, and those children, you're about to become an every other weekend dad, and like all of the love is gone. Like, you will find yourself saying horrible, horrible things that are borderline abusive. And that's why the fucking relationship ends. And when you take a 3-minute fucking snippet of that and then you post it online, it looks crazy. And it's ridiculous that we're even having a conversation about it.
I got to move past this. Doobie, Drazzy, Lacto, I think you wanted to engage with this at some point, so we'll go after that. All right, so Doobie, please.
So I disagree with everything Scott just said, but I think that something Joe said earlier was more interesting. You said that you believe that short of violence or the threat of violence, there's no justifiable reason there's no other reason that'd be like justified to break up a marriage, right?
Justifiable reason. Yep.
So, okay. So if she were like, if your wife were cheating on you repeatedly, like you would say that you should just stay with her?
Figure it out. Yep.
Ooh.
Really? Like, what if she just wanted to fuck other people? Like,
figure it out.
Yeah, hard disagree.
That's why you get like. Listen, if you want, like, again,
I just want to say real quick. He doesn't want to engage, so I'll just take that dub real quick since he says he disagrees.
Go ahead and
doesn't want to
take it.
engage. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just wanted that on the record.
I didn't know. I just didn't know that Joe was that like conservative on marriage. That's
No,
strange.
so that actually does happen.
You have an agreement to figure it out.
So if like if your husband rapes somebody,
I do not have an
infidelity is not
agreement.
for me. Infidelity is not a justifiable reason for divorce. I do not pass that on to other people. So if your wife,
if your husband rapes somebody else,
oh my goodness. Well, hold on. What is rape? What is rape? Come on, child.
You said
rape is violence.
It's a form of violence, but not against the wife, though, right?
Justifiable reason for divorce, then, yeah.
Wait, but not against the wife.
He would just say against anybody, right?
Yeah, if you rape somebody else,
anybody. Rape is violence.
He did say hurt to self and others.
What about embezzlement? What if he steals like $30 million? Is that like good?
Figure it out.
What if he has like child porn?
You're rich now. So
what if he implicates her in a crime?
Why do we never engage with the topic?
It's
like
engaging in violence and harm against others.
I'm shocked. I thought Joe was like a super progressive. Like, this is shocking.
So why do you think like I take marriage seriously? Because I treat it as a vow. And as a vow, you owe it to your spouse to co-determine your domestic life. That's my stance. It's not.
Do you agree with Crowder to bring it back to the topic?
Hold on, Doobie, I'll explain it. It's that fucking black thing where like they're like hyper progressive, but then like super socially conservative.
Yep. Okay, and that makes sense. So to bring it back to Crowder, because one of the things that it seemed like he was like pointing to bring it back to Crowder, one of the things it seemed like he was pointing to in his like video, right, was that in the current law is that a woman can get divorced, right? You can, someone can just say, hey, I want to dissolve my marriage, and it can happen. Do you agree with him then that shouldn't be the case? That we should have more restrictions on divorce legally? Joe,
what's the question?
Should we have mandated counseling before divorce?
That's not what that was not what the question was. So
that's what I'm
so in Crowder's video, it seemed like he was implying that he disagreed with the current law, right? That where a woman can or anybody can say, hey, I want a divorce, and then the marriage is dissolved.
Yeah, like no fault divorce.
Okay, so you believe that there should be like some kind of legal requirement that has to be met, right? There has to be like either from your perspective, there would need to be like physical violence somewhere, or the threat of physical violence for the state to say that it's illegal for this divorce to happen.
I think the fight is more towards changing the culture of marriage than it is actually legally changing divorce.
Yeah, but if you could do that,
how libertarian of you.
I said what I said. Do you want me to say it again?
I understand what you said, but it seems like
I think the better fight is to.
I'm not asking what's more pragmatic. I'm asking what you agree with.
I think the better fight to be had is to change the culture of divorce and marriage. The way you do that is by changing the culture of marriage. You could probably do that and leave divorce untouched. That's a cultural thing.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm gonna have to press you on this, my man Joe. Right? Like Doobie's asking a really reasonable question. Like the idea of changing the idea
legally change divorce. We can recognize the fault. I'm getting a little charged up here, so maybe this is the intent. I recognize that currently no false divorce and the culture of divorce and how divorce is currently structured is that a woman can do whatever the fuck she wants and then divorce the nigga. I don't want that. But I don't have the balls to say I want to legally change that because there's a lot of things, there's a lot of violence, and there's a lot of harm that isn't as clear as bruises, right? So I'd rather recognize that, hey, we should probably approach the culture of marriage and treat marriage seriously as an actual vow than it is to create legal parameters that might indirectly hurt women. That's my sense.
Now do this with everything else and you'll be a libertarian.
If that's difficult, fuck off. Because I'm not engaging any further from it.
All right.
That's my stance. And if you don't understand it,
I can do this with other things people are forced to do.
That's fine.
Let's go to Drizzy and then Lactoid.
All right, a bunch of people said a lot of really crazy shit, so I'm just going to try to rattle off my responses to them, like starting with the least contentious. Uber is twice as safe as regular civilian driving, so you should be compelled to make your pregnant wife take an Uber. Literally 2 times as safe as a regular driver. If there's an imperative here, she must take an Uber. The next one is
too.
there's no consideration for what his values are. He's a Christian man, so it seems like he's going to have a lot of values that it seems like a lot of people on this panel here, including myself, aren't going to share. So the things that he's going to get upset about and the way he's going to react to them would be completely different. The idea that marriage has the same internal meaning to people and should have the same internal meaning to everybody is dogmatic and fucking insane. There is one thing that all marriages in the U.S. have in common, and it's the piece of paper they have to sign and the fee they have to pay to the government. That's it. If you're a Christian, it means one thing. If you're a Wiccan, it means another thing. If you're a Muslim, it means another thing. We should not all have the same shared value for what a marriage should and should not be. That's fucking crazy. And to suggest that we need to change the culture of marriage suggests that there is a singular culture of marriage that everybody should be abiding by. I just can't back up that kind of dogmatism, and I'd be really surprised if you would support this kind of dogmatism in any other kind of social structure.
I said what I said. You want me to say it again, Elder, or do you want to?
Nah.
I didn't say. Not one part of what I said implies that I'm confused about what you said. I'm saying that I think that it's short-sighted and awful.
I said that we should have a culture of marriage that advocates and prioritize. It's not get wrecked.
There is a culture of marriage that does this. This is fundamental Christian marriage.
You talked. Am I going to talk? What's the road here?
Well, I don't know. You interrupted me, so I guess that's we're both trying to talk.
So let's establish what the road is. What's the road? Your court, your choice. What do you want to do? How do you want to engage?
I guess I don't mind hearing your response, but you're implying that I said I don't understand what you're saying. You can say it again, but I understand what you're saying. I just have a problem with it.
All right. What would you like me to do then?
Let him finish.
You jumped in.
I'm asking you what would you like me to do.
If you could wait till I'm just gonna bullet off these things really fast. I'm trying to go fast so that way everybody has a chance to yell at me if they hate what I said.
Go ahead.
The idea that you need to vet people before you get married to them is insane. People can change like 180 degrees for any reason. Pregnancy, in my own experience, my kid's mom completely changed after she got pregnant. She was a uncaring, unempathetic person to everybody around her, and I could not stay with her anymore. It was too much of a struggle to try to fight with somebody to get them to be decent to other people in their lives. Not me, other people. So people can just change. There's no amount of vetting that you can do to predict it. Another point is that she could have done and said things prior to that fight that specifically set up, because that recording is there. I know, having installed a ton of surveillance cameras, that people are very aware of where their cameras are in their home. Very, very aware. So she could have not like staged and scripted it, but like very much set up to have some kind of ammunition knowing that the divorce was coming. I think they probably had an idea. And the last one is it seems crazy to me. Somebody else said this too, that this fight was just this fight. It clearly came from other things, and their responses to each other felt almost rehearsed. This is not a new kind of dynamic that they had. They've been going through this for a while. So I even did say that the things that they're saying actually mean the things that they say, rather than it's just sort of like some rhetorical bullshit fight that they're having with each other. I think the words probably have very little like actual definitional meaning in that kind of a fight. Like it's just
not
like,
only can we not know what's happening, we can't know what they're actually saying is your position. So maybe
not only do we not know,
okay, go ahead.
We do know.
Not only do we not know what they mean when they say it, but it just seems like if there's anything that I can guess from that is it looks like they have done this kind of fight before. They have said these words to each other before.
Okay, so Elder Drazi, I think that you can actually extrapolate a lot of charitable meaning that isn't as like evil and pernicious against Crowder. So for instance, when he says like watch it, that was like the main thing that people were freaking out about as being like hyper aggressive and abusive or whatever. But if you actually go back to like the original part of it's like the first 30 seconds or whatever, he says like, we already talked about sick and abusive. So, and we talked about that being like a line.
It's like a trigger that they probably spoke about in therapy before.
Right. So if you want to be charitable to Steven Crowder, you can basically say like, she, knowingly or unknowingly, maybe she wanted to throw a fucking grenade. Maybe she knew the fucking, the camera was there or whatever the fuck. But she basically said like, your abuse is sick. And then he was like, watch it. Because basically he was getting fucking triggered over that shit. I think
or maybe he's abusive and doesn't like to be called abusive.
Well, yeah. So I think
also possible.
I think you can be like a good faith interlocutor and like give him as much charity when it comes to that shit as possible, and still point out like the entire dynamic is fucked and almost like a self-inflicted wound that a person who is claiming to be like a masculine conservative who believes in traditional marriage and who wants to be married for the rest of his life and all that kind of shit. And by the way, like, you were saying that we shouldn't impose the standard of like multiple, or we shouldn't like unify the expectations of marriage across different cultures that are made up in our liberal society. I agree with that. I think the criticism is coming from the failure to live up to his own set expectations of masculinity and authoritativeness and his own expectations of Christian marriage. Which, by the way,
I agree with that.
I would view. Sorry, last point, and then I'll shut up. I would view the authoritative women do what I say Christian interpretation of marriage as a complete fucking failure of interpretation of scripture, because basically they talk specifically about how they become like the two become one flesh, and if a man mistreats his woman the way that he mistreats his own body, it's as if he's committing a fucking sin. Like there's so many interpretations where like being kind and charitable to the other person is a part of that mandate.
If there's anything I know about Christians that make Christianity part of their identity, it means they have heavily filtered it through their own desires.
Let's go to Lactoid Bam.
Or is I gonna wait?
Okay. If you need to Lactoid Bam, Corey, and Joe.
Okay.
So first of all, Elder Drazi, incredible bullet points. I also want to when you pointed out that like Ubering is twice as safe, I think now you could actually make the opposite argument counterpoints than you were making, which is that he was simply trying to stop his wife from endangering their children, right? By, hey, you have to take an Uber because, hey, driving's not safe.
You missed the point, though. I'm bigoted against immigrant workers. You missed that point.
Yeah.
Also, your Uber driver is 1 billion times more likely to be a serial killer. So.
Fair enough. But no, I think, regardless, I think it does somewhat go to show that, like, no, expecting somebody to Uber is not that crazy, especially when you are rich. Like, hey, we have one like car, and hey, we're gonna Uber everywhere else because we're rich. We can afford Uber prices. Something I noticed, and this is, please, like, just this is what I'm saying. Okay, between your Benjamin quote and, I mean, Joe, I agree with you to some extent that, like, yeah, there needs to be like more emphasis on the vow. But at the same time, like, well, even if they're like cheating on you, you shouldn't be able to break it off. I think this is actually a question of, it seems like implicit in everything you're saying, you're sort of assuming that he doesn't have the right to stand up for himself here, right? Why doesn't he just, if he's rich, why doesn't he just buy another car, right? Even if she's being just a complete, psycho and not doing what she said. Well, he's rich enough. Why doesn't he do that? Why doesn't he get the meat and the grill stuff shipped to his house? Like, why doesn't he just like circumvent and dodge every conflict they have, when that might not actually be like the situation? When it might be she is just being like horrible, and part of it is, no, it's not about the fucking grill. It's not about the fucking meat. It's not about the fact. It's not about this. It's not about that. It's about, you're walking on me, and I'm fucking sick of it, right? That could be this at the very least. So when I don't think it's a good point to just say, well, I mean, fuck, like, why couldn't he have done this to resolve it? We don't know. We don't know the situation there. And I have been in situations where, like, yes, like, I'm up to here, and so I just, like, I leave. Like, that's how I deal with it. I just get up and like leave, or I kick them out of my house. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. But I've been to situations where, like, I'm not going to deal with you anymore. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Leave. And his response to that might be, well, I can't just tell you to fucking leave because you're my wife, and we've been to marriage counseling for a long time, and you're bringing up phrases that are triggering me. This is something that we're going to deal with now. I'm not going to let you walk on me.
Yeah. Do you know when to address that is?
When you're alone in your backyard.
Oh, okay. Not when your fucking wife is 8 months goddamn pregnant.
So when they're pregnant, they can just do what they want?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Because they're carrying. No, hold on. I'm half memeing. I'm half not memeing. So when a human being is carrying your fucking progeny, the most important thing that you're going to do on this fucking planet, then yeah, you give them a high degree of fucking latitude. And on top of that, you bear in mind that the fucking hormonal process of getting pregnant, having children, delivering children, all that kind of stuff, literally, like, fundamentally changes the person that you're married to. One of the things that I want to concede to that, like, some people were saying that I know to be true, is that you can start married to one person, and 5-10 years down the fucking road, not just because of time, not just because of experience, not just because of work experience, not just because of relationships, but also because of, you guys are nodding, but pregnancy and children and all of that kind of stuff, you can end up married to a completely different human being. So that is completely conceded, from my perspective. That being said, I think that there is a time of chaos and conflict that everybody recognizes, which is, pretty much coming up to the delivery, which I'm in right now, by the way. And there's a time, 6 months to a year down the road, once the baby has been breastfed for a while, they're maybe sleeping through the night, all that kind of stuff. And the objective at that time, during that like very sensitive and chaotic period, is not to solve your very complicated relationship issues based off of who's getting the fucking steaks and pellet stove. It's just to fucking survive. It's just to survive the day or the month or the 6 month period in order to get to a place where you guys can approach your shit sensibly. And I think that anybody who was like married and had a pregnant wife and they made it through that time, that would be their advice to somebody in that time period is, hey, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be rough. Don't try to solve all of your problems right then. Solve them at a time that's appropriate.
So this is reasonable.
That would have been great advice to give to him 3 years before the relationship was falling apart. While they're divorcing during
I would
COVID.
have given him this advice.
We can't.
You should have. You should have. Right? But he doesn't like Warhammer 40K. He probably thinks it's degenerate or something.
Lactoid Bam Corey joke.
That's look. This is like the most reasonable take I think I've heard, which is, we're not saying he's like wrong, like in the sense of, yeah, she could have been terrible, right? We can't tell from the video, but regardless, we're going to put incredibly high deference because like during pregnancy, we have these expectations of sacrifice for the well-being of the child. Like she should not be drinking, she should not be smoking, he should not be like, even if she's being terrible, like she should be like, he should be totally submissive and like waiting on her hand and knee, because ultimately we're not concerned about her being right. We're not concerned about him being right. We're just concerned about the well-being of the children. 100%. My question for you then is, let's say this video was like earlier, back because they've been married casually for a long time. Let's say this video was like 2 years earlier and she's not pregnant. Would you agree with me? Would you agree with me at this point? Okay. Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
yeah. There's nothing we can pull from the video at this point.
Right? Be like, listen, woman, you and I talked about this. You are not taking care of my children. You are not burying my progeny right now. You said that you would stick the medication up the dog's ass with or without gloves. You are going to do that shit. Or, we're going to have to seriously reconsider our relationship because I am doing 80% of the chores in this household and I am paying 100% of the bills. You agreed to 2 fucking chores and you cannot even follow up on these 2 fucking chores. It is a pain in my fucking ass and I'm sick of your shit. And every time I try to bring up the fact that you're not doing these 2 fucking chores, you throw it in my fucking face like I'm abusing you. Shut the fuck up and go stick medicine up the dog's ass, or else this is going to be a fucking problem.
Perfectly reasonable as well. So the last thing I just want to confirm then is, with the video we have now where she's pregnant, yes, it's true that he should not be at that point, because of the well-being of the children, he should not be doing what he did. But then like she should also not be, if there is context, which it seems like there is, she should not be engaging in that either.
But here's my thing. This is where I don't want to concede this. It seems like she was trying to disengage. So you could say that like she would, she tried to trigger him by saying X, Y, Z, ABC. I could see that as plausible or possible. But it was like, hey, you're fucking pissing me off. Give me the car. I'll be back in a few hours when I can look at you without fucking seeing red, which is an attempt to disengage.
Why couldn't she just take the Uber?
Okay, so I wanted to answer this because actually
she might be on the right on that 3-minute video, but maybe not a different one.
No, this is a consideration that I want you to take. So I know that not everybody is paranoid about COVID, but my wife and I have been. We're vaxxed, et cetera, et cetera. And then we're also paranoid about pregnancy because we don't want her to miscarry. This woman, Mrs. Crowder, had a previous miscarriage and she had twins. So there was this was a high-risk pregnancy. I don't think anybody has contested that. So the fear with exposing yourself to disease and all, like the Uber itself, the trip or whatever, I could cite statistics to my fucking wife about how safe it is. She's still going to do the internal math inside her head and say, this motherfucker is exposed to 40 to 50 people a fucking day, giving them rides and shit. How is it not even probable?
Same thing with the dog thing, right?
That they've been exposed to COVID or been exposed to the flu or exposed to whatever, and this will potentially fuck up my pregnancy. Now, if she's not
never made that argument, for the record.
She's a fucking woman. What you expect her to use logic and reason? What the fuck? Like, fuck out of here.
Okay, all right. So let's move on. We got to go to Bam, Corey, and Joan.
Yeah, I think that whenever you're missing the point. Anyone who's like quoted statistics into this argument of like
To a
how
pregnant woman.
the proper conclusions they should come to. Not even a pregnant woman. I don't know the statistics of Uber.
A woman.
Like my grandmother. My grandmother's not getting in an Uber. She's not getting in the car with somebody she doesn't know. And there's no statistical likelihood you could explain to her like no, like she's not getting in the car with a stranger. Like it's just not gonna happen. So I don't think that that's like relevant of like oh she didn't consider the statistics of it. I think something.
It's a straw man of Elder's argument.
Something that to respond to something Elder said. Actually, or maybe I'm me and Joe are a little bit apart, but closer than we think. Maybe it is a black thing, whatever kind of point said. Like I do believe that like marriage, like the title of marriage, we probably should prescribe like what we consider to be healthy as a society, like what this should look like. Like I think that there should be other models, like like before we had like gay marriage, there were like partnerships, like legal partnerships that came with their own like categories. Like I think that we should be able to map them on like the tax benefits and things like that. But I think that if you're going to enter into specifically the category of marriage, even though we can't like I'm not saying the Supreme Court should like legally mandate. I think it's okay to prescribe like this is actually if you're going to do this, like you should be prepared to be in it for the long haul. You should have these expectations of like this is what a healthy marriage looks like. You should be prepared to communicate, prepared to de-escalate, prepared to, like I think that we should as a society make prescriptions for things that we consider to be good. Like I don't think we should say that like this is just whatever we want it to be, because we don't say that about parenting. We don't get to say that like oh like parenting means like not just feeding your kids but also like being a present like a present like valuable asset to them, to their like mental development. Like someone doesn't get to say I fed them and I left them in a cage under the house. So you say like, well, parents, parents what people
like
want them
the
to be.
entire plot of Fences.
Yeah, no. So I want to back up Bam real quick, Elder, because I think this is primarily addressed to you, and I felt the same way. Basically, like I'm okay within like the liberal framework of the state saying that like you can have whatever fucking crazy marriage, polyamorous, fucking Satan worshiping fucking bullshit that you want.
Thank you.
But that's the framework of the state. Whereas I think that we should have cultural pressure in which if we can evaluate models of behavior that we think are good versus bad, it's perfectly logical and good, I would say, to put cultural pressure on other people. So for instance, I'm going to tell every single one of you to not do heroin. Okay? Don't do heroin.
Damn.
Heroin is awesome. It feels great.
What if I want to be
starting to feel like doing
Get
heroin.
this dictator out of here.
It's highly addictive. It's highly addictive and it'll fuck up your life. So don't fucking do it. I'm imposing cultural pressure on you and I have no problems with people doing that.
So Nancy was right then, huh? Just the wrong
Probably.
drugs.
Just say no. Yeah. I won dare. I have a dare medal. Okay.
Let's go to Corey.
You could have just said you're a narc.
Yeah, easier. Corey, then Joe.
We worked with them.
Yeah. I want to attempt to address a couple points. Of like, yeah. So what was brought up earlier of like, so it might have been, let's say, spoken about in therapy of like, this phrasing, or like calling Stephen abusive might be a trigger for him, which that may very well be possible. And it is my understanding that they were in couple therapy for a while. And obviously, I have no idea what actually took place or what strategies were given. But even if that were the case, generally speaking, although totally don't know for sure, but generally speaking, even if that was like a known trigger that was spoken about, you would usually, typically, at least as I understand, there would be strategies given to them that were like, what do you do when you are triggered? Because it's usually they give like the kind of the worst case scenario or the alternative where like when things don't go according to plan, what do you do? And so like, yeah, I think he probably should have still have had strategies to cope with him being triggered. But maybe that actually wasn't spoken about during couple therapy. But what I do actually want to engage in is what Elder Drazi brought up when he was listing over his bullet points. And I want to understand better because I think if I remember correctly, one of the bullet points that you brought up was like vetting. And that like you can't really do any vetting because like I take your point, you can't do perfect vetting.
You can't wholly vet, yeah.
Yeah, but I would assume, or I could be wrong, but you can attempt to vet for things, as in like you might want to, let's say if you're concerned about physical abuse, like there are things that we know from the research of like, warning signs of someone who's physically abusive. On like red flags. I don't know that I wouldn't want to advocate of like, yeah, you just can't vet, so you just gotta like roll the dice and hope it works out. Like there are things you can
If
look
that's
out
how
for.
I came off, that's not what I meant.
Okay,
I
yeah,
just
that's
meant
what I said.
like
I want to understand it better.
You can see the
Like,
flags, but if there's no flags, then all of a sudden like the danger's just wholly underneath the ground, and that flag placer wasn't working that day. Like there's nothing you can do, or there might not have even been red flags to see, and they developed over time. That's kind of the point I'm getting
can you
at.
give an example, perhaps?
Yeah, like my kid's mom that I talked about, she was a very loving and considerate person, and she had a mentally handicapped aunt who lived with us, and she was always super nice for her and stuck up for her. Not long after we had our kid, and this like still to this day, she became like even mean to her, and I'm like, fucking stop. She's not doing anything to you. You're just berating this woman who's just the nicest person in the world for literally no fucking reason, because you're mad about like other shit, or maybe sometimes even no reason. Like this is not something that I can deal with on a day-to-day basis, trying to get somebody to be decent to the people around them at a baseline and not just like attack them. There was no way I could have saw that coming.
Okay. Yeah, so I want
an
to, I want to, I'll stop, but just saying with one thing of like, yeah, if you argue, like, obviously I don't know for sure, and like, this is not the place to like air your personal relationships, but like, yeah, I am a little bit skeptical. Like, if you couldn't see that as a warning, so I have no idea of the length of your relationship and like what led up to it. But I would call that into question. Like, yeah, I just couldn't see the fact that they might be.
For all we know, you were the asshole.
There are people that change, Corey. Come on.
Might have.
So, Corey,
all the cells in your body change every
I
7 years,
talk
right?
From a counseling perspective, right? Not that I've done a ton of it, and viewed a lot of it. That's what my education was in. I stopped in grad school, but nevertheless, one of the things about counseling, especially couples therapy, is that like oftentimes you begin by identifying problems, and then later throughout the therapy you begin to build those skills that you're speaking about, right? And it's very very common that couples shop around looking for the appropriate therapist. They never find the right one, or they go to therapy and they're locking horns to such a degree that they don't get to that step of being able to create like healthy coping mechanisms and skills in that. And Absolutely. So what it appears to me, and this is obviously totally speculation, because again, anybody that's drawing too much out of a 3-minute fucking video and saying he or she acts a certain way is fucking hilariously stupid. But what it appears to me when I see that, and he says like this watch it thing, is it looks like it appears to be like a couple that has identified triggers, identified problems, but has not been able to communicate those problems well enough in therapy to begin to like have like the specific words they're supposed to say, or like when those things occur, like what does it trigger in a sit down, right? Like it looks like it was brought up in therapy that she uses this as a means of making him feel insecure or bad or guilt tripping her. But like they hadn't gotten to the point where, the kind of the famous example from Meet the Fockers, where like one of them is like muskrat, like, hey, this is a trigger. We have to talk about this, right? They haven't built those skills per se. And so he's bringing up something that's like, bitch, you're not supposed to do that. But like at the same time, they haven't found a healthy way to like actually deal with that.
So
Yeah,
before we wrap up,
politically latched on to
real quick.
like.
Sorry, Bam, please, just real quick, because I want to come 85% your way. Okay, 85% to Lactoid and Scott. Okay, I don't even think I would give a fuck if this video came out and she wasn't pregnant. I actually don't think I would care, because I would literally say he's a fucking asshole. Leave his ass. Like, you're putting yourself into this shitty situation by fucking hanging out with a dude who's treating you like shit. Like, fucking what are you showing us the video for? Just leave. But the catch here is women, especially when they're like 8 months pregnant or whatever. She's obviously financially reliant on him. She's socially reliant on him. She's pregnant. She's about to deliver children. Those children are going to be financially reliant on him. And on top of that, just through virtue of giving birth to children that are his, they are now communally tied for the next 18 years. And so as a result, I think that warrants the higher degree of caution and criticism that I'm bringing to the table.
Let's go to Joe, because he was the last one on that list. I want to make sure he has space. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was charging up. I'm kind of curious on some stuff that Elder Drazi said, because he took a few jabs, and it seems like, I don't know. So
Wasn't
I guess, like,
personal.
yeah, it's all good. It happens. I'm just kind of curious on like what you believe marriage to be, because maybe that's where we're not like lining up properly.
Oh, sure. I think that marriage is and should be an agreement between two people, and those two people get to define the parameters of that agreement wholly. Like not like HOL, but WHOLLY. It should be whatever these two people decide that this step is, and that's why I think it's just we're going to move our relationship forward in this kind of manner, and that's usually why we want to celebrate it with like a wedding or something like that. Some people don't even get the wedding though, but it's usually like if not an external ceremony, it's like an internal ceremony of two people making a strong agreement to one another. But to say that it must be this or it must be that, the only thing that it must be is getting that marriage certificate signed. Otherwise, you're not married by the law. And if we want to talk about just like other kinds of marriages that don't need the law, then that's fine too. But like, I think that like even when I'm talking about it should be individualized, I still mean that you're getting married in the eyes of the law.
Gotcha. What do you believe to be a legitimate marriage then? I'm saying legitimate marriage. What do you believe a marriage? How would you build a marriage that's sustainable? Or what do you think is a way that we can build marriages that are sustainable?
Oh, well, I am currently married, and my wife and I have been together for 10 years. We waited 7 years to get married. I think that it has to do with finding somebody that, like for me, and it could be different for a lot of other people, but finding somebody that you share goals with, that you can trust, and that you can rely on. I think that if you feel secure in those things, it's very, very easy for other things to fill in the gaps. That problems get to be solved really, really easily, comparatively, if you have those key features.
Gotcha.
But if things change and you lose those things, I think that it's worse than being with somebody that you don't have those features with. You're with somebody who's a constant reminder of the things that you used to have and don't, which is just going to cause turmoil anyways.
So I don't think we really disagree. So the kind of like, and maybe we can find where the hole is. Like for me, right? Like I believe marriage to be a vow that you co-determine your partner's, like each other's domestic life. So basically you owe to your partner your creativity, your experience, your resources in order to essentially figure it out. So why I set a parameter, and I guess like the idea of like just the parameter of like threat of violence internally, externally, and or death, is because I think people walk into marriages for reasons that are not sustainable long term. So, for example, like one that some conservatives talk about, I'm not saying conservatives, I'm thinking more of like red pillars, is like the idea of child rearing, of that like you want to find a partner that is able to bear your children or bear biological children, right? And I think that using that as a singular aspect by itself as a way that you build your marriage upon, I don't think that's a sustainable thing, because I think that you need to build relationships and marriages beyond material things like love, money, child rearing, and stuff like that. I think like in the Crowder situation, we see an example that's possible that their marriage was built on faulty foundations that lead to external pressures causing problems internally, if that makes sense.
Sure. I don't disagree. Although I would say for myself, I think that money shouldn't. I would never consider money to be one of the aspects of a marriage.
A lot of women believe otherwise.
It's the majority of how marriages fall apart is money issues.
Well, that's the thing where it's like if you build a relationship that is beyond money, then it shouldn't, like financial stressors shouldn't be the reason why the marriage like gets like falls apart. Or if you build it on things greater than money, greater than love, greater than child rearing, as the three I described, and that's something that can make a marriage stay stable in a world that literally wants to kill you or could kill you. Rather,
I mean, sure, but like the most successful marriages statistically are arranged marriages that are culturally enforced. You know what I mean? So like
States or
in the world.
I'm trying to focus on the United States. I'm trying to speak on behalf of other countries I don't know shit about.
Yeah, I think that's a different thing entirely,
sure,
anyways.
But
yeah,
right. But what I'm saying is like this idea of like
you're gonna keep going.
What a marriage is and isn't, and in terms of like our goals and stuff. I think like Elder, like I would have to side there. Like I understand what you're saying, Joe Lewis. That's what you want, and that's what you want for your community, and that's what you want for the people that you live around.
I think it's like, more sustainable. Like
right, but if we're looking at it from a purely numbers-based perspective, then like you should give up on that, and instead you should trust your parents to find a wife for you, and then they should demand what that wife would be for you, right?
My mom,
if we're talking about the most stable.
My mom got married to figure it out. She was married for over 50 years, got married at 15, and the only thing that separated them was cancer. In the face
damn, how old is your mom?
My mom was 89 when she passed away. Like it was in the face of marital infidelity. This was in the face of financial problems. This was in the face of all these other external problems. Like two wars, civil rights, war on drugs, all of that shit. But that led to them figuring it out. Like that's where it came. That's where my opinion on this comes from. Where it's like in the face of all of these stressors, my family figured it out. And that's what I think you owe.
Honestly, it's probably pretty similar. Like regardless of what you're saying, both the culturally enforced one. I think you're probably describing a similar situation.
We are in.
But again, my point for saying that is I don't think Crowder, with his ideological leanings, found a partner that was able to fulfill what he believes a domestic life to be, and that was never properly articulated.
We're in bonus time here, so I just want to let you know, especially for Drazi, who's a newer individual, we're past the end date or end time here. So if you need to bounce, you can just like bounce out.
I gotta go soon, but
okay, but sure. So then, just so you know, anyway, Lactoid and Corey, yeah.
Could I respond to Joe before I dip? If you guys are okay with that, Lactoid, Corey?
Sure, go ahead. Okay.
Because I did promise my wife I'd be done at 11:30 and do stuff with her. I think to your mom's credit, she very, very much valued the idea of being married. It seems like her biggest value in evaluating marriage is being married. But for somebody like me, I would say that being each other's happiness and being each other's rock and being each other's like guide through life is much more important to me than just staying together for the sake of being married. I understand that comes with a lot of benefits, especially for kids and things like that. But I think that if my wife and I weren't that for each other, our lives and our kids' lives would be worse. And I want us both, even if she's not with me, I want my wife to be happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's the thing where it's like, I don't know who would disagree with this, but marriage allows for a particular type of freedom that nothing, like no other institution can guarantee you. It basically guarantees that someone will not abandon you by virtue of your actions. Like you're able to exercise your freedom in such a way where your exercising your freedom doesn't lead to the person leaving you. But the problem is like people don't really like build or think about it like that. Where it's like, yeah, there's like certain agitations with being single. And that's like a real thing. Like, for instance, the manosphere and red pillars get correct. Like the agitations of the whatever you want to believe the market to be is enough that could like drive you down insanity. And marriage allows you to get out of that and have somebody that says like, hey, if you do X or Y, I'm not going to leave you. Now, granted, there's parameters around that. Like freedom doesn't say I get to do whatever I want. But I think people need to like create and articulate the parameters in their relationships and in their marriages. I think that's what liberalism like was good in one aspect of like being able to say. Is that?
You said vows earlier, and I take that very serious. When I made my vows to my ex-wife and she made her vows to me, I would bring up to her all the time leading up to our divorce, you're literally breaking our vows right now, okay? Like, you're breaking our vows to each other. And that really freaked me out because that's like the highest order of promise I've ever made. And I held up my end, and she was consistently violating her vows. And eventually it became too much. Like, I can't trust you to uphold our wedding vows. I can't trust you. Nothing. I don't know who you are in that respect because everything is a potential lie now. You can't even live up to the vows.
And that's something that I think, like, when I was saying, like, 'cause I said this on my panel, and I think it was on ABE, of like the idea of like the liberalization of divorce, where it's like the liberalization of divorce led to people saying, like, hey, you know, if things get a little rocky, you just leave. And for me, that's not a big enough bar. Like, which is why for me, I set parameters of threat of violence. And
I don't know what is that where that noise is coming from, but
So that's my roommate. I think he's playing League.
But
Okay.
I also love
he's
y'all, but I'm
far
getting,
away
it's like,
too.
what is
Okay.
happening?
I love y'all, but I'm getting old as fuck. So
Yeah.
you know.
But does all that make sense?
All right.
Like to kind of throw.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I just have a different view about marriage,
Yeah,
which is why
sure.
I encourage. I think we had that in Wix Discord too in text chat. I think that we should encourage everybody to fulfill their own definition of marriage.
Like if the
Okay,
church
okay,
is,
come on,
like,
come on.
the
We
church is
gotta wrap it
railroading
up.
you, a little.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
for
Well,
sure.
I got to get out of here. Thanks,
Yo,
Prime, for
wrap it
inviting me. It
up,
was a lot of
Pete.
fun. And
Yeah.
thank you, everybody, for letting me go through my bullet list. That was
Take
pretty
care.
fucking sick.
Be well.
Okay. Yeah, thanks
Peace
for being here. And Counter, if you want to.
I don't know. I don't need immediately dip, but I just like I want Joe and Elder Drazi to become best friends, to walk each other through their perspectives of relationships and marriage, and smoke a bowl together and all that kind of stuff. I want them to do that on the open, you know. So
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great.
Well, the
but
thing, like, I could tie it in was like kind of like.
oh, come on, no. So we got to
Yeah.
move on. Sorry, we got. We'll save it later. Dibby, you want to say something quickly?
I do need to dip immediately. So
Aw,
good to talk to
man.
you guys.
love
Love
you,
you guys.
Doobie,
Doobie.
parasocially, even if
Yeah.
Casey
Well.
your
Oh,
fucking
appreciate it.
guts.
Doobie, come through in the open.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to come through and open. Just gotta take care of some shit real quick.
Gotcha.
back.
All right. Lactoid and Corey, then maybe we'll move past this.
All right, I got two questions. We'll see if I can get through them. The first question I have, and this is actually to Joe's point here, in the situation in which you, let's say, are having kids, twins, or you have a kid, and we know, like statistically, very consistently, that single motherhood is not good for the well-being of a child. Is there maybe a little bit of an expectation that if there is children, if you're getting a divorce, that you should have to demonstrate some reason why you're getting a divorce and why you're putting your children at a disadvantage?
Again, like my line here is on setting legal parameters on divorce, but I will say that, like, that's why you gotta, like, articulate these kind of things. Where, like, in the face of Crowder, right, where it's like, we know the field of play, women can and will, because liberals gave that to us, leave you. So if you're fighting your partner in the middle of your patio, you gotta, like, that's the thing that, like, where I'm really sensitive about it. Where you just gotta assess that field. Sorry, what the fuck? You gotta assess that field of play of, like, this argument that I'm having with my pregnant wife about marital or wifely duties could lead to her leaving me. Does that make sense?
I mean, that makes sense, and I guess I can see that of like, well, I have to like try to avoid her leaving me, but ultimately, whoever's initiating the divorce, in my mind, if there's children involved, probably should have some kind of justification as to why they're again putting their children at a disadvantage.
Can I get a follow up here? Like, why is it that you recognize the logic that when the state intervenes on behalf of your own moral preferences, that it is better because of the unintended consequences and of the other issues that may or may not be present, that instead we use cultural enforcement, that we try and bring our community together, and we try and convince people to act voluntarily so that we can create a better society. But you do not apply this logic to the majority of state action within our governance. Like, why is marriage special and everything else we can be like, we can have the state like invade our lives in?
I mean, that's a longer answer, but in
And
the
words are
short of
less.
it, we recognize that, like, if we believe something to be a right, then it's everybody else's duty to honor that right. And for certain individuals of people, the state had to give rights to people. So, like, some rights just existed naturally as they occurred in society, and some we had to literally give to people, like women, black people, etc.
Yeah, that doesn't answer anything, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does, unless you want to walk me through what you're not understanding.
I don't think you need to be walked through. I'm talking about like state intervention in laws, in traffic laws, in like what can't, like where people can smoke. All of these things that we look at from a consequentialist perspective, and you have preferred outcomes that you want to see done. And so you say it is best that the state get involved in individuals' lives in all of these little laws, be they big laws or large laws, like how we need, like I want this to happen in the healthcare industry, so these laws and regulations need to be imposed, despite the fact that you have individual preferences, you recognize others do. But in marriage, you believe there's one right answer. You believe that it should be done a specific way, at least in the in many senses, right? And you say, well, that I don't want the state involved because there might be unintended consequences, or it might not be right for everybody. Like, why is marriage special?
Because marriage is freedom. Marriage is freedom from abandonment. That, like, it's the only thing that we have, and unless you can walk me through something in society that isn't, it's the only thing that we can go into with another individual that creates freedom, which is freedom from abandonment. And we should take that freedom from abandonment seriously. Like, if we're trying to build healthy societies and healthy cultures, like which is why, like, I'm of the stance, like, if my partner cheats on me and I'm married, I married her, so figure it out. Like, that's not a justifiable reason for divorce for me. I'm not going to impose on other people, like, because everybody treats violence differently. So some people might treat intermarital affairs as violence, and that's their right to do so.
Let's go.
All right, so I'm not going to get an answer. All right,
let's go. Lactoid, you had another point, and then we'll go to Corey, and
Well, I mean, I asked a question that nobody answered, but maybe okay, that's fine. People didn't want to answer.
I mean, like, can you word it a different way? Maybe I can.
Sure. My question's like very like, okay, we have a situation in which there's a child involved, excluding our concerns with like the parents, with the marriage, right? Who cares? For the well-being of the child, right? Wouldn't it make sense, like maybe strongly culturally, where like, hey, you're initiating a divorce and there's a child involved. We know that this puts the child at a disadvantage. Why would you do this? Like, shouldn't you have to justify that? To me, that kind of makes sense.
No, I'll answer.
I mean, you should justify it, but that justification should not like we recognize the field of play, right? Like the field of play is a woman can leave you and take half your shit, if not more. So like if you are in a relationship and you're in a relationship with children, you gotta like put that into how you move and how you co-determine each other's domestic life, because that's a variable. And that's a variable that you're going to have to take seriously. No different than you're going to take seriously the marriage. And maybe that's a dodge. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure any divorce hearing like involving children does like literally you justify it. Like that. It seems like that's how custody hearings go. Like you're not going to say like, oh, I'm taking all his money and I'm moving in with better looking guy. And
you could do that. Yes, you could do that.
I don't think.
He's got a big
hypothetically, but
no,
we're no longer
there's
dealing.
There's no fault divorce in this country. Not hypothetically. Right. You could literally be like,
no, but we're not talking about divorce. We're talking about. I'm saying, but you're talking about it in regards to children. So I'm saying,
So so divorce, right? So if you've got a child at home and there's two parents, right? And then let's use like the least charitable example ever, where she's like, yeah, I met this other guy. He's got a bigger schlong, and I just want to get with him. Sorry.
A bigger house and car.
And then I'm gonna like get divorced, and we're gonna like separate, right?
You're acting like judges aren't humans. Like in like a custody hearing, that's.
It's not.
I think you probably lose your kid.
Yeah, no, you're not. No. You're not going to lose your kid. You're not.
You think if you say that in the court of law,
no, you're not going to say that. You're going to say irreconcilable. So I have irreconcilable differences. That's what you're going to say. That's what everybody always fucking says. That's what you're saying. Okay.
So that's just
irreconcilable differences. That other dude's dick.
Yeah, and then they're going to determine some kind of like custody.
The difference is 5 inches.
But then you just. But I'm saying like you saying like you're walking into answering your own question. You ask like, shouldn't you have to justify it? And then they say like, yeah, you do have to justify. And then you're saying, well, yeah, they're going to say irreconcilable. Yeah, oh God.
So irreconcilable differences. What if we got rid of that reason for if there's a kid?
Then that would lead to violence in other ways.
You think so?
Like, absolutely.
Why wouldn't that be a reason? Why can't you have differences that can't be reconciled? Why would you remove that?
Because I don't. So you could
There's a
have
legitimate
situation.
thing.
You could have situation. I agree that you could have some like unintended consequences there, for sure. But like, and I'm not even proposing this be a law necessarily. I'm more thinking about
Sure.
like a strong cultural like prohibition.
Right.
But like one of the issues I'm running into is, most of the time you're going to say like, well, maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. That could be true, but like, there's also a significant amount of time where like, they just don't get along anymore, or that the neighbor looks hotter, or wow, he's banging the secretary, right? That shit happens a
Well,
lot. And
That's
then you're gonna like, your kid now doesn't have like a stable family because of that.
Well, no, it's not going to be
I'm
because of that. It's going to be because of the things you tell the judge when you go to custody
yeah.
hearings.
I mean, I've talked to. I mean, this is where Elder Drazi
It's
and I
like you
like.
keep asking. You're saying that
Yeah,
like why?
yeah.
Like you're
I'm
answering
talking
your
about
own question.
separation generally. Okay, so we agree that like, if you got a kid, it is
Mhm.
best to have a household with two parents in it, right? Just that's the evidence, at least what I've seen.
Generally
And if you can't, then you're gonna have to use resources to figure it out.
Right, but it's still
Like-
going to be, the kid's still going to be at a disadvantage if one parent's
paying
over
a
here and
price.
one
Not
parent's over there.
necessarily. Not
No,
necessarily. You
statistically,
just gotta
necessarily, yes.
Not
Let's
necessarily.
not fight that fight. Let's not fight. That's going to take a while.
I got graphs.
I'll just say
I got
sure.
graphs
Like,
up the ass.
Let
Okay,
me
that's
give
why
you an
that's why I
example.
think marriage is
I can-
serious. But if
I
it
can-
does end, it
I can do a
ends like
simple-
there's.
Simple example, right? Let's say Crowder's wife takes everything. I think considering however the argument of parenting goes, probably fair for her to take a lot of shit. Like, especially considering that, like, if she has this argument that Crowder is potentially a threat of violence, whether it be to herself or to her children, internally or externally, then it's probably fair to her to take a lot of money to make sure that she can be able to maintain and sustain their children's lives.
No, I'm not talking. Okay, I'm not talking about. So, and this is going to be like a data argument, but there is like data that demonstrates. Wait. I have to finish this because there's multiple misunderstandings. There's data to suggest that even like people of lower socioeconomic status, like if you're like middle class or poor, if you have a two-parent household, your outcomes are better than wealthier families with a one-parent household. Right? It's just
I don't know.
true.
This is
that
this
data
is silly, and this is why. Hold on,
that
pause.
is not
this
inconclusive.
is
that data is very inconclusive.
hold on.
I've seen like 6
It's
studies
not.
related to
It's
this
not.
because
No,
I used
no.
to fight
It's
the
not.
argument.
No. It's not.
Yes, there
it's
is.
not
There-
inconclusive.
There
The data
is
that-
inconclusive on
no.
class.
The
No,
manosphere
stop.
even
Let me
agrees
hush.
with this shit.
So-
Oh Lord.
Listen. Yes, it is better to have a two-parent
It's
household.
not true.
Yes.
I'm not gonna let you
Absolutely
say it.
true.
I'm not even
Shut
gonna let
up.
you
It's
say
not
it.
true.
Shut
I just
up.
can't.
Yes,
Because
you
you're
are
saying
going to
that
let
you're
me say it.
lying.
I'm
That's
not lying.
That data is inconclusive.
I'm not. You're not.
When you control
It is
for
not
class,
inconclusive.
for two parents in poverty in a
That's
two-parent
not
household,
true.
there's no
Yes,
conclusive
the
data that says
difference
that they do better than a one-parent
the
household
difference
that are millionaires.
is
That's
bullshit.
not true.
That is
That
bullshit.
data's not
That is
solved.
bullshit. So
Show me
anyways,
one
so
stat
anyways,
that says that.
so anyways, I'm not going through this with you right now. It's
He's
like
lying.
common fucking knowledge that it's in
Yeah, he's just
textbooks
lying,
in
man,
fucking
but it's cool.
in
Keep- let him cook.
in like basic psychology undergrad and like just stop.
Basic psychology.
Nevertheless,
All right.
Nevertheless, the problem with using this idea of should we get rid of no fault divorce, right, is that many of the circumstances change them because you change what the institution of marriage means. Because now if you get rid of no fault divorce, people are now less likely to get married unless they're really committed to it. So you might have less people. You might have more children born out of wedlock, for example. And in the reverse, right, because of this idea of no fault divorce, there are people that are potentially getting divorced that may be abusive or whatever, right, towards each other or their families. But by making it more difficult, you might force toxic relationships to stay together that might not have stayed together had no fault divorce not been present at the time. So we can't really say that this future action of central planning will have the positive outcome that we desire because the data currently shows that individuals that are together tend to be better for the children than single parent households.
Right. I get that.
Unless you account for class.
So
even if I were to
I get that argument.
The differences do not disappear completely when you account for socioeconomic status. They just don't.
I just posted something. It's less than half. Scott, when you I understand what you're saying when you say like, well, you're already automatically controlling for a group of people that don't get along, and people who don't get along probably are going to make the best parents. I get that, and so that's probably a good argument. I would like to see how that actually plays out in the data. But
Yeah,
that
we would
could
have to do an unethical study, which is get rid of no fault divorce to really know.
Sure. I mean, look, I want to know because ultimately we're looking after, like, we're trying to figure out what's best for kids. I'm just saying. But like,
I want to experiment to see if it turns out better.
At the very least, though, it would make sense to me that, like, yeah, if you're constantly fighting in front of the kids, if it's clear that like it's causing a lot of like disruption and trauma for the children, like we could have like maybe like a cultural like pass for situations like that. But I'm more talking about situations where, for like the best example I can think of is I know a married couple who they just don't love each other anymore, and so but they have a kid.
They stay together,
and so they stay together, and like literally like the weekends, like, oh, he's going on a camping trip. No, he's going to like cheat or not like cheat.
Some people can co-parent in those situations. Some people can't.
Right.
The problem is that I don't need to prove that it statistically on the out end is better in one direction or the other because I'm not a fucking consequentialist. I care about freedom and human rights. So all I need to prove is that at least one person, one family would be more abusive or toxic, and you wanted the state to stop them from splitting apart. That child would be abused.
So let Lactoid finish, and I do got to give it to Corey because he's been ready.
I don't know. So it's just a suggestion. I've been talking a lot about like it is also a contract, right? So, and I think the state does have room to enforce contracts that are voluntarily made by adults. So I don't think it's like super statist to say, hey, you both agreed to this contract where you're gonna have to try to make it work pretty fucking hard if you have a kid because you signed up to do this, and having a kid is like really important. And making sure the kid is raised properly is really important. But
you don't get to enslave people in a contract. You only get to make them pay restitution. Okay. If people want out of a contract, you don't get to enslave them to a bad marriage. That's not how that works.
Blackjoy, this is why I think the vows are serious. I'm sorry.
Joe, well, I'm about to agree with you because, like, in some ways, right? Because I don't even want to like talk about that. I mean, that enforcement of contract part. Courts can enforce specific performance. You can make people do things according to a contract. That's perfectly legal, and to me, it actually makes sense.
They get to kick down people's doors because it's supposedly they're selling too much weed.
We gotta move on. We gotta move on. So Lactoid, land this quick, and then we're going to Corey.
Okay. But even if we leave that part aside, because Scott's gonna have an issue with that, I think it's perfectly fine to, under Joe's prescription here, maybe like I'll go halfway with Joe and say I want to prescribe it very strong. Don't get divorced, whatever, like as much as you can. If you have a kid, if you don't have a kid, I don't give a fuck what you do.
Okay, Corey.
Statist.
Okay, I'll try to keep it brief. But so to attempt to address Lactoid's point and maybe like try to bring in something when you're talking about single parent households and the outcome of children in single parent households, and then the outcomes being generally worse. And I take your point that income doesn't count for everything, although the source that you post in the Discord, I don't know where it's from, but it doesn't seem to be coming from an actual like research article, just like some random article from what I can tell from that excerpt. But what we do know,
I'll link it.
What we do know is like if you look at child outcomes in, let's say, different countries, let's say, for example, some European countries that provide more support to single parent households.
Oh no. Corey, we can't hear you. Corey, can you hear us? Corey. Oh my God.
He is on the roll right now.
Corey.
He just dropped out of Discord.
Hear you.
He dropped out of Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Prime, are we?
I thought my audio was fucked for a second. I was like, what happened?
Yeah.
Prime, are we rolling till midnight or what are we rolling till?
I just want to get Corey a chance and then to get his point, then we're done.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, because
check it in. I'm just old as fuck. That's all.
Sure.
I'm intermittent fasting. I've got like until 12:30 to eat.
Believe
Corey. I know we're waiting all the time. Corey, we're sorry. Like soon after you started, you dropped out of Discord. So if you could start over again, honestly. Corey.
Hear us now? You still
Corey? Oh my God.
He can't hear us.
Oh no, Corey. Oh,
so unfair.
This is all Lactoid's fault.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I hear you,
I have no
Corey.
idea what
Yeah,
happened.
if
I
you could
apologize.
start all over again, basically. Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
yeah, I didn't. I think I had my hands like off my PC, so I don't know what happened. Anyways, I apologize. But yeah, what I was saying is like, so Lactoid, I take your point that outcomes from single parent households generally worse. But if you look at other countries, you can see from the data from other countries that the outcomes from single parent, the outcomes of children from single parent households is a modifiable factor, as in you have better outcomes in, let's say, some European countries that provide more support, especially more financial support and more resources. So it's not a foregone conclusion that outcomes of children in single parent households is just like worse, and it's like always worst
No,
case scenario.
all else
It is.
being equal, though, right? It is worse.
No, like it's a modifiable factor. We don't exactly know for sure in terms of like what are the things that we can do to improve to get the outcomes better. But they vary across based off of the resources provided to the single parent households. As in, we know that providing more resources to the single parent households, you can improve outcomes.
I'm not
Okay.
doubting that, but what I'm saying is
Okay.
that like all else being equal, like you have two families, one of the single parent households getting the exact same amount of government aid as a two parent household. The two parent household does better like every time.
Sure,
Uh,
if everything else is
uh,
equal economically,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Like the socioeconomics matter.
Corey.
Like
yeah.
it's inconclusive. But like if you're two parents and you're like living in like low income housing, like
It's
it's better
literally my
than
point.
other kids in low income housing. But it's inconclusive that like a kid that's growing up in like a 6-figure single parent home, like there's this the data is not going to say that like that child's more likely to do worse.
Maybe not for like a 6-figure home, but like if you're like you can there's a range of like you can be this much wealthier and still be worse off if you're in a single parent household.
Are you saying, let's say, the children of, for example, Angelina Jolie are just like overall just like worse than like the
Well,
the
yeah, but
dual
for other
the
reasons.
double what are the other reasons?
I think the kids
I
of
don't want to
celebrities
say.
are
Yeah.
probably
It's impossible to say. Just a random.
Rough and tumble play for one.
Eh,
When you remove fathers from the household and children don't get rough and tumble play,
I don't want to
that's
address that. But okay,
Of
to
course you
address.
don't.
Well, I'm happy to, but like I think that's going to extend the panel way longer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I strongly disagree. That's my position. If you want to talk about it later on, that's fine. To address Joe's point, in terms of like the seriousness of marriage and vows, I take the point that maybe might be some evolution when it comes to how people perceive marriage. And maybe some people taking it less seriously. This is an anecdote from my own personal family of like what is a successful marriage. I think that is changing over time. From some sequent generations where on paper my grandfather had a successful marriage from till death do us part, as in the marriage ended when my grandfather died, but all throughout their marriage they lived in separate houses because they couldn't stand each other. And yeah, my grandmother pumped out a bunch of children for my grandfather, and I think my grandmother had a lot of resentment held towards my grandfather, who was not a nice person, or I'd say even a good person. But if I described it like, yeah, my grandfather died and the marriage ended, successful. But I don't think my grandmother was all that happy or felt all that fulfilled in that marriage. And thus they maintained literally separate, not cute, separate houses side by side, literally an hour's drive away.
Oh fuck. Sorry. So Joe, if you want to make a quick response, and then we gotta go.
No.
We gotta go.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, like this, my full marriage take is really complicated, and my full marriage take actually encapsulates different homes where like you have to like properly co-determine each other's domestic life, and one aspect of that I think is embracing that like certain traditions might not be compatible with your marriage. So like, yeah, like have 3 bedrooms, have one for yourself, one for your wife, one together, have sleepovers.
Okay. All right. So to my audience, we're going
not to diminish what sorry, not to make it seem like I was diminishing what you said there, Corey.
No,
that was not my intention.
I absolutely, I know you well enough. It's not your intention.
Joe's a good guy. So thank you all for being here. To my audience, we're going to continue on to a walk on panel. So stick around for that. We'd love to have you. Where you can jump on the panel and like engage with these topics or other topics if you like. So stick around for that. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you've been enjoying this, this is great. I really like the response from all of you guys. Like, you guys are really into these topics. So like, it wasn't easy coming up with the topics today. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's hard. Today was a harder one, but I'm really glad you guys like glommed onto these. Yeah, and to everyone else, like, help us out by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs or resubbing, all that good stuff. Shout out to Red on thought I gifted him 5 subs previously. I didn't get the shout out before. But yeah, thank you for supporting. If you have been supporting, if you haven't, do consider helping out the channel, getting our subs, getting our getting emotes, and getting app reviewing and all that good stuff. So thanks so much. I'm going to give an outro to all these great individuals who stuck it out longer, even when they're like old dudes who are just like barely struggling. Okay, yeah. Let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you. This was great. I liked your perspective on these different topics.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it, Prime. This was interesting because I think, although the topics, I think you said you had some difficulty coming with the topics, but I think the topics did explore, I think, some interesting concepts such as masculinity and relationships and where all that fits in. So I think that was really cool. If you liked what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Scott. Legend has it you can find him on various platforms. We've never been able to find out. Scientists have tried. We just haven't cracked this nut. Scott, thank you for being here, friend.
Hey, look, it's. I mean, we did good tonight on Rumble. Rumble was fun. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere: Rumble, YouTube, Twitch. You might see me in different places, so follow me everywhere. On Twitter, it's Liberty_Fabian. Just search for Fabian Liberty. But I'm currently suspended for calling groomers. That being said, don't let dumbass lefties language police you and be fucking super offended because somebody said fucking illegal immigrant about illegal immigrants. It's stupid. And in terms of this last discussion, I'm not going to have a final argument about that. I'll just say this to all of the young men out there. Get with someone that shares your goals. All right. So I'm going to give you a little secret. All right, boys. I'm going to give you a dating secret from someone that's been around for a little while. This is what you do. All right. You meet a girl. If you just want to fuck her, whatever, just fuck her. Like, but if you're looking for a wife, right? You're looking for a wife. That's what you're trying to do. Okay. That's your goal. Set up a dual date. Okay. And what you do is the first thing you do is you go to a Barnes and Noble, you go to a bookstore with a coffee shop. Take the girl to the coffee shop.
Exist?
Shush. You take the girl to a coffee shop and you walk around the bookstore. All right. And then as you walk around the bookstore, you get to go to the marriage section. You get to go to the cooking section. You get to go to the political section. You get to go to the fantasy section. Find out if she's into your nerd shit. Find out what she wants in life. And you have all of the excuses to coincidentally bring it up. And if she doesn't match any of that shit, don't go on the second half of the date. All you did was bought coffee and you can get out. And if she has all the cool shit that you want, then go to dinner, go to a movie, go to a park, go to the festival, go do whatever you were going to do. But save yourself the money, just buy an expensive coffee and find out all the shit that you need to see if this person has the same goals as you. You can do it in 20 minutes if you just get coffee at a bookstore. There's my advice. It's an easy fucking date, boys.
I think I'm gonna fucking write that down, Scott. I think that's actually really good.
It's a cheat code because it's embarrassing to be like, you don't want to bring up kids on a first date, but if you just walk into the marriage section and be like, look at these crazy people, and you can be like, oh, look at this crazy Kama Sutra book, and you're like, oh, you're uncomfortable with that? Okay, cool, not kinky, check. All right, you know what I mean? Like, you can just keep moving on and figure it out what it is that you need. Very simple, very easy.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Seriously, that was actually really interesting. Let's go to my man Bam. Bam, thanks for coming on. Not your usual night on, but you came in and you had a great showing.
Thanks. I always do. I won. Like bookstore. That seems like a. I'm not even mad at it. It doesn't sound like a terrible date, but it's just like, huh? It sounds like
it's just the first half.
It sounds like a man who was born.
It's the testing ground. You go on a real date after that if she has the right answers, right? Like this is
When,
the
like
feeler
early
phase.
80s.
What? Bookstores
Barnes
still
and
exist.
Nobles.
I'm
Like,
sure I
stop.
know they exist. It just doesn't seem like I imagine asking everyone to meet at a bookstore, and then like
No, coffee first.
now I'm in the
No, you
Go
go
through
get
Amazon
coffee
together. You could do that too.
No, like what you do is you be like, let's
the
go
wish
to this,
list.
let's go do this thing, maybe, but let's go give me coffee.
Okay,
Don't make this harder than it needs to
you said
be.
you dated black girls. You did that with them?
Go to the Barnes and Noble.
I've dated black girls who like white guys. Very different type of black girl.
That is a different type of black girl.
No. Black girls of any stripe can read, though, right? So, like,
It's not about
Yeah,
reading.
that's what I was reading into that.
No. Oh, that is not the shot. It's not about that.
Saying nothing about reading,
it's a type
dog.
of date. Yeah, it's a different type of date. I don't know. Either way, teach your own. Like I said, I respect it. Yeah, I think it was a interesting conversation. Again, I feel like the biggest failure of this all isn't like some like universal aspect of what marriage looks like and why he was failing. I think it was just the idea of him failing his own aspect of what marriage is supposed to look like. And I agree that he did look like he did look like he was whining. But the thing that gets me is people on the left like aren't even like coming at it from a principal position. They're like, oh, this is a time to take a shot at Steven Crowder. So they're like, oh, we're coming to her rescue. But I'm like, you understand that like they weren't married for no reason. She like once this is over, her politics are still her politics. Like if you little brown kids, if y'all want to come to her defense, she's still gonna kick you out of the country when the conversation is over. Like pat you on the head and like cut my grass and get out of my country. Like I don't understand that perspective. So I'm like, I think she also married the person that she thought she wanted and got what she got. Here's what it is.
Bam! Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that because I want to say it as well. Like, but you said even better. Thank you. Let's. We're gonna go clockwise. Next, my man Corey. Corey, thank you so much. Thank you for putting up with all these other. Once again, the kindest, most sympathetic, and most polite person on this panel, which puts you at a severe disadvantage with these assholes. But thank you for around, buddy.
Well, I appreciate those words, very kind. But wait till you see my own ring light footage somewhere down the line. No, that's not. I'm confident that's never going to happen. But what I will say is, I appreciate Connor's temporary glow up. That was great with the dog, I also very much appreciate always being invited here. Always a pleasure. Great topics as usual. And definitely, I think, brought out a lot of passion. And if you like what I have to say or you hate it, both are equally valid. You can find me on Rumble, rumble.com. No, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thanks again. Always grateful. And Joe, Connor, Bam, and Lactoid and Scott, always a pleasure, and love you, Pry.
Okay, love you too, friend.
You're
Joe,
my favorite commie.
I don't take that for granted at all.
The favorite, but commies equal Nazi. So
I know, the favorite evil person. I still don't take it for granted.
All right, okay. Joe Lewis, MVP for a reason. Joe Lewis, thank you for coming through. You've always complicated these things in so many interesting ways. So thanks so much for being here, friend.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I mean, it's kind of nice that people are taking these conversations about relationships and marriage and stuff seriously. I was kind of getting bored with Manosphere and Red Pillars making arguments for people. So hopefully this continues and we can have better conversations about these things. Because like Manosphere's got a point. They just got to chill with the biological essentialism and start reading a few more books and maybe they'll get a little smarter. But either way, this is fun. Topics are pretty good. I was kind of worried, but they turned out all right. It's cool.
Cool. From the MVP to the VIP. Counterpoints, thank you for being here. Counterpoints is practically my goddamn hero. I really appreciate you, friend. And look, and hey, buddy, we are. I can't speak for everyone else. I am so excited for the growth of your family. Maybe by next week, you would have accomplished it. Your wife has finished her manufacturing operation, and you'll have your little bundle of joy. And we're gonna celebrate with you. If that happens by next week. But after that, then fuck it. I mean, we can't wait that long.
I agree with you.
Thank you so much, man.
No, I not only do I agree with you, the game plan is to have the child, and I'm actually on paternity leave for the next several weeks, possibly a month and a half. So I will try to be on, and I will have a child here, while I'm painting miniatures and screaming at you guys, so that
Don't get that mixed up, please.
Yeah, getting the wife to sleep. And what I would say is Prime's a good dude. He's been holding down the Twitch and YouTube political scene for a long time. So support him with your dollary dues. And then when you're done supporting him with your dollary dues, come support me with your dollary dues when you get paid. That way I can enjoy the time off with my family. When it comes to subjects and what we talked about, I think that what we're really seeing is we're seeing a bunch of alternative media pundits coming of age with their own marriages and lives and divorces and all that kind of stuff. And we have to see whether or not their advice that they've been giving us, which come down to platitudes, whether or not those are actually like practically applicable. And of course, the world is way more fucked up and weird and nuanced and shitty than the fucking axioms and very simple phrases that they give us. So I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with a certain degree of like charitability and latitude and forgiveness and all that kind of shit. But not when you're like constantly a fucking asshole to everyone all the fucking time. If you'll indulge me for another 20 seconds, I don't hate Steven Crowder because he's like a fucking asshole alternative media pundit. I hate him because he went into a Home Depot parking lot and basically chased 50-year-old Mexican men screaming that he was immigration. And like, I'm all for a controlled border and all that kind of shit, but I'm not for giving 50-year-old men heart attacks and making them fear for their lives temporarily because they won't be able to provide for their families for shits and giggles just to jerk off and think that's fucking funny. So I basically, I knew he was a fucking asshole since then. And so this has kind of been a long time coming. So fuck him, call a spade, and I hope he learns some important lessons. But I appreciate you guys. Parasocial love to all of you and yours, and thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks all for being here. Anywhere you might be watching, right? Even from Rumble. So
the Prime guy's holding down the Rumble politics space too now.
Yeah. No, I'm glad that things are working out for us all here. But yeah, come down twitch.tv/Prime Kai in case you don't know about that. It says it on the screen here. Anyway, so we will continue on to open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Always a pleasure.
Take care. See ya.
So Lactoid,
brother.
So I'm curious. So, yeah, the data that you posted in the Discord about like single parent households. Yeah, because like none of even though like Vox is a pretty lefty outlet, so to speak, I still I don't put much stock.
That's why I put it there, because the lefties. I mean, if the best thing to do is find a source that agrees with generally agrees with your opponent, but that's agreeing with you for the argument.
Yeah, but I'm hoping you can recognize that I don't just like go with the outlet that agrees with my my politics, and that I can recognize, even if it's one that happens to align, I can still be skeptical of it. I'm still skeptical of Vox. That's why I'm curious of the actual data that you're seeing, because at least the data that I've seen, I take your point. Income does not account for everything when it comes to the outcomes of children from single-parent households, but it does seem to play a significant factor.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And so I think the question becomes, and also, even granting that your data is true, so how would you, let's say, understand what's going on? As in, what do you basically the question is, what do you view as the mechanism? As what is it inherently about a dual parent household that leads to these better outcomes than outside of income?
I think having a support structure, in the sense of you have two people you can look up to, you can see healthy interaction between two people who love you. You can see how they treat each other and how they treat you. Um, it's it's difficult to like really put a finger on, I guess, but like it's not just money, right? A big part of it is, yeah, I mean money's part of it, right? But another part of it is two people are just intrinsically going to have more time to spend with you. You're going to be able to have fun things to, and more, they're going to have different interests, so you're going to have like more opportunity to explore different interests you have with one parent as opposed to the other. There's just like a whole bunch of benefits. Um,
Uh,
and that's just
yeah.
reflected in the data. So,
So I agree with you that it's reflected in the data in terms of like there's overall better outcomes from, well, let's say, the way you want to frame it. There's, better outcomes from dual income households, but the dual income doesn't account for everything. And I certainly take your point that all the things you put on the table as the potential underlying mechanisms that's leading to better outcomes of, like, let's say, they get to view healthy interactions, more time spent, presumably, with the child or invested in the child. But I think even you would agree, like, or that is speculation. It's hard to say for sure, as you said, like to really put your finger on it. Those are
Right.
plausible, and I would even grant you potentially very likely explanations. But until there's actually like research showing that, like, yeah, I
mean,
think there's
the
good.
research demonstrates enough for my claim, right? The research demonstrates that this generally is good to have a two-parent household as opposed to a single-parent household. We see
Yeah,
very consistent, especially when it comes to overall life outcomes, crime rates, all sorts of things. Like it's just not good to not be in a two-parent household.
sure. But then, so that's why I guess the point that I would make is, let's say hypothetically, the outcomes from single parent households was fully equalized when you just account for income, or like you show that as a result of the loss of income, if you just make up for that through more slavery taxation and you just give it to them, and that improves the outcome, then presumably then you would, let's say, be okay, or like that there doesn't, that pretty much invalidates your argument.
It wouldn't bother me as much, but at the same time, having a two-parent household then would provide dual incomes without having the state having to give slavery dollars over. So it's just like a very convenient sort of arrangement, right? Where the two people who created the child are there to pay for it.
Yeah, no, like I agree, but that's where we're making like global recommendations, where it's like I'm sure even you would agree that it's probably better, like even in the case of like a dual parent household, if, let's say, one of the parents is abusive either to the other partner or the child, you would want that to be like, you probably would advocate for divorce or separation at that point,
If it gets
if the behavior can't be corrected, let's say.
right, if and this is where I'm struggling because like I've seen evidence that actually demonstrates that, and I think we even had a topic on this a while ago about how like abuse needs to actually get pretty bad for CPS involvement to generate good outcomes. And part of this is CPS is pulling the child away from the stable family structure, or maybe it's relatively unstable, but compared to the system, pretty stable,
Yeah,
and removing them from that system, and putting them into like the different system. And I
and maybe
wonder,
arguably worse system,
arguably
right?
worse system, right? And so while I agree with you that there's obviously, as with CPS as well, right, there's going to be some level of abuse or aggression, like verbal aggression in a marriage that would just, or really any kind of like relationship that's born a child, that would make it more preferable for them to not live together. I don't know where that line is, right? The
Mhm.
occasional argument, they should stay together. They should. I'm going to make a prescriptive statement, right? If they have a kid, they should stay together for the sake of the child. If it's occasional argument, argue every week, probably still should. Like throwing knives at each other. Well, hold on a second. Maybe we're a little bit too far now, right? I don't know where the line is exactly, but there's. I'm sure if we could
Unless
do
they're
some,
butter knives, then it's
well,
okay.
even better. Like, I'm sure if we could
I
do like some
know.
kind of unethical, like hyper specific, widespread experiment, we could probably determine, okay, this is the exact level statistically of abuse that we can tolerate before you guys should get divorced. And if we could determine that, then should be like the cultural expectation that like if it's not at that level yet, you shouldn't divorce if you have a kid.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I don't necessarily disagree, or like I'm open to that. But yeah, and I take your point, and I also agree with you that the bar to remove a child from, let's say, an abusive situation is pretty high. But we don't. I don't know that it's fully mediated or explained by like, yeah, uh, you are removing them from like the two-parent household, as opposed to like you are removing them from a bad situation, but the conditions in CPS are so bad that like basically we don't know what a good CPS system looks like, and that like the bar might like you might lower the bar of removing a child if you had some great CPS system where you can
isn't this
put
case
them
that, like in the fucking like European like commie countries where they have like this shit
the
funded
evil
out?
countries.
Yeah, they have this shit funded out the wazoo, and yeah, like it. I'm not saying they don't have like maybe the CPS there has better outcomes than the CPS in America. I don't know. I haven't seen those numbers, but surely parenting is still more effective than their CPS as well. Like it seems like from the data I consistently see, it's like this seems to be like a pretty optimal child rearing structure.
Uh, yeah, or at least of we that we know of now. But I think we also recognize, and I think you would even recognize that funding it's not funding alone that generates the optimal CPS system, because we don't actually know like how to kind of like take a child away from a family and like rehabilitate it and raise it healthily outside of the
Yeah.
parent environment.
And there's a million different factors too, right? Like we spend more pursuit on permanent education than like Sweden, one of those socialist fucking commie countries that I happen to be a citizen of. And yet we have worse outcomes, right? We're spending more, we're getting less.
Yeah, and I think you have like much worse like literacy rates even when compared like to developed nations, despite your spending. So it's like, yeah, the funding doesn't count for everything, and it's like, how do you use that funding, or like, what models of education are you implementing? I'm like, yeah, I don't think we've like fully teased out like or that we'll ever really tease out like what is the model like taking a child away from the family, that hopefully improves the outcomes. But yeah, I don't think there's a huge disagreement between us. It's just a matter of like, yeah, like I was just more concerned of like you were sort of, from my perspective, advocating for like, well, maybe there might be some circumstances where you need to like justify getting divorced if children are involved, or at least entertaining that idea. And like that, I have like a pretty hard time with.
But like, there's some level of justification that I think we can come up with, right? Let's say let's get again like the uncharitable example of like she like literally they have no arguments. He's like very respectful, but like his dick is 5 inches long, and then she runs into like somebody at her work who's got like a 9 inch long dick, and I mean she wants to divorce him and go with the other guy because well she just likes his dick. To me, that would seem to be like a pretty selfish reason to like destroy a family.
I would agree with you. Although I think the question for me becomes, it's like, what type of parent, what type of parent are they anyways? If like, though, if that's like their partner selection process, right? Do you really think there's going to be optimal parenting? Even if they stay together?
Well, I don't know. I've met people who are good people and terrible parents.
You've met big dick chasers.
Well, sure. Yeah. Yeah. But I've met really good people who are terrible parents, and I've met really terrible people who actually turn out to be pretty good parents. I don't know how. I mean, that it just seems so complicated, right? Because people can be very specific on who they like to get along with and what kind of they feel their obligations are. And you could have somebody who, like, if there was like a strong cultural like expectation of, look, like we're gonna look down on you a little bit if you really break up his family to go chase that dick. And then let's say like it turns out she doesn't do it, and she's still like a perfectly good, like she's a perfectly fine mom. She's just like maybe a little bit less sexually satisfied, and the kids have a more stable home life because of it. And to me, that seems like a pretty good outcome in my consequentialist brain. Yes.
Yeah, your perverted consequentialist brain, much like mine, right? According to Scott's framework. Like, yeah, I mean, I take your point in like that very niche scenario, like if in fact that's the justification for that person getting divorced. Like, yeah, I'm uncomfortable with it. But I'm also not comfortable with like the potential collateral damage of like, if there's a cultural reinforcement or like, a culture of potential shame if you're not getting divorced like for the right reasons, that you might have people sticking out relationships or marriages for bad reasons. Basically, I think basically no fault divorce is like erring on the side of caution type of thing, of like better to like pretty much have no fault divorces as opposed to like the potential danger of like, hey, you need to justify it, and if the justification might be just even just like whatever 0.1% too high to meet that threshold, you know, you might have some.
I don't know. I mean, I hear that, but then I also see like a rising single motherhood rate, and I think it is having ramifications.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as someone who was raised by a single mother, like although arguably still somewhat a privileged position because I come from a fairly fortunate family, but like still, yeah, it is tricky. But I think there are definitely ways to make the conditions of single motherhood or single parenthood much better. Maybe not to the exact equal outcomes of dual parent households, but I think even just like 80% there is like probably good enough.
I don't know if you hit 80%, but I mean maybe. And these are all averages. I mean,
yeah, fair enough. Well, always a pleasure, Lactoid. And I hope you're feeling better from last week. And I think you had some lung issues.
Yeah, I got over it in a few days. I don't go to the doctor. Usually pretty good.
Okay. Well, as long as your health is okay. I am a little bit concerned because you do appear, at least from my perspective, have some occasional health challenge. Not that that's like inherently a bad thing, but like basically, I want to ensure that you're healthy. That's all. No, I know that you'll make. I'm not. Well, I would say I don't know. So. Yeah, I don't. But like you have expressed some concerns for your health, so that's just sort of like makes me hyper vigilant. I hope Lactoid's okay.
I gotta start doing some workout streams, Corey. That's what I gotta do.
Well, you mentioned that you've invested in making your house nice. Does that include like carving out a workout space? Investing in like a.
I got dumbbells.
Okay, that's totally. That's more. I only have one kettlebell in my place. So you got like a full set of dumbbells, or you got?
No, I got two 20-pounders, and
that's all you need, really.
Yeah.
But so, would you want to invest in like more equipment?
Yeah. I would think so. The only issue is I get a free gym membership
through sorry, I didn't hear through work.
I get a free membership through my work.
So. Oh, okay. Because like your like building has like a gym, or that's part of like the perks of working there. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I think more well, if anything, well, you're gonna hate this, but I think there should be like government subsidized like gym memberships,
I'm sure you do.
Or like
good thing the free market's handling this problem as we speak, right?
Are you taking advantage of your gym membership?
I am.
Okay, good.
Once a week, trying to make it 2.
Okay, good. That's all. Is actually like a nice gym?
Yeah. Well, it's one of those cheapos, but
But it gets the job done.
It gets the job done, exactly.
Hopefully not like unsent.
Yeah, it's got what you need.
But some gym locker rooms can get pretty nasty, especially I don't know. In my experience in men's locker rooms, like men are just like awful. Sorry.
That's one way of putting it, but I feel it. I know what you mean.
I've just spent, this sounds bad, but it's true. I've just spent enough time in men's locker rooms, in men's changing rooms, that it's just like, like it's. I obviously don't know how it's like in the other locker rooms. I hear stories that like, yeah, still bad things happen. But like, just like, I don't like the degeneracy that I see in like
what
men's
locker. What are you seeing? What's that?
I mean, people use like lockers as like their trash cans. And like, people are like, people are like, they're making their like protein shakes in the locker room, but they'll like, dump a bunch of powder around and like not clean it up. Presumably not like not follow the sign of like, hey, don't put the thick brown paper towel, don't try to flush it down the toilet because that like floods all your and they do.
That's a problem just in bathrooms everywhere, by the way.
And even I haven't run the numbers, I don't know for sure, but from what I can tell, generally speaking, this extends outside the locker room, but at the gym, just like men are just like seem to be just like much worse at like returning their weights or being able to match the number on the weight to the number on the rack, and just like it's, I don't know, really perplexing behavior to me.
So this, I guess, this is like a bathroom fact that I know that I think more than half of all men. I think it was more than half. I'm like 99% sure it's more than half of men don't wash their hands after using the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just wow. I think pretty sure it was like 64% or some like ridiculous number where it's just like, are you kidding me? Like 2/3, disgusting. But then this is the uppercut here. Women aren't actually that much better, right? They are a little bit better. But
Yeah, it's like
still
10% or like 5%, something like that.
well, so it's more than that. It's about 20%, but about still like a little bit, just a little bit less than half. Like 40-something% of women don't wash their hands. That's crazy. I would think
Yeah.
they would be better about that, but I guess fuck. I mean, they're a little bit better, but not by as much as you think.
Yeah, they're not like worlds better. Still, and obviously these are difficult things to measure, but like I'm curious, like, because this is just my own personal testimony of like pretty much what is washing your hands, right? There's like the typical water rinse.
Soap.
There's the typical like just straight walk, no washing at all, that which just totally happens. I've seen
see
people,
that so much.
I've seen that with
all
the
the time.
audacity of just like using either like the stall or the urinal. Like the people exist that coming out of there, they will not touch water or soap. And then there's the ones that they'll like
even after number 2, they come out of like the stall, like
yeah. And it's like yeah, there's a lot of emotions in me when I observe that. And then there's the ones that like they'll just use water as they're washing hands, but really they're just like spreading all the microbes around. And then there's like the second maybe upgraded, like they'll use a water and like a touch of soap, but it's like 2 seconds and they rinse it off. Basically, I think I can count like it's single digits in my lifetime where I've seen or observed like a fellow man like doing a full washing of hands of like 15 20 seconds and like rinsing it off. Like it's like virtually never happens. It's like that's like me spotting Bigfoot essentially at this point.
Yeah, it's awful. It's horrible. And I always look for, if I'm at a restaurant, whenever the employees go in, I watch them because I'm like, you fucker, you better.
Yeah, you probably
Usually
know
they're better, but
you probably know better than I do. Yeah, it's but so I'm curious, like, what do you think is like the moderating factor there?
on like people washing their hands.
Or just like the little bit of discrepancy, not a whole discrepancy, but like a little bit of discrepancy.
Anal retentiveness. I think that's a big part of it. So I had a conversation once with the kindergarten teacher. So anal retentiveness, which I think is informed somewhat by rambunctiousness at an early age. I spoke with like a kindergarten teacher one time who said it's always harder. And this is just one anecdotal experience, so I haven't seen numbers on this. But she said it's always more difficult to teach to like potty train young boys because like they're usually like if they're busy playing, like they won't want to stop. They see like holding it as sort of like a challenge, and they want to like get basically like get done with anything they need to get done with, and then go immediately back to what they're doing, right? While little girls are a little bit better at recognizing like, no, this is just a process that you have to do, right? You have to do A, B, C, D, and then once you're done, then you can go back and play. I think that like those habits early on are, I think that's a big factor. Myself, I was pretty neurotic because I got sick. I was a pretty sickly kid. I got sick all the time. And so my parents were like really trying hard to like.
Maybe even more concerned now for you.
Yeah, I was in the hospital a lot. I actually one time I coughed up a blood clot that was like the size of like a fist, and dude, my mom freaked the fuck out.
Yeah,
I
I'm
actually
super sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping. Yeah. Well, maybe that's a testament to your resilience, and maybe now like this is like water off a duck's back now. Of like, hopefully you just have hopefully super immunity. That's the more ideal outcome.
I still get sick occasionally.
But it seems like you bounce back pretty quickly. Like you got that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is something that has always like perplexed me, and I was aware sort of like the discrepancy between men and women, but not a huge discrepancy. like I can maybe sort of see that's anal retentiveness factor, or like that is a challenge, but then that just
You're
further.
gonna say empathy though, I'm pretty sure, right? You're gonna say maybe it's like that.
I think that's definitely at the adult level. Like, it's really hard for me to like. I'm hoping, this is not the thought process of a fully adult grown man of like, yeah, I'm gonna hold it in as a challenge now. Like, but it seems like, or yeah, just like, because it's like, really, I think it is kind of like a symptom of like, how do you, um, um, how do you treat other people, or like how do you take into account other people? Because like really, washing your hands is not just for your benefit, but it is for the benefit at large.
This is gonna make you. I swear to God, I do this. I don't know anybody else. I don't know anybody else that does this, but this kind of speaks to my neuroticism a little bit, and maybe this is actually a little bit excessive. But two things I do. If I don't wash my hands after I use the bathroom, like my feel this burning sensation on my hands, and it's like deeply uncomfortable, like psychologically, it's incredibly uncomfortable. The other thing is I wash my hands both before and after.
And after, yeah,
before like full like soap and everything before, use the bathroom, then afterwards as well. And I think that makes sense because like there was a rap lyric one time by a rapper named Token, and the lyric goes, I wash my hands before I take a shit instead of after. I gotta keep my shit clean. Shit, I'm a successful rapper, right? And it makes sense, right? You want to keep your shit clean. You're touching, shaking hands all day. You don't know what's on that, and you're gonna touch like your, your manhood. Absolutely not, right?
Yeah, that's totally fair. And that's like, I mean, I sort of follow that in the principle of like, when I go to bed, like I change clothes, and the ideal scenario for me is like showering before bed and showering before I leave my house. And I try to be vigilant, in terms of like, not thankfully don't get sick often, but one of the reasons why is because like, yeah, I try to be hygienic because I am technically, immunosuppressed, and I am at greater risk of acquiring infections. And so like, yeah, I am somewhat neurotic, in terms of like washing my hands, and totally like I am the type of person that, like, I'll wash my hands, and I'll grab a paper towel and like open the bathroom door because I want to touch the handle. Things like that.
Dude, I'll use my feet, right? So what you can do,
Yeah.
you can use the paper towel to like hold it open. You can use your feet, sometimes like, or your elbows. Sometimes like I use like my pinky. Like, yeah, you can be creative with it.
Yeah.
New doors are coming out with like little step stools.
Oh, they have little steps on the bottom. Yeah, you just like prop it open.
I think that like we've come a long way in terms of like male bathroom technology that I'm really finding like helpful. So even something as simple as like dividers between urinals is like when I remember, at least when I was a kid, those were like never anywhere, right? But now they are
absolutely.
everywhere, right? It's weird to see that like not, urinals not have dividers, which I think is just fucking smart for not only for, I mean, for a lot of reasons, especially for my own comfort, right? I like to have some privacy, but also like we as a culture, we're just tolerating like little kids like using urinals right next to like big guys.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's weird. Why do we have that?
Yeah, and well, first of all, I mean, I'm more in favor of just like, no urinals, just like a bathroom with stalls. Just because like, well, for when it comes to children, like not every child is adapted to use a urinal. And it's like, there's sort of a weird period, where you're like, between
They're
stall
so
and
much faster though. That's the thing. Like urinals, like for like especially like in a bar, like in and out, it's super.
Yeah, well, I don't go to bars, so not really applicable. So yeah, I guess I haven't really thought that out of that scenario. But even then, like I like of the few times that I like visit whatever bar like places or bars, like I don't want to go near urinals at a bar based off what I observed, or any bar bathroom, like really disgusting. Or like I've even seen like those communal urinals that are just like really, really out there.
Yeah,
because like
I don't know. It shit gets weird, but like when you get drunk enough, like I don't want to encourage it because it's not a good thing to do. But I mean, you could pee anywhere. I guess at the point, like,
Well, yeah,
Well,
when your
public urination's kind of a
when
problem.
your inhibitions are lowered enough,
Out in
yeah,
the
you're
street, on the
the
side of the
the
wall.
neuroticism goes away. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
no, it's like a superpower. It's great.
Yeah, I mean that's super interesting. I mean, well, I mean, maybe not to psychoanalyze you, but is that like maybe one of the reasons why you like enjoy drinking? Of like
Maybe.
maybe yeah, a little bit of like a break from the neuroticism or being hyper
Yeah,
vigilant.
perhaps. Yeah, and anxiety as well.
Because like yeah, as someone who I think I perceive to be pretty at least conscious of their health and wants to make an attempt to lead a healthy lifestyle. I think even you recognize that
Undoubtedly. Yeah, I nobody should drink, and nobody honestly. I think the straight edge lifestyle is like that should be the standard, and that should be encouraged. I think that's good. I especially don't think we should like shame people for like not drinking. That's crazy. Like I know some people, but I mean to be fair, a lot of people I know that do it are like usually like kids who are like, oh, what you're not cool. It's like they're stupid. But
hey, that's totally that I mean. Welcome to my growing up as a
yeah,
teenager.
well, exactly, right? And so, but I mean, I think the people who stuck it out and learned like proper coping strategies with their emotions and how to deal with situations, and I mean, not only are they, I think, just better off generally. Study, like I can't think of any study disagreeing with that. But then they also just physically probably have better health and financially, right? It's expensive. It's expensive to
Yeah,
indulge in a habit.
totally true. Yeah, there's definitely that's actually not something I really consider all that much. Just because, yeah, actually, I have no idea what the costs are of alcohol. Like, I don't even know what
It's
like one beer.
expensive, right? You go to a bar, it's $5 a drink, on like minimum. And so, I mean, when you think about it, right? If you go out and you're having, and that's like, some get even more than that, right? And so, if you're, you power through 10 beers, what? It's $50, right? Right off the bat.
Yeah, and if you're doing that, it may be like twice a month, 4 times. Yeah, that totally.
There's people who do it every day. There's people who
Oh
are
yeah,
there
well,
every
obviously I know
day,
the
and they're
alcoholics.
doing 10 beers and they're doing like 4 shots as well. And so their bar tabs are like $75, $80 per day. Tip on top of that pushes it to close to 100. And then there's also a lot of time they've spent, and some of them drive drunk, then they get arrested, and that's super fucking expensive.
And presumably these are some of them are like these functional alcoholics that are holding down jobs to fuel the
Yeah,
costs,
for sure.
which is amazing to me. Like I can't even imagine. Like yeah,
I
the
knew a
type of
guy who held a full time job, and he was going through like a whole bottle of Jack Daniels like every single night, like the
wow.
full 1.75.
Like yeah, I don't know. I feel like
That's next level.
I feel like super sluggish if I just get like 5 hours of sleep as opposed to like my typical 7. Like I can't imagine like yeah, I'm getting like poor quality sleep and then I'm hungover, and then I'm somehow expected to perform.
Oh, it's
My,
awful, dude. Trying to work when you're hungover. It is the absolute worst thing ever, dude. I've done it. I've done it multiple times, and every time it's just like you're trying so hard to focus, and you're just like, God damn it! Like, just pay attention, pay attention, pay attention, and like everything hurts. It's just awful experience.
do you have? Well, I'm assuming like you're making attempts to like cut down, and like or
Yeah, I don't
maybe that
drink a
could be a wrong
lot.
assumption.
No, I don't drink a lot. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
no, I
like
don't view you as some sort of like alcoholic or any sort of like disorder. Like whatever the recreational casual drinker
right.
that like whatever. Yeah, maybe overdoes it every once in a while.
My
Uh,
birthday was pretty bad.
and I think July 4th is also I think at least one. There's at least one Prime panel that jumps out at me of like I think it was like July 4th, and you showed up to the panel, uh, like
It's a good holiday. I like it.
little inebriated.
Those
Or
are
was it you'll
excuses. Those are excuses.
yeah, no, I know you're just finding not fine, but like yeah, you're looking for reasons to maybe overindulge a little bit.
Sure.
Which is like yeah, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But like I'm just curious, like do you have in terms of like long term, is this something that like you want to sustain for like the next 10, 20 years, or you're looking to eventually, whatever, um, be a teetotaler like myself, or like really just a social drinker where you're good with like one drink and then that's it.
The hardest part, I do like the kind of aesthetic of just like not drinking at all. The problem is like, and this is why I wouldn't encourage people to do this.
And also, sorry to interrupt. I would also ask, how does this relate to where do you think that behavior falls in your framework of like lizard brain and taming that?
Yeah. No, 100%. So any kind of indulging in vices is lizard brain activity, no doubt. And one of the things I don't encourage people to do is look, especially when you get used to it with food, it's like next level. Like wine with Italian food is just like it feels like it makes the meal like a whole new like level. Same thing with like beer with ribs or right like or sake with sushi, right?
Just like elevates it.
Yeah,
really.
It elevates it to like a whole nother level where it just goes to like pairings to me, like not to sound like a fucking snob, but pairings really matter. And that's why you get like these fucking snobs that like obsess about like what's the fucking pairing for this wine for this specific thing, blah blah blah. Because it really actually is a thing, and it's it's really really just the flavor profiles are just incredibly better, I find. And so that's ultimately I think that's where like I would like to get to the point where it's like the only drinking I ever do is like glasses of wine with specific foods, right? Or like a cup of sake with like a big sushi dinner, right? Something that like actually goes with it, and then like cutting out any kind of like drinking that isn't.
It's part of the experience of the meal,
right?
Not like the joy of drinking per se and getting drunk. Yeah,
Exactly. That's kind of that's the ambition at this point. So.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like much healthier and more sustainable. I am sort of like somewhat curious of like, because obviously I know that you're not an alcoholic, or you don't have a substance use disorder. But like from what I understand of like the people the people that I know personally that are like in recovery, it's like they need to abstain because like once they kind of like open that can of worms, it's like you can't have that one potato chip type of thing.
Right. That's the case. Yeah, that's the case with like addiction's a weird thing. And I agree with you that somebody who has like a solid addiction or knows that they're like addicted to that point, for sure, they probably shouldn't have it at all, right? Because you open the door. And there's I have friends who are like in recovery, and they'll still come to the bar with me, and they have the self control to like not order anything, and I'm fine to have them, right? I'm not going to pressure them to drink or anything like that because they don't want to. That's not good for them. It's just something they can't do because of whatever condition. It's the conditionalizing it I think actually helps to some extent, right? It's just a condition they have. They can't have alcohol. No one needs to ask questions. That's just what it is. But if it's not to that point, I think that there probably could be room to like again. Ultimately, this is even enjoying your meals honestly is somewhat lizard brain. So ideally, the ideal man wouldn't. But I am
the ideal man is just like straight meal replacement that you chug down.
Absolutely, unironically, it's just every day you wake up and you eat your Soylent Green, and then you hit the fucking treadmill, right?
Actual Soylent Green from human.
Yeah.
No, I take well. I buy Soylent and use the powder, not Soylent Green, but the Soylent meal replacement
powder.
Yeah, they
named themselves. They were really leaning into it when they did that.
It's good stuff. Like I definitely don't have it for every meal, and I still eat like solid food, and I still eat for enjoyment. But I guess like I'm curious, like of the times on the occasional times when you recreationally drink, and let's say you overindulge a little bit, would you like characterize those as like intentional overindulgences, or it's like, oh, things got out of hand, didn't really intend for it, but I'll try to do like better, because at least of the people that I know that that fall into that similar category of like they're recreational drinkers, or let's say heavy social drinkers. Usually like the scenario is like, whatever, we're gonna go out, we're gonna have a few drinks, but I'm gonna cut it off, but they don't end up cutting it off before they overindulge.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just more apathetic than anything. Like, usually dictated by the circumstances. Like, I'm just gonna keep going until I decide I'm done. and then I'll just draw a line, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done for tonight. That's it. Usually I
Okay.
2 or 3, and then, you know.
Okay, as in like your limits where you're like at least based off what it sounds like, your limits where your judgment isn't compromised and you can still make that conscious
and
choice.
then I'm just like,
Okay.
and then I like, I don't want to get drunk in this because it's gonna suck. So it's not gonna. Easy.
Okay, yeah, no, fair enough.
Well, not for some people, but.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, some people that I know, it's like, yeah, they will like go out with the intention of like, yeah, I'm just gonna have X amount of drinks, but then they just don't end up honoring that type of thing. Where it's like, once they reach that whatever they put that 3-drink limit, it's like once they're at their 3rd drink, they're having too much of a good time that like they can't stop themselves from getting
the
the
only
4th.
Times which it does get away from me a little bit is if like I'm home alone and I have like a case of like White Claw or like a case of something, and I'm like playing a game or like arguing with somebody, and like I'll look over and I'll be like, there's like 6 or 7 cans, and then I'm like, oh fuck, and then like I'll get up and I'm like, yeah, I've definitely had 6 or 7 cans. But that's oftentimes like I lose track of all sorts of shit. Like I lose track of the time. I'll lose track of anything that I like in like the midst of a discussion, because I just
you're just like in flow, so to speak.
I get so like just drawn up into it that like I'm very much the kind of person where it's like I'm having a conversation and then all of a sudden, oh fuck, like this like I often will find myself like during the prime discussions like look down and be like, has it really been 2 fucking hours already? Like that's Jesus.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I've been there myself as someone who's on the prime panels. Well, there are times where the time like flies by, and then the time where it's like, oh, it's only been like 5 minutes, and it feels like the 3 hours.
Sometimes,
yeah. Yeah, super interesting. I'm like, yeah, I hope you can achieve the goals that you set for yourself.
Just gotta get ripped, dude. Just gotta get ripped. I gotta get like the basketball player Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I don't know that basketball player.
Okay, he's in the Bucks, and he's got these giant shoulders. They look like
the boulder shoulders.
The boulder shoulders. They look like giant balls. They're like have you Metroid Samus Aran?
Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
Yeah. He genuinely looks like that. It's crazy. It's cool though. I want those. I want the big yeah. That's my goal.
You can get the implants. The injection.
No. I've seen that like in Russia that happens with like a lot. It's like what's the point? Like non-functional. It's not.
Okay. So you touch upon that's actually a little bit, at least for me, a little bit reassuring that it's not just purely for aesthetics, and you want some sort of functionality out of it. You don't want painted on abs, I guess.
No, not at all. For me, aesthetics matter. Like it shouldn't ideally, but it does, like psychologically. But if there's like an incongruence between aesthetics and functionality, I feel like I don't know. It creates some kind of like cognitive dissonance in the sense of like, oh, you got such big arms. Like you should. Like, can you help me lift this? Oh no, I can't. They're fake. It's like, oh god, how embarrassing. I never want to be in that position.
Yeah, or kind of like being in that position of like maybe like a little bit of insecurity, like exposed, or like not living up to the expectation that you visually, you definitely push back against fraud, and you never advocate for fraud, and you.
Well, honestly, and that's another part of it. Like I feel like it feels dishonest, right? Like, yeah, because well, this is like I think we talked about this last time with the plastic surgery stuff. I think, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Where like plastic surgery to me also feels like a little bit dishonest in a sense, right? You hear about the Chinese guy who like sued the mother of his kids because it turns out she had a bunch of plastic surgery and the kids came out looking all weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to be like, wow, he's such a dick, but at the same time, I don't know, right? Like if I showed up like looking jacked to the tits to like attract a woman, and she's like, oh wow, you look so good, and then like we're a week or 2 in, and I'm like, oh, by the way, these are fake. I wouldn't blame her for being like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? You're telling me you can't pick me up and carry me? Like that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody who could match me in my bike rides, or somebody who can jump up in the morning, right? Like that's like an important part that people look for, and I don't want to fake that.
Yeah, no, so 100%, we're more or less on the same page there. Of like, yes, obviously, the partners that I want to have, like I want to be attracted to them. And like part of my, I tend to have romantic partners that are very fit because like that's the lifestyle that I cultivate. I'm like, yeah, pretty much I would want to be able to keep up, or at least have the confidence that they also like that physical fitness and physical activity is a core component of their life. So it's like, yeah, it would be a little bit of a misrepresentation of like, oh, they look fit, but they just have adopted the aesthetic of like fitness, and they're just like a couch potato. I'd be like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'd be feel a little bit misled. And I agree with you with the point that you made last panel, using let's say Asian countries as an example of like surgery getting like so normalized that like pretty much it's like almost like part of your upbringing now, of like it's so widespread that if you are not having surgery, cosmetic surgery, you are at a disadvantage. And like I totally agree with you. Like I don't want society to go in that direction.
It's also, the more I thought about that as well, it also strikes me like as kind of like a sucky, like I don't know, not to sound like too much of a progressive or whatever, but there is
There's nothing wrong with that. Lean into it.
There's a lot wrong with it. But like there is, I guess, people can have whatever dating preferences they want, or whatever friendship preferences, or whatever aesthetic preferences they want. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool that we all look different, in the sense of, I mean, it might suck for the guy who doesn't fit in. Sure, I get that, but like purely for like my own selfish like aesthetic reasons, right? And especially for like remembering people, because I'm really good at faces, not the best with names. Having everybody look different is pretty helpful, and I like the idea of, well, this is that person. How do we know this is like this person's has like a character, and like their aesthetic has character, right? They're different. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know.
No, I agree. Well, I mean, same thing with personality. I don't think you don't want everyone to have the exact same personality, even though you recognize that there are some personalities you're not compatible with.
Sure. Yeah.
But that makes the ones that you're compatible with all the more special, I would argue.
Deep, yeah.
And yeah, I think I was part of my closing statement last week of like, I think diversity is important. We should embrace it. And this is someone, as you pointed to, it sucks for the person that is like the outlier, and therefore maybe not in the current societal context. They're on the less socially desirable aspect. But I would say like, even though whatever, I'm a white passing person, that it happens to be whatever male or male presenting and masculine. I'm on the short side. I have that undesirable characteristic, but I have not. At least I don't feel like it. Basically, I'm not complaining. I have no perceivable. I don't perceive it as like any sort of hindrance.
I've seen your guns. You're pretty jacked. You got attributes, I think.
I've got some +5 intellect. Maybe some minus doesn't make up for the -1 of charisma, but like, yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the alternate timeline is of like, yeah, if I'm the same height and like whatever, 30 pounds less muscular development, I have no idea what my prospects would be.
Who knows? We wouldn't be us, right? Who knows where we'd be if we were all different, right?
Exactly. But yeah, great conversation, Lactoid, as always. And yeah, I'll see you probably next week or hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon. Yep. I'm gonna hit the hay. Catch you later.
Take care. Be well.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for this incredible, absolutely incredible series of discussions. The first one, reparations, that was pretty heated. I'm not gonna lie. If you want to watch that one, you're gonna have to go to YouTube and also verify your age, because, yeah, for those of you who are here, you will know why. So go ahead and anyway, so there's that. The other thing is, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed the Prime panel. and a little bit of an after panel with Corey. And if you like this kind of content and you're new here, please go ahead and consider giving me a follow. That way you can see when I'm online and you can see when I continue to put out content like this. So what we're going to do now, oh, and also thank you guys so much, all of you who gave bits and subscribed. You guys are great. Really, really appreciate it. I know you have a lot of options here on this great big old website, and it just warms my heart to know that you guys chose me. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and raid on into Prime Kai's because he was kind enough to host us for his open panel. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it, and we will see you very soon.